The protagonist of this story is Seo-jin, an ordinary high school student who is shunned by his peers, only to be accidentally transported into the main character of a webtoon he was reading. Everything kicks off this morning on the bus ride to school, with Seo-jin engrossed in his favorite webtoon, reading through the comments. Suddenly, his classmate, Jun, appears and asks to sit next to him. He can't really say no. Seo-jin has to accept, even though they aren't close at all. They barely speak in class. Yet today, she insists on sitting with him. Seo-jin is actually quite popular and draws a lot of attention. People notice him, but he couldn't care less. Because out of nowhere, she hands him a pack of cigarettes and asks him to hold on to them. A giant question mark instantly forms over his head. He's thinking, "We aren't friends. Why are you asking me to hold these?" Seo-jin explains, saying she was caught by a teacher for this once before, and if she gets caught again, she's toast. That's why she wanted him to hold them until lunchtime when she'll take them back. Seo-jin hesitates but reluctantly takes the pack, stuttering as he asks why he has to help her. She smiles warmly and says, "Because we're friends." This makes Seo-jin feel something indescribable, and his favorability rating jumps by 20. In the end, Seo-jin takes the pack. Even though it's just for a moment, he feels petrified. A high school student with cigarettes? That's unbelievable. His eyes glance toward the third row from the back. That's where Seo-jin and his group hang out, the popular crowd of the class. Going over there to return the pack seems awkward. Suddenly, he hears someone in that group mention a fire sword, a detail from a newly popular webtoon. Seeing a chance to join the conversation, Seo-jin speaks up, saying that the fire sword is a weapon the author carefully calculated for the protagonist to use. But judging by everyone's expressions and reaction, it doesn't seem to go very well. It's awkward and cold. Seo-jin feels like he's suffocating. He thought talking about a shared interest would break the ice, but the problem wasn't the topic. It was Seo-jin overstepping his bounds by interrupting. Now it's awkward and cringy. Just as he's about to say something to save face, Seo-jin suddenly speaks up. What a total weirdo. That sentence pierces Seo-jin's heart. Everyone is indifferent to him. They all act like they don't know him and don't want to know Seo-jin. Even Seo-jin, who claimed they were friends a few hours ago, acts like a complete stranger. It's safe to say that in this class, Seo-jin is totally isolated for no reason. Just as Seo-jin is shivering and lost, a hand is placed on his shoulder. It's Taewon Kim. He shows up and tries to defend him, but it doesn't really amount to much. Everyone turns and walks away. Even Taewon Kim gives him a look of pure contempt. During gym class, Seo-jin still feels humiliated by what just happened. If only he had kept his mouth shut. He shouldn't have done that extra stuff. Whether it was cigarettes or drugs, it had nothing to do with him. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. To top it off, a ball comes flying straight at him. Seo-jin grits his teeth in rage, his eyes burning as he thinks about those jerks. He winds up his leg, pouring all his frustration into a powerful kick at the ball. But life doesn't go as planned. Once the author decides to make you a joke, whatever you do becomes clownish. Seo-jin misses, sending the ball off course toward the goal. It's an unbelievable stroke of bad luck. I thought he would get lectured for this, but to his surprise, nobody on the team cares. They treat him like he's invisible, assuming the goalkeeper was just a fanboy who missed the ball because he was distracted. This leaves Seo-jin looking completely bewildered. A while later, he hides in the restroom to read the webtoon that the goalkeeper was obsessed with. After reading it, he finds it super boring and uninteresting. His classmates enter the restroom. Gym class must be over. If he steps out now, it'll be awkward. They'll definitely make fun of him, this or that. But before he can even step out, that group of jerks is already bad-mouthing Seo-jin right there. But thanks to that, Seo-jin realizes that Taewon Kim, who acted like he was defending him, only did it out of pity and contempt. The bell rings, and the crowd in the restroom thins out, leaving only two losers standing outside waiting for him. Perhaps they want an excuse to bully Seo-jin, but just when Seo-jin thinks he hasn't been discovered, Taewon walks up to the door and coldly sneers, "How pathetic." Seo-jin at this moment is both helpless and heartbroken. He hates the webtoons where the protagonist loses to stronger enemies. For him, failure in real life is already miserable enough. Seo-jin is sick and tired of this cruel dog-eat-dog reality. He wishes he could become the protagonist of some story. It's as if Seo-jin's inner plea reached the gods. His favorability rating suddenly skyrockets. A bolt of lightning strikes his school, causing a massive earthquake that shakes everything. Before Seojin's eyes, things go dark. Everything becomes blurry. When he wakes up, Seojin has been transported to an entirely different dimension. He has become a nameless nobody, and what's more, he's in a fight at a massive arena. Before him is a beautiful girl named Nagi, a rank 1 swordswoman, while he is just an ordinary student with the lowest rank. Earlier, Dean, the protagonist of this webtoon, a rank 2, was slashed by Nagi's blade. He stares in shock, unable to believe his eyes. In an instant, Dean's armor is shattered and he collapses. The entire audience erupts in cheers. The referee declares Nagi the winner. 2 other characters there are discussing it. One, with 2 horns, isn't satisfied with the result because it was as predictable as always and demands a ticket refund. The blonde girl, however, believes there was a surprise because Dean managed to break through Nagi's absolute zone. But the horned guy isn't interested. A loser is a loser. The blonde girl scoffs at him, calling him a rookie. She shouts right in his face that this is the very first time in all the matches held so far that someone has managed to step into Nagi's absolute zone. It's a historical event that he just witnessed. But the guy still seems skeptical about it never having happened before. The blonde girl insists, because Nagi is the highest rank. She says excitedly that it's a defensive barrier that, with power that defies all reason, this is the absolute domain, Nagi's ultimate technique. And just like that, Seojin appears. Lightning strikes directly onto the spectator stands, right across from Nagi. The blonde girl coughs, choking on the smoke, having no idea what's happening. As she opens her eyes, she sees her beloved grilled lizard skewer has fallen. She tears up, mourning it because she was saving the tail for last, but the guy with the horns stammers, his face frozen in shock. He asks if what she just said was true, that someone actually stepped into the absolute domain? He points ahead, and the blonde girl quickly forgets her sorrow to look. Nagi's eyes at that moment are burning with murderous intent. Seojin has entered Nagi's absolute domain, and she's already pointing her sword at him. The entire stadium is stunned and terrified by the scene. Something extraordinary just happened. Someone, a man with no rank, is standing right in front of Nagi, the highest-ranked fighter. The MC is floored, realizing this guy is standing inside the absolute domain. Dean, defeated and lying on the ground, can't believe his eyes either. Even Dean, the second-ranked fighter, could barely even come close to passing it. Yet, Seojin crossed it in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he looks like quite the big shot. But in reality, Seojin is scared out of his mind. His body is trembling, and he has no clue what's going on. Looking up at the stands, he wonders what the heck just happened. A few seconds ago, he was still in the bathroom, in this very moment. Seojin suddenly realizes the person standing in front of him is someone he knows. Recalling his phone screen, this is exactly the scene from the webtoon he read this morning. Nagi still keeps that terrifying expression, demanding he state his name. If Seojin remembers correctly, this girl is a character from the webtoon Player. Suddenly, he breaks into a confident grin. So, that means Seojin assumes this is all a dream. Thinking that, he crosses his arms confidently and replies, "You want to know who I am?" Seojin says this like a total boss, then steps closer to Nagi, despite her warning not to move. Nagi is a swordsman class, a common standard class. Seojin puts his hands on his hips, arrogantly asking Nagi what she's going to do if he moves. Without another word, Nagi immediately activates her power. Her strength lies in basic training methods that help develop refined techniques. Dean is worried if Seojin keeps moving closer to Nagi. With a face cold as ice, she warns him. If he moves, she'll slice him to pieces with surgical precision. Nagi activates her absolute domain. The entire arena is engulfed by her power. Everyone in the stands is scared out of their wits. Everyone feels an unnatural chill. Dean is stunned that Nagi still has that much energy left. He doesn't know what her true power limit is. This technique is the absolute domain. Dean thinks Seojin is finished. Just standing upright is impossible under this pressure. Meanwhile, our protagonist is still blanking out, covered in question marks. Dean wonders if he's okay, but Seojin isn't afraid because he thinks this is a dream and is just wondering why the wind is so strong. Well, it is refreshing, though. Nagi sighs, taking that as his refusal to back down. She grips her sword, accepting his challenge with overwhelming intensity, and orders him to come at her. Dean watches in shock. Back when he fought her, she didn't even bother to draw her sword. Dean wonders how strong this guy is, but in reality, Seo Jin is just a coward who thinks this is a dream. He's terrified seeing the sword. Seo Jin blurts out an apology, leaving Nagi confused. He looks pathetic, apologizing non-stop. He thinks, even if it's a dream, who wouldn't be freaked out having a sword pointed at them? But then, finding some unknown motivation, Seo Jin tells himself not to run. He remembers being mocked by friends earlier. If he runs away even in his own dreams, he'll be a loser for the rest of his life. A voice tells him, don't. Nagi keeps that cold expression. Seo Jin tells himself not to run. After all, it's just a dream anyway. He gathers all his courage, steps forward, and asks Nagi, do I look like a pushover to you? By now, he's stepped into Nagi's absolute domain, and she immediately swings her sword across his neck. Dean witnesses this and gasps. What kind of simple technique is that? Maybe this isn't a dream. This is a foolish move, but there's a reason Seo Jin recklessly attacks. Nagi's sword is completely stationary, proving she has no intention of killing him. Seo Jin is convinced she won't actually cut him. I think Nagi just wants to scare him by showing the difference in their power. That's true, but Seo Jin doesn't know that the moment this sword is drawn, Seo Jin, dazed, doesn't even know when he was sliced into pieces. Him being cut to bits is something that would definitely happen. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts, and Seo Jin disappears from the arena. The whole crowd is buzzing, wondering how. Nagi stands there dazed, muttering 3 words. The announcer, meanwhile. Seo Jin is still stunned, eyes wide, but he's in a different place, in front of a blonde girl. This girl has no rank. She's commenting that he looks like an idiot. She keeps calling him this guy, and Seo Jin just keeps blanking out, full of question marks. Then he stammers, asking where he is. Suddenly, a flame constricts around Seo Jin's neck. Perhaps that's her power. She's thinking about forgiving him for staring at her without permission. But the fact that he dared to ask a question makes her angry, assuming he wants to fight her. Seo Jin is completely shocked by that power. He's left hovering in the air with flames burning. At that moment, Seo Jin feels like he's about to kick the bucket. Suddenly, a voice intervenes, and he is saved. Dying for a second there, Seo Jin hugs his neck and coughs. The person who just saved him is a blonde guy. He's probably the person who left the first comment on his post and the one who brought him here. He greets Seo Jin and introduces himself. Probably unable to reveal his identity, he says his name is Arthur. Arthur is the god of this world. His appearance looks very arrogant, and he's lugging around a massive sword. The girl from before, now trapped in his flames, keeps shouting and demanding to be let out. Arthur tells her to shut it for a second because she's ruining the vibe. Then, he turns his attention to Seo Jin. He's confused by the boy's fearful look, while Seo Jin is still wondering, this guy is a god? Arthur stabs his greatsword into the ground right next to him, making Seo Jin pee his pants and apologize profusely, begging for mercy. Arthur finally realizes he doesn't understand the situation he's in, and so he explains it to Seo Jin. Arthur holds out his hand in front of him, laughing excitedly, declaring that he has chosen him to become a player. He is stunned by Arthur's words. A player? Yeah. Dean, the agile swordsman, him, and Nagi. She's there too. Arthur leans his face close to his. And you too, hell, Seo Jin. Seo Jin is left speechless, stuttering. He sits crouched, him, asking, I'm a player just like them? Arthur walks away arrogantly, sword on his shoulder. That's right. Isn't it interesting? Hearing his stuttering voice, Arthur turned to look at Seo Jin, whose face was etched with deep dissatisfaction. Why me? Seo Jin shouted. Arthur was stunned by the outburst. Seo Jin stepped closer to him, yelling, Why do I have to become a player and fight monsters like them? Seo Jin demanded. He leaned into Arthur's face, screaming, forcing Arthur to step back. Seriously, get a grip. Who are you to decide what I do, huh? Arthur stared at him, confused. Decide? Weren't you the one who decided this? Hearing that, Seo Jin looked baffled. What? Suddenly, he remembered the words he had written on the webtoon. If this comment gets top-rated, I'm gonna wipe out that girl who uses the fire sword or whatever. LOL. Arthur turned away, bringing up Seojin's dark past, causing him to sit down and hold his head in regret. I'll wipe out that Nazi girl or whatever. But that Nazi girl was in the heaven of Terrarium. So didn't he have to become a player and reach that tower first? Seojin hung his head, questioning himself. All this, just because of one stupid comment? Ah! A heavy voice echoed in his ear. One stupid comment, huh? Arthur pointed his sword right at Seojin's head, his tone serious. You really should have thought about that before posting, don't you think? Seeing the sword pointed at him and Arthur's intense expression, Seojin shut his eyes in terror. Ah! Suddenly, Arthur burst into loud laughter, making Seojin jump. Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Just kidding! Kidding? Arthur plunged his sword into the ground and explained, Look, I'm not forcing you to do this. Arthur turned to him. Right now, you have the right to quit the game. But honestly, I didn't expect you to want to return to reality that badly. Hearing those words reminded Seojin of something. He hung his head, thinking of his past reality. He remembered the past, being humiliated by everyone alongside Kim Taewon, a place full of people who constantly oppressed him. Suddenly, Seojin realized something. Wait a minute. Arthur sat down beside him. So, do you want to go back? At that moment, my mind suddenly calmed down. Seojin felt like he was waking up from the dream he thought he had been having all along. Go back to a place like that? Seojin asked with a serious tone. God, no. Arthur, listen. Seojin looked at him with a serious face. If I defeat the highest-ranked player, what do I get? Arthur, as if he had gotten exactly what he wanted, grinned. He shouted in response, Anything you want! A hand reached out toward him. In that case, Seojin reached out and shook Arthur's hand. I accept the challenge. Let's give it a shot. Arthur swept his sword in an arc, creating a yellow circle around him. Now, I'll send you back to the tower. Seojin listened intently. Oh, and don't forget, this is the last time I'm saving you. If I get involved again, things are going to get complicated, so be careful. He raised his hand and electricity crackled around it. Here I go. Seeing the lightning on Arthur's hand, Seojin called out, Wait! Hearing that, Arthur pulled his hand back, disappointed. What now? I was just about to show off, too. Seojin questioned him. You're just going to send me off empty-handed? Arthur's expression clearly showed he wasn't being serious. So what? That's so irresponsible. You're supposed to be a god, Seojin said, worriedly bringing up the childish anime he used to watch. Even in Pokemon, you get a starter item. At least give me something. Hearing their conversation, the sword in Arthur's hand hissed. Ugh, but I don't have anything to give you. What? Suddenly, flames erupted from the sword. I've had enough of this. The white-haired girl, the sword, stepped forward, furious. She marched toward Seojin. Hey, you! Her face was full of killing intent. Do you think God is your friend? Seeing her anger, Seojin was terrified, reminded of the past. Ah, this feeling. He remembered the group of people looking at him with contempt back in his old world. It felt just like that. She crossed her arms, speaking sternly. Show some respect. Seojin was terrified, bowing his head to her feet, stammering, Yes, ma'am. Arthur, standing behind them and witnessing the whole scene, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Pfft! The loud laughter made both of them turn to look at him. Arthur laughed heartily. You two are hilarious. Suddenly, he had an idea. They both stared at Arthur, confused. All right, let's do this, he said, addressing Seojin's request from a moment ago. Seojin, you wanted items, right? Yeah. He put a hand on her shoulder. Then, Arthur grabbed her shoulder and pointed at her, surprising her. Take this girl with you. She was stunned, while Seojin looked at Arthur's words with a puzzled expression. The two of them paused for a beat before screaming, What? She indignantly protested, My lord, I won't do it. You want me to go to the human world with a fool? Like him? Seojin also chimed in, shouting his disagreement. That's right. I don't want to go with this devil woman either. Arthur tried to calm them down. All right, calm down. He pushed her toward the circle that had been drawn earlier. I've already decided. Then she stepped into the golden light. Arthur had drawn it earlier, but she continued to whine. "My lord!" Arthur smirked. "Off you go, you two! Have fun!" The golden light surrounding them suddenly turned blue and flared up. Arthur introduced her identity specifically. Her name is Excalibur. Even with that personality, she is still a legendary sword that I created with my own hands. I'm sure she'll be helpful to you. Excalibur turned to him, crying, "My lord, Arthur made a teasing face. "Don't forget to buy some merino ice cream on your way back." "What is a merino?" she yelled, accompanied by her frantic screams. The light enveloped both their bodies and shot into the sky. It landed in the human world. The impact sent a thick cloud of smoke rising. A boy's figure stood in the smoke, coughing a few times. "Cough, cough, cough!" Seojin coughed violently and complained, "Again with this teleportation? Is there no other way to travel?" A small figure in the smoke stammered. Hearing the voice, Seojin asked worriedly, "Excalibur, are you there?" This is so annoying." She looked at her own body and choked on her words. What the? Excalibur cried, grabbing her own hair and screaming, "What the hell is this?" Seojin looked at the girl in front of him and thought, she turned into a kid. "Huh?" he asked. "What did your appearance turn into, for heaven's sake?" She grumbled resentfully. "Don't ask like you don't know. It's all your fault." Behind the two of them, who were bickering, someone suddenly walked up. After they left, Arthur suddenly remembered, "Oh right, I forgot to tell them." They looked around, wondering, "Where are we? It looks like someone lives here." Arthur laughed wickedly, "Dropping them off in some random place. Wouldn't be any fun, right? So I prepared a starter quest for them." A large man wearing fox fur stood behind Excalibur. She was busy emphasizing her own form, unaware of the danger approaching. "That's not important. The problem now is my appearance." Seojin froze when he saw the large man behind her. Excalibur still hadn't noticed the danger creeping up and complained, "You're not even going to answer me? Ignoring me now?" The man behind her raised his hand to attack. Seojin yelled, "Look out!" His strike made the ground where Excalibur was standing explode. The impact sent her flying. After landing the blow, the man quickly lunged toward her. I strike Excalibur relentlessly, leaving her with no chance to defend herself. The barrage of hits is too much. She can't dodge in time and takes a direct blow to the shoulder. He pulls his arm back, winding up for the next strike. "You little brat!" A massive explosion erupts behind her, making Seojin stammer in panic. She nimbly dodges the strike. Seeing her hit by his powerful attack, he asks worriedly, "Are you okay?" I can't see him approaching from behind. Seojin turns toward the massive man in front of him. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" The man's face darkens at the question. "Who am I, you ask?" Group of people, dressed in red just like him, appear from all sides. "Let us enlighten you. We are the Red Cap Bandits." He frowns at the two of them. "The price for trespassing on this territory is very high." Red Wolf, the priest player. His giant shadow eclipses the sun. "Are you prepared?" Red Wolf commands his soldiers, waiting in the wings. "Take the girl first." "Yes, sir." The three men charge with weapons drawn. Excalibur sighs, annoyed. Excalibur frowns, complaining, "This is why I hate the human realm." Seojin, behind her, stammers in terror, What do we do now?" "Shut it," she screams at him. "Damn it, no choice then. Hey, you idiot, hold on tight." A flash of light erupts from Excalibur. "Hold on to what?" Her body shrinks, transforming into an object. Seojin stares in shock at Excalibur. It's a sword, appearing in his hands. The advancing attackers freeze at the sight of the scene before them. "What? That kid suddenly—" "Is that an ego weapon?" Seojin grips the glowing sword, gaining confidence. "This thing, it might help me win." Red Wolf looks at the sword, realizing, "Wait, is that—" Arthur, watching from the heavens, can't help but burst into laughter. "Pfft! What the hell is that?" He trembles, holding the unfinished sword in his hands, motionless. Seojin looks helplessly at the sword in his grip. "Oh, we're screwed." The voice of God rings out, explaining why Excalibur has this new form. Excalibur is an ego weapon, a sword with a soul, a legendary blade that will grow alongside. its master and possess infinite power. He pauses suddenly, then adds gleefully, however, that means right now the kid is completely useless. Seojin trembles, holding the sword, terrified of its power. Realizing what he's got is just a piece of junk, he curses in frustration, "Oh, we're totally screwed!" Seojin, Hell Class, Student, rank no lowest. Excalibur, witnessing her own pathetic state, screams in despair, "What the hell is this?" Due to her master's rank, Excalibur is ruthlessly downgraded. Excalibur, the ego sword, rank no lowest. She collapses, curling up and muttering to herself, "This is the worst experience of my entire life. I can't believe I've turned into such a piece of trash. It's over. I want to go home!" Seeing this, Seojin runs over, flustered, and asks, Hey, what do we do now?" Only to receive a cold reply from Excalibur, "Do whatever you want. Just leave me alone." He hears this and replies, "Well, okay then." The leader of the Red Cap Bandits watches the scene, growing angry as his presence is completely ignored. Red Wolf says irritably, "How ridiculous. Turns out, you guys are just trash too. You'll pay the price for destroying the Red Cap hideout." Seojin hears this and asks in horror, "What do you mean, pay the price?" Seeing he's scared, the other thugs start making threats. One brutal brute says, "Not just a leg or an arm. I'll take your eyes," the blonde guy next to him adds. Looking at their massive blades, Seojin screams weakly, "Eek!" Mentally, he is in a total panic. "These guys are insane. If this keeps up, I'm definitely going to die again. I have to escape at any cost." He bites his lip, trembling, looking for a way out. He notices Excalibur's form, gliding past him. Seojin shouts out, "Excalibur!" At that moment, her hair radiates a dense surge of energy. She says aggressively, "Hey, you bastards, you just said we were trash? And you just compared me to that idiot over there? You've got a death wish, haven't you?" She points at Seojin behind her, her eyes fierce as she glares at them. Her entire body is swelling with killing intent. The Red Cap Bandits witnessing this are terrified. They tremble, saying, "What is this terrifying power? She can barely stand, yet she's a combatant?" Arthur chuckles, finding the situation increasingly amusing. "This kid is holding back a fraction of her power, huh?" Excalibur raises her hand, gathering her strength towards them, and screams, "Die!" Instantly, a wave of magic power slams down, tearing the ground apart to the shock of the entire gang. Thanks to dodging in time, they luckily escape death. Red Wolf is stunned, exclaiming, "I've never seen any skill like that." One of the underlings finally speaks up, warning, "Boss, now's not the time to stand around. We have to run." The more she fights, the more excited Excalibur gets, laughing, "Ha, ha, ha! It's too late. This place will be your grave." Seojin, seeing this, gets spooked and decides to use this moment to turn and walk away, thinking to himself, "This is my chance." Arthur, up above, smiles sinisterly, saying, "As if!" Under God's influence, Excalibur fires a blast of flame, but it's useless. She stares at the weak energy leaking from her hand, her face deathly pale. "Huh? What?" She fires off wave after wave of energy, but the result is the same. Why isn't it working? Red Wolf witnesses this and falls silent. Seeing herself in a tight spot, Excalibur can only offer a sheepish, confident smile. "Heh, sorry about that." Red Wolf, without mercy, commands, "Take her out." The underlings hear this and rush forward. "Yes, sir." Seojin, having walked a short distance, looks back, thinking to himself, "What's wrong? Can't she use her power?" Just as he's about to seize the chance to sneak away, "I can't just run away alone. I have to help her." His conscience finally kicks in. He looks at Excalibur with worry, then freezes as he realizes her gaze is locked onto him. In the distance, Red Wolf's entire body radiates terrifying killing intent. His blood-red eyes stare straight at Seojin, making him jump involuntarily, his whole body feeling as if it's being controlled. Excalibur, on the other hand, clicks her tongue in annoyance, watching the underlings fly toward her one by one. "Ugh, ganging up on me, how dirty." Helpless, Excalibur has to beg for Seojin's help behind her. No choice left. "Seojin, surely you can take care of one or two, right?" Her expression immediately turns bored when she realizes her only teammate has decided to pull a disappearing act. "Huh? He's gone!" The forest echoed with Excalibur's helpless cries. "You coward! Heyo Seojin!" Seo-jin was running for his life, desperate to survive. As he ran, he thought, I must be insane to have jumped into a fight like this. There's no way I can win a fight like this. The enemies suddenly noticed the atmosphere go quiet. He was confused, muttering to himself, why is it so silent all of a sudden? What's going on? Excalibur? Did she get captured? I thought if I came to this world... Don't think such stupid thoughts. She's incredibly strong. It'll be different. Even though he felt guilty, Seo-jin couldn't stop running forward. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to make excuses for his behavior. I'd just be in her way anyway, he thought. But in the end, nothing changed. Because he was running so fast without watching where he was going, Seo-jin tripped over a rock. Deep in the desolate forest, with not a soul around, all he had accomplished was... Seo-jin lay sprawled out on the ground. It was nothing short of a pathetic failure, running away from reality. He trembled, trying to get up, but his body felt pinned down by guilt. All Seo-jin could do was blame himself. I'm so useless. What could I even possibly do? I'm just an ordinary student. That's right, I can't do anything. Tears streamed down Seo-jin's face as he remembered his past self, a weak kid who always hid in the corner of a bathroom stall. Just hide and accept your fate. This is the best I can do right now, he told himself, his hands hanging limp, helpless. Just then the bully's voice rang out, snapping him back to reality. Running away again, huh? He laughed contemptuously. How pathetic. That image struck Seo-jin's mind in the worst way, causing him to completely break down. That's right. Back at Excalibur's location, a massive explosion occurred, sending smoke piercing through the clouds. Excalibur could only curse in frustration. Red Wolf, hovering above, looked down at her pathetic state and said smugly, How annoying. At first you seemed so confident, but it turns out you're pitifully weak. He glanced at his own biceps, flashing his muscles. Hearing this, Excalibur fumed and retorted, Ha! Look who's talking. All you do is order your lackeys around. She mocked him inwardly, her ears burning with annoyance. Yet deep down, she couldn't help but plead. Just once, just this one time. Excalibur's words successfully angered Red Wolf. He sneered, Big talk for someone about to die. Finish her. With that said, he clenched his fist, pouring all his inner energy into his arm. Seeing this, Excalibur silently wished, If only I could use my power. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for her tragic end. Just then, Seo-jin lunged out from somewhere. He used his own body to shield her. Seeing his action, Red Wolf froze for a few seconds, growling, You! Excalibur was equally surprised. Red Wolf didn't show any mercy, slamming his fist into Seo-jin. The impact was enough to create a massive explosion. He quietly checked the situation inside the thick cloud of smoke. Excalibur, seeing Seo-jin collapse after taking just one hit, scolded, Why did you come back, you idiot? You should have just kept running. Even without her words, Seo-jin interrupted, A fool like me isn't allowed to do this? He tried to stand up, speaking through his tears. Excalibur stood there for a few seconds, completely speechless. After a moment, Excalibur sighed, pushed him aside, and said softly, Who said you weren't allowed? Move aside so I can stand up. Give me your hand. She said this, then held out her trembling hand toward Seo-jin, her tone filled with determination. Let's give it a try together, shall we? Seo-jin. Seo-jin was shocked to be acknowledged. He couldn't hide his tears. Without hesitation, he stood up and responded decisively, Okay! They grabbed each other's hands. Excalibur smiled brightly at him. Above them, the atmosphere was incredibly electric. Just as they both shouted their agreement, a powerful current of energy surged up into the air. Red Wolf watched the scene from afar. I was terrified. He looked at the surge of energy and instinctively exclaimed, What is this? This terrifying power? I can't believe it! Could this be on par with the highest N rank? Or maybe even stronger? Seo-jin was now surrounded by electricity. He gripped the holy sword tightly. With fierce momentum, Seo-jin looked toward Red Wolf and ordered, Come at me! This was the weak sides of him. Excalibur, inside the sword's body, realized her energy was being drained. She cursed inwardly. That jerk! I only meant to lend him half my power and he used it all. On the outside, Jin gripped the hilt firmly and shouted, "Come!" Fire erupted from the sword like a tornado. They stared each other down, the tension mounting. The henchman, seeing this, got scared and had to be prodded by his teammate. "Hey, you're the tank. You're supposed to go first. Why are you hiding behind me?" But he didn't move, only whimpering weakly. Red Wolf saw his subordinates in disarray and ordered, "Step back. I'll be his opponent." That guy watched his leader's back and muttered, "Boss." Red Wolf poured his maximum inner energy into his muscles. He looked at them with contempt and said, "Do you know what I hate most? I hate those who blindly rely on their gear and get all arrogant. That's why I started this bandit group." Red Wolf's entire body was now radiating a massive amount of magic power, threatening even his own men. "What kind of bullshit reason is that?" he hissed, struck a powerful pose, and said, "Watch this, you trash. This is true power." With that said, Red Wolf slammed his fist down, tearing the ground into pieces. Watching him use his strength to lift a massive chunk of earth, his lackeys kept cheering, "Boss is one of a kind. Boss always handles everything in the coolest way. He truly is a pro player. Hey, back off, or you'll get hit by his attack." Red Wolf, his voice booming with energy, said while lifting the huge chunk of earth, "Even if you are an ego sword, you're still just a sword. If you can't get close, you can't do anything." With that, he threw it toward Jin without hesitation. "Accept your fate and die a pathetic death. Under this rock, I guarantee I'll sell that sword for a high price." Jin gripped the sword tight. He wasn't worried at all, staring intently at the block of earth that was larger than himself, 1,000 times over. Just as the earth was about to hit him, Jin swung his sword slowly, his eyes burning with intensity toward Red Wolf. At the same moment, Red Wolf sensed something ominous. The block of earth suddenly stopped in midair and then split in two under the impact of the sword. Red Wolf witnessed this and was stunned. He blinked, watching the sword's energy slash straight toward him. "What?" The slash flew right past the ground, its fire taking out the entire Red Hat gang as it went. With a single massive slash, all of them were launched into the air, falling into a state of unconsciousness. Amidst the thick smoke, Jin still stood firm, swinging his sword. Only now did his body begin to feel the exhaustion from overexerting his energy. He mumbled, struggling to speak, "I did it. All right." After saying that, he stumbled, losing his balance. With no strength left, he collapsed to the ground, with the bodies of the leader and his lackeys scattered across the sea of fallen bandits. The system voice echoed, "Red Hat Bandit Group Quest completed. Jin, rank, no, lowest rank at this time." In a dimension reserved for the Lord, Arthur's loud laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha!" He was thrilled, lounging on a sofa and clicking his tongue in praise. "Excellent! This is what I call a good read." Arthur tossed his phone aside and sighed wearily. "Well, looks like all the candidates have finally participated." He clasped his hands together in front of his face, staring mysteriously at a chessboard. "Everything is slowly beginning now." His tone was full of excitement, his face obscured by his hands. Meanwhile, in another place under the clear sky, the sound of a carriage cart creaking along the road. Sitting on it was an old man. Both were moving forward, one person and one fluff ball. Neither said a word. This sparkling fluff ball was named Mokiko. Cute in appearance, this skinny, bony old man was none other than Dupawak Williams II, aged 86. His profession, coach and carriage driver. For the first time in a very long time, Mokiko's peaceful life was being threatened again. Reminiscing a bit about the past, the cause was, 30 minutes ago, while he was grooming his Mokiko, a gruff voice echoed from behind, "Hey, old man, give us a ride." Dupawak Williams, at that moment, was taking care of Mokiko and jumped in surprise. He turned around, shouting angrily while still clutching his brush. "What the? Who are you? Don't you kids have grandparents? Is that how you talk to people?" But the sight behind them made him even more terrified. Excalibur was currently dragging Jin by the head with one hand while carrying a large sack over her shoulder. Her voice was full of threats as she replied, "Me? I don't have any. Why? Is that not allowed?" Seeing this image, he couldn't help but panic, stuttering, "No! Wait, I don't have grandparents either. Let's go!" Glancing at Jin's unconscious body beside her, Dupawak Williams thought to himself, "Is she dragging a corpse?" Suddenly, Excalibur's voice made him jump. "Hey, old man!" She sat on the carriage, kicking the side forcefully as a warning. "You're thinking weird stuff, aren't you? Drive carefully." Dupawac Williams trembled, replying, Sorry." Even though he was trembling like a leaf on the outside, he was burning with hatred, thinking, "You brat. If I were 50 years younger, I would have—" Excalibur didn't notice his murderous glare. She tried to wake Halcyone up. Hey, wake up!" But she used too much force, and his head made a loud crack sound. Blood sprayed from his mouth, startling the old man. Hearing Excalibur's casual voice behind him. Was that? Oops, it's bent." Dupawac Williams could only bitterly accept it. Just leave it alone. Excalibur stared intently at Halcyone's unconscious body. She growled in boredom. "This jerk. He hasn't moved at all since he passed out." Halcyon looked absolutely miserable, drool running down his face. She poked his hair curiously, thinking, "Did he kick the bucket? Whether he's dead or not doesn't really affect me, but if that's the case, who's going to take me to Lord Arthur?" Even after saying that, he still didn't move. I was snoring away. Suddenly, Halcyon jolted awake, shouting, "Dog meat with shrimp paste!" Excalibur was so startled she slapped him right in the face. What the hell was that?" Halcyon's head had a huge bump. She asked him, "So you don't remember anything?" He answered honestly, "Yeah, since you grabbed my hand, I don't remember anything else." Seeing that, Excalibur said bluntly, "Damn, you really are useless." Halcyon searched his memory, trying to describe as much as he could. "But I do vaguely remember you releasing some kind of amazing power, like firing a blast." Excalibur was even more disappointed. She crossed her arms and sighed. "Ugh, look, if you don't even remember how you did, then all my encouragement was a total waste." That made Halcyon even more depressed. "I'm sorry." Excalibur's gaze was fixed on him, thinking to herself, "It must have been luck." No, there's no way it was just luck. No one can control me just by luck." Even though Halcyon looked like a total idiot, in that chaotic moment, he hadn't killed a single person. Recalling the scene, where the Red Hat guys were waking up one by one, Excalibur couldn't help but be surprised. This made her even more suspicious of his true potential. Did he wield Lord Arthur's power perfectly? As if remembering something, Halcyon suddenly shouted, "Oh, right, I remember one more thing!" Excalibur jumped up. "What, really? You do?" Seeing her so energetic, he hesitated and said, "This isn't really that important." The more he said that, the more her curiosity grew. "Whatever it is, just say it." The image of Excalibur reaching out to Halcyon appeared as he said, "At that time, thanks for believing in me." Halcyon was a bit shy, stammering as he tried to reach out. Those words left Excalibur frozen. Extending his hand to her, Halcyon shyly called her name. "X!" The atmosphere changed instantly. Excalibur roared, furious, "It's Excalibur, you idiot! You can't even remember my name?" Halcyon explained in a panic, "It's not that I don't remember, it's just that it's so embarrassing to say out loud." Dupawac Williams, off to the side, cursed the talkative brats. "Just wait until we get to the village." Excalibur kept hitting him while shouting, "Too embarrassing to say my name? Your name is even stupider." Halcyon huddled up, letting himself be bullied, weakly saying, "My mom gave me this name." Hearing that, she yelled, "Shut up!" Realizing the scenery had changed, Halcyon exclaimed, "Oh my God! Wait, look!" Excalibur, thinking he was trying to change the subject, yelled, "I don't want to hear it. If you don't want to get beaten, stop picking fights," Halcyon explained. "That's not it. Now is not the time to argue." Excalibur finally turned around, and she was stunned by the sight behind him. "Hey, quit picking a fight while we're supposed to be healing." When Jin heard that, he quickly explained, "That's not it. This isn't the time to argue." Excalibur turned back, and she stood there stunned, staring at the scene behind him. What the hell is going on? Right in front of them was the entrance to the village, featuring a massive, majestic fortress. People were lining up at the gate, being processed by the guards. They had to pay an entry fee before being allowed inside. Halcyon observed the scene, then looked down at his own belongings. He cursed under his breath, then looked at his phone sitting next to a ballpoint pen. Halcyone felt crushed, thinking, "Is this all I have? What am I supposed to do now?" Feeling helpless, he racked his brain, wondering if he should get a part-time job. But he hadn't ever worked a part-time job before. Would they even hire a miner? Excalibur cleared her throat. After hearing her recount the events, she asked in surprise, "What? You stole the bandits' money?" Excalibur replied proudly, "That's right." Halcyone quickly rushed over to check the money bag, turning to her with a look of admiration. "With this, we don't have to worry about money anymore. Excalibur, you're the best!" Excalibur pointed at herself, smugly saying, "Of course. From now on, whatever I say, you listen. Got it?" Halcyone obediently replied, "Yes, ma'am." Not done yet. Excalibur continued to bark orders. "First things first, when we get into the village, go get me a bowl of hot porridge." Suddenly, the old man's voice rang out. "That's them! Officer, hurry up and arrest them! They're the ones who threatened me!" Dupawak Willius led several police officers over, pointing at them with concern. The sudden turn of events startled them both. "What the hell?" Excalibur roared back. "Threatened you? What are you talking about, you old geezer?" "I only asked for your help! You were the one who agreed to give us a ride!" Halcyone, not exactly trusting his teammate, immediately turned to her. "Did you really threaten the old man?" "Excuse me? I was knocked out during the whole incident. I'm a victim too." Before anything else could happen, he rushed to defend himself. Seeing him flip so quickly, Excalibur shouted, furious, "You son of a—" She channeled her energy and kicked Halcyone in the face right in front of the police and Dupawak Willius. Only then did the old man speak up to justify himself. "It's no use. You two are clearly accomplices." They both froze. He held up a wanted poster, aggressively accusing them. "The evidence is right here on this wanted poster. You two are the notorious Red Hood bandits, right?" The more he spoke, the more his anger rose. "Think I didn't know? You brats!" Excalibur, suddenly being accused, retorted. "What are you rambling about, old man?" Halcyone added. "She's right. We have nothing to do with that gang." Then they both stiffened, realizing they were wearing the cloaks they'd taken from the Red Hoods. Oh no. The police naturally sided with Dupawak Willius. He slowly stepped forward and threatened. "No wonder those cloaks looked familiar. You thieves, today is the day you get arrested." Without a shred of mercy, he ordered his men to surround them. As soon as he finished, over a dozen spears were pointed straight at them. Seeing the situation suddenly become dire, Excalibur clicked her tongue in annoyance. Tisk! Meanwhile, Halcyone was spinning, his mind racing, asking himself, Huh? Far away, a figure standing on a rooftop was quietly observing them. A killing intent radiated from him. It was immense. He looked down and muttered to himself, confirming something. Halcyone was left stunned, not understanding a thing. Huh? From afar, a group of travelers approached, whispering about the crowd ahead. "What's going on over there?" "Not sure, but it looks like some criminals appeared." "Are you kidding me? I've been standing here forever, my legs are killing me." "Whatever you're arresting, just do it fast!" Excalibur, hearing this, angrily snapped, "Don't know anything and you're still chiming in?" They were clearly backed into a corner. Halcyone, meanwhile, wasn't moving. Seeing him stand there like a statue, she thought to herself, Halcyone is freezing up again. He's probably about to run away like last time. Suddenly, Halcyone started slapping his own face. This action startled Excalibur, who shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Halcyone, his face bruised, swallowed his tears and tried to steady himself. "I'm not allowed to run away in a situation like this." His inner resolve became firm. With determined eyes, he told himself, "That's right, don't run," even though in his heart, he just wanted to bolt as fast as possible. Halcyone stared at the guards in front. She thought, they misunderstood us as thieves from the start, but if we explain, they'll surely understand. Seeing them just stand there, the guard shouted impatiently, "You two! Put your hands behind your heads and get out of the wagon now!" Hearing that, Halcyone obediently replied, "Yes, yes." He put his trembling hands behind his head and signaled for her to stay calm. Don't worry, Excalibur, I have a plan. Just listen and do as I say." In a flash, Excalibur lunged past Halcyone. This action startled him, and he blurted out, "Eh?" as she got into a mid-air stance. She smugly told them, "You're the ones who aren't getting away. Do you know who I am to be treating me like this? I'll pull out all your teeth and make them into a xylophone." Halcyone, seeing this, looked crushed and frustrated, thinking, "Oh great, that attitude again, it's over." Instinctively, she lunged forward and punched the guard square in the face. Ha! With just one hit, he was knocked unconscious. Excalibur stood over his body, casually warming up her limbs, saying with power, "One down." In her head, she thought, "Just as I suspected, even though it's not like it used to be, my strength has returned a little bit. Even without Arthur Nim's power, I can still easily handle this trash." She glared at the remaining ones, fearless, and ordered, "Come on." Seeing the troops start to hesitate, the police officer quickly tried to steady them. "Don't be afraid. They aren't on the player list. Just go for it." Hearing that, they roared, "Yes!" Hearing that familiar term, Excalibur couldn't help but wonder, "Player? Seems like something Arthur Nim called Halcyone, right?" Just then, the guards rushed in to capture her. Facing spear tips, she remained calm, saying, "I don't know what that player thing means, but let me teach you one thing. I am stronger than you." As soon as she finished, the red wolf cloak flew toward them. The guard in front was suddenly blinded and shouted in fear, "I can't see anything!" Seeing that, his comrade next to him immediately reminded him, "Right in front of you!" Excalibur quickly turned. Spinning in the air, she easily decapitated the guard. Ugh! Not stopping there, Excalibur gripped the spear shaft tightly, her eyes filled with determination as she looked at them. Hup! She threw the spear at them without a shred of mercy. It spun in the air then, slammed straight into the face of a nearby guard. He took the spear full force to the face, his body flying backward from the impact. Ugh! Excalibur, at this moment, in the air, assessed their strength. These people are weaker than I thought. Not even a fraction as strong as that big guy from before. If this is truly all they've got, looking down from above, he assessed their strength. This bunch, they're weaker than I thought. They don't even hold a candle to that big guy from before. If this is really all they've got, I guess climbing to rank 1 probably won't take that loser Halcyone very long, she thought, her eyes quickly darting toward the city gate to keep an eye on him. The police officer's mysterious veil. Huh? That guy? What are you talking about? Just then, the officer shoved his subordinate hard, ordering him, "Hurry up and bring Jian here." Hearing that, the soldier replied, "Understood." From afar, Excalibur lunged like a bolt of lightning toward the officer, getting right in his face with a fist raised. Caught off guard, the officer let out a startled, "Yikes!" She gripped her fist, threatening him. "Jian, who do you think you are trying to drag him here? That is, if you can still stand after taking this hit." The officer grimaced, accepting his fate. Halcyone, watching from a distance, noticed an odd object approaching and quickly called out, "Wait, Excalibur, you bit your tongue!" She had been in such a rush she even bit her own tongue. "Watch out!" Excalibur heard the call and suddenly froze. Some guy dove down from above, his hand clenched tight, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Excalibur was caught off guard and could only stand there, paralyzed. Halcyone quickly shouted, "Lieber!" Her body split into spirit form. Thanks to that, she narrowly escaped, leaving her attacker stunned. The beam of light flew back to Halcyone. Excalibur transformed back into a sword for him to hold. Realizing she had suddenly been retracted, she was furious and snapped, "Who gave you permission to call me back without my consent, huh? You think you're some kind of hero? I knew he was coming from behind, so I could have handled it." Halcyone flatly denied it. "No, you couldn't have." That statement successfully enraged Excalibur. She snapped, "And now you're trying to talk back to me? A loser like you?" Halcyone replied, "Because I'm a loser. That's exactly why I know." "Do you know what the most important quality for a loser is?" she asked, curious. "What is it?" He suddenly changed his tone, turning serious. "Vigilance. Like how prey avoids crossing paths with hunters, always staying cautious around the most dangerous person in the class." He panted, his eyes filled with terror as he continued. "And just now, my loser instincts were screaming that that guy is incredibly dangerous. Just imagining his majestic, imposing figure, Halcyone, realized just how weak he really was. Right." Excalibur could only mumble, brushing it off, until she noticed something strange. She turned, stunned, and gasped, What's that? Behind. You, since when? A long gash appeared. The fabric retracted at his command. His voice echoed from behind, confirming the last strike had missed. On the other side, the civilians saw it and scattered in a panic. Everyone run! It's John! He's making a move! The fabric now rested neatly on his outfit. He pointed at it, his voice firm. But the next time won't miss. That guy was none other than Jian, the player guardian. Hell Seo-jin's eyes fixed on the split ground. He couldn't help but marvel. Did he just split the ground with just a strip of silk? Excalibur snapped angrily. Hey! Don't tell me you're terrified. I told you to pay close attention, didn't I? There's nothing to be afraid of. He jumped, hurriedly replying, Huh? No. What are you talking about? I'm not scared at all. Excalibur, inside the sword, repeatedly warned, remember to be careful of that silk, Hell Seo-jin, otherwise, if that thing hits you, everything will be over. Hell Seo-jin muttered, well, obviously, anyone could see that. Internally, he was trembling. I was absolutely terrified. But he couldn't just run. He had to fight back. But why did Excalibur suddenly get so heavy? He couldn't hold the sword steady. It shook out of control. He gasped, trying to focus on the target ahead, his mind growing more chaotic with this sudden weight of the sword. Now even just standing straight was difficult. How on earth could Arthur Pendragon swing this sword like it was nothing? Realizing he couldn't keep going, he tried to buy some time. Wait a second. Excalibur urged him on. Hell Seo-jin, at your current level, you can only use me for 2 minutes max, so don't hesitate, let's start now. Sweat beaded on Hell Seo-jin's face. He hesitated. But do we really have to fight? She shouted furiously. What's wrong with you? We've come all this way and you're still afraid to fight? Hell Seo-jin was still stubborn in his decision, trying to find a better alternative. No, it's not like that. Listen, I am afraid of fighting, but that's not what I mean right now. I'm wondering if we've reached the point where we must fight. Not understanding his intent, Excalibur annoyedly asked, What on earth are you rambling about? He finally explained, What I mean is, our original priority is to climb that tower to find Nagi, so if we fight right now, then it'll be even harder to get into the area around the tower, let alone inside it. And even if, by some miracle, I managed to beat him and then passed out, it would all be over. Frustrated with Hell Seo-jin's half-baked plan, she said wearily, So, are you going to just stand there until you pass out? Hell Seo-jin couldn't think of a way to answer, stuttering. On the other side, John saw that neither of them was making a move and said gloomily, Confirmed. Excalibur sensed the danger and snapped back to watch his movements, then shouted a warning to Hell Seo-jin. Hell Seo-jin, watch out in front. Immediately the fabric from before formed, a golden hand, lunging forward to capture him. Jian calmly waved his hand, his voice steady. According to the charges, your crimes include assaulting the gate guards, obstructing an officer in the line of duty, and attempted murder. Hell Seo-jin was frozen in place. He could only stare blankly as the silk hand closed in on him. Him quickly turned to check on his movements and shouted a warning to Hell Seo-jin. Hell Seo-jin, watch out in front of you. Instantly, the fabric ribbons from before formed into a giant golden hand, lunging forward to capture him. The guy, meanwhile, calmly waved his hand, his voice steady and monotone. According to the indictment, your crimes include wounding the gate guards, obstructing an officer in the line of duty, and attempted murder. Hell Seo-jin was frozen on the spot. He could only watch helplessly as the silk hand closed in on him. Completely bewildered, a massive hand made of fabric suddenly separated and swiftly wrapped around Hell Seo-jin, catching him off guard. The silk bundles tightened around his body. Only then did Hell Seo-jin realize what it truly was. John, the silken thread user, spoke sternly and mercilessly. Both of you had the right to remain silent, but since you chose to resist, I, Jan, who am also a guardian. At this point, he yanked the silk toward him, decisively declaring their charges. I hereby sentence you both to death. This guy named Jean extended his long, snaking threads, preparing to do something. He said to the protagonist, depending on whether you two resist or not. With the authority of a player, Jan's expression was grim, seething with murderous intent, as he lowered his voice. The death sentence shall be carried out. With that, he swung both arms, pulling the thread toward him. Hell Seo-jin was on the other end, his expression filled with fear. Beads of sweat streamed down, soaking his trembling face. Jen possessed extraordinary strength, pulling the long thread taut while remaining firmly planted on the ground. Shan bowed his head slightly, his eyes filled with rage. He frowned and glared at him. In a flash, his golden thread had coiled around Heo Seo-jin. It left him unable to move, even though he held a weapon. Heo Seo-jin slumped, looking worried. He breathed heavily, sweat still pouring out, thinking to himself, he's on a completely different level. Suddenly, Heo Seo-jin's vision went dark. Everything around him turned pitch black. His heart began to panic. The only person he could see, in his field of vision, was him, as if they were the only two people left in the world. A terrifying truth. His eyes widened, and his face at that moment had turned pale. So this is what it's like to be someone who conquers the tower. Shan, on the other side, was still gripping the thread tightly, not making a move yet. Heo Seo-jin began to feel uncomfortable. His whole body was shaking. He gripped the sword in his hand to steady himself. "Are you okay, Seo-jin?" Seo-jin replied with difficulty. I can't move." His hand still clutched the sword tightly. Around it, flickering blue lights erupted. Suddenly, Heo Seo-jin used his power to tear the thread apart, causing Jan to look up in surprise. "I warned you not to resist." Saying that, Jan maneuvered the thread to coil back, forming a weapon for himself. The fragile-looking thread gradually transformed into a long, sharp weapon in his hands. Then he spoke sternly. "I will carry out your punishment according to the regulations." The sword in Seo-jin's hand shouted, "Heo Seo-jin!" The sword hadn't said anything, but he frowned. He replied, "I know. That's right. Now is not the time to worry about trivial matters. If we keep this up, we're going to die. We have no choice but to fight back." On the other side, John was not to be outdone. His eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. Then, the sword in Heo Seo-jin's hand glowed, radiating tremendous power. Ego the sword was full of excitement. She raised her fist and shouted, "Right!" Jan stood there, stunned and frozen. Watching them, he hesitated, saying, "What is this power?" Inside himself, Heo Seo-jin felt that his whole body was overflowing with energy. So this is the power of God that Lieber spoke of. He felt relieved to have a chance to turn the tide. "There's a chance! We can win!" Heo Seo-jin leaped high into the air, ready to swing his sword in retaliation. But suddenly, he looked down and exclaimed in surprise. He saw some civilians helping an old man walk away. He panicked. "Wait! Why are they still here? They might not be able to escape in time." The sword, having lost its cool, began to shout, "What are you doing, Heo Seo-jin? Why did you suddenly stop? Are you planning to remain this indecisive? Do you want me to get us killed before that guy kills us?" He faltered, falling from above. He also frantically replied to the sword, "But if we attack now, the others will get caught in the crossfire." At this moment, John, down below, gripping his weapon, looked up at Heo Seo-jin, confused and speechless. His weapon began to transform. He said, "I don't know what you're doing, but you just missed your only chance to win." After saying that, he used his power to fly into the sky, approaching the spot where Seo-jin was free-falling until he reached the same height. He clenched his fist, making Seo-jin, who was holding his weapon, fearful. Then he swung his fist hard. Seo-jin took the full force of that blow without being able to react. Gasp! After taking that punch, he was sent flying into the ground, shattering it and creating a loud noise. The people evacuating nearby watched with wide eyes. The guy with the mohawk spoke up. "Geez, that looks painful." The old man with the hat asked, "He's not dead, is he?" John stood there, casting a cold gaze downward, saying, "As I thought, you are very dangerous. Even falling from this height, you're still alive." Below, Heo Seo-jin was collapsed, while the ego sword had transformed back into her human form. Jan gripped his weapon tightly, then suddenly dived down fast. His mouth didn't stop talking. "I'm coming for you!" Down there, Heo Seo-jin had no strength left, lying flat on the ground, motionless. Excalibur stood in front of him, frowning at him. "I was too reckless," she thought, very worried. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this." Then he threw his sharp weapon down at them, aiming straight at the two of them. Excalibur was terrified, her eyes squeezed shut. In midair, a flash of light radiated. Something had shot up. A moment passed with no movement, so she cracked open her eyes with a bit of caution. There was a pure white creature, with soft, fluffy fur standing in front of her, making her exclaim, "A fluff ball?" She stared blankly at the adorable snow-white creature idly standing on the ground. It cried, "Mo!" That fluff ball was shielding them, facing the glowing weapon that was hurtling toward them. Jean, standing above, was surprised by this appearance. He said, "A Mokiko? Why would a clever beast like that intervene?" The people hiding in the forest peered out. Seeing that, the orange-haired guy said, "What the hell? A Mokiko? Just shielded those two?" Another voice asked, "Why would such a gentle beast intervene in a fight? I've never seen such a thing. What will happen now? Will they continue to fight? No way. Even if it's Jean, attacking a Mokiko is forbidden." The words reached her ears and she thought, "What are they whispering about?" Jean frowned, looking around but saying nothing. That weapon suddenly unraveled into a thread, emitting sparks and flames. He landed gently on the ground to the surprise and confusion of Excalibur. His face was still as dark as before, staring at them. She looked at him with a determined expression, completely fearless. The Mokiko stood shielding them and let out a sound. "Mo!" His cold eyes darted around and he just let out a ch. He used the thread to whip her away, leaving the Mokiko stunned as well. "Mo!" She was whipped very hard, flying to the ground and falling unconscious next to Seo-jin. Afterward, he coldly walked away and ordered, "Lock them up. We will punish them according to Mokiko law," he shouted, his voice booming with fury. Suddenly, guards appeared from nowhere following his orders. Seo-jin and Excalibur were thrown into a cell behind iron bars. They collapsed in exhaustion in a bustling town, houses packed closely together. A loud laugh echoed. "Ha! Ha! Ha! What did you say?" John stood still, being scolded by someone else. "A Mokiko actually blocked you and protected those criminals?" He immediately argued back, "It's the truth." The man sitting by the window looked outside and said, "You've arrested the wrong person again, haven't you? The Mokiko clan wouldn't protect bad guys." John hesitated, replying, "Their attack on the village gate is the truth. Please, just check this." He took out a red tie with a name tag on it. John said, "One of them was wearing this. Not even..." Considering the unique material, I've never seen a style like this before. I believe he is a suspicious character. The man's eyes widened in surprise. "Hmm?" he muttered. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha, unbelievable, I have seen this tie before." Then Jian asked, "Do you have anyone in mind, sir?" The man replied, "Don't you remember, Jian, the one who crossed Nazi's absolute zone?" John was startled, as if remembering. "Could it be him?" He smirked. "Exactly. I guess I'll have to meet this guy in person. And now I finally know his name. His name is Dean, a swordsman." In a certain place, two Mokikos were on the wall of a narrow, cramped cell. The two of them sat huddled in opposite corners. Only a single ray of sunlight shone through the small, barred window. Seo-jin turned, hesitantly starting a conversation with Excalibur. The guards here are pretty lax, aren't they?" Then, she didn't reply. He started talking to himself. "She was amazing earlier. How many people has she taken down before? His name is Jian, right? Turns out players are just talk. Aren't they? If I had launched an attack back then, we would have definitely won." He still didn't see her move. She was just curled up against the wall, making him a little worried. Sweat poured down him. Leaning against the wall, she let out a heavy sigh. "Hey." Seo-jin trembled, sweat continuing to pour. He fell into a spiral of worry. She's actually mad. That's it. Well, can't blame her. If I were her, I'd be furious too. If only I hadn't hesitated back then, we would have won. I'm such a pathetic loser. I should just die. With that thought, he went to the wall and slammed his head hard against it. Only then did she notice and call out, "Hey, you!" I was startled, stopped, and turned around. "Yes?" The girl bowed her head, hand on her forehead, and said sadly and disappointed, "I'm sorry." Her words left him stunned, unable to say a thing. He stepped closer, asking in surprise, "Excalibur? Sorry? Did you just say sorry? You're apologizing to me? Why? Are you pretending so you can hit me when I'm off guard?" The girl stood up, annoyed, and replied, I'm just admitting my own mistake. I started the fight and dragged us both into this, so I apologize. She punched him, leaving a big bump on his head, then asked sternly, Are you even listening? Now he just obediently replied, Yes, ma'am. The girl continued, And I'm not just apologizing with empty words. I will take responsibility. She surprised him once again. Halcyone looked up. Ah? She pointed to her cheek, looked at him seriously, and said, Hit me. Halcyone sat there, stunned, and asked again, I hit you? She insisted firmly, Yes. Halcyone fell into confusion again, thinking, What is she talking about? Her head is just full of violence and fighting. Ah, could it be? Is that why she kept recklessly charging in without a second thought? Then, as if remembering something, his eyes widened in surprise. Halcyone suddenly called, Lieber! He scratched his head, stammering, and made a proposal. Let me call you Lieber, okay? He happily explained to her, Excalibur is too long a name to pronounce properly in urgent situations, so instead of hitting me, let me call you Lieber, all right? Does that sound weird? I think it's fine. Excalibur looked blankly at the suggestion. She pondered, not knowing what to say. She waved her hand, turned her back, and replied to Halcyone, Whatever. I don't care what you call me. So go ahead. He was as happy as if he had achieved a great victory and asked cheerfully, Oh, really? Excalibur said, But more importantly, she tapped the wall. The girl standing under the barred window turned around and said to Halcyone with a sly look, I think it's time for us to break out of prison. This prison had 2 floors with many iron bars and was surrounded by a fairly high wall. Outside, 2 guards were standing watch. They were exhausted from standing guard for so long and had fallen asleep, revealing a major vulnerability, creating a chance for them to escape. Suddenly, a shout, I guess the work is too heavy, huh? The guard started awake, letting out a loud, Huh! He was startled and stammered loudly, Lord Jian, and you too, sir! And what do you mean, and, you idiot? The 2 of them had come to check on Halcyone and Excalibur. The 2 guards bowed their heads in fear and apologized. We are extremely sorry. We just dozed off without realizing it. But Din was in a pretty good mood today, so he cheerfully said, It's fine, it's fine. This proves that this place is very peaceful, right? But Jian's face darkened. He angrily retorted, The only thing peaceful here is probably the heads of these 2. The guard shivered, sweating profusely. Well, that's it. It's going to be a written report and disciplinary action for sure. Din began to ask them, The ones we caught, at the village gate yet? Before he could finish, the guard interrupted, rushing to cut him off. Ah, yes, sir, yes! The 2 of them hadn't even finished their sentence when a loud explosion rang out, making them stand there stunned. The other side of the detention center had been blown up, making Din let out an, Oh! A huge hole was created right in the sturdy stone wall of the prison, and the authors of it were none other than the 2 of them. They had quickly escaped the walls of this prison. The 2 guards saw this and bowed their heads repeatedly in fear, saying, Please kill us. Din was too surprised, so he stood there admiringly. Wow, how wonderful. They opened a huge path. But Jian, behind him, was burning with rage. Din said calmly, But creating a commotion like this is no different than announcing, Here I am. As it turned out, looking down, they saw the 2 of them escaping quickly. Halcyone was exhausted, out of breath, and said, Lieber, can you slow down a bit? Moving this fast, right after using up all my strength, is killing me! The girl shouted angrily. Just endure it a little longer. After that, John gathered his strength, preparing to punish them. The 2 were sent flying away by a blast, but suddenly, Excalibur felt her body change. Intense pain and discomfort are clearly visible on her face. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, Halcyone feels a heavy weight. He notices something strange about his own body. How did it suddenly become so impossibly heavy? He opens his hand to test it and concludes, No, my hands are still moving normally. That means, at this moment, John is standing right in front of Seojin, staring at them with an angry expression. Upon noticing their change, he realizes what has become heavier is actually their clothes. The guy collapses in pain, his face twisted in resignation. John, still cold and aloof, tells them to give up. Leave. I've already marked your clothes. You'll be under my control for at least half a day. Heio Seojin uses his last bit of strength to speak. We aren't bandits, we came here to conquer the tower. Jayan repeats the 4 words the boy just said. Conquer the tower? John stands there, telling the guy about this place, the starting village. There have been so many people like you who came here. Those attracted by the Paradise Tower, terrarium, like moths to a flame. If what you're saying is true and you really want to climb that tower, there's even more reason for you to give up. Excalibur is also angry, but because of the change in his body, he can't do anything. Shaking, he can only stutter. Jayan looks at the 2 people lying collapsed on the ground, asserting to them, that tower is a place full of people like me, players. Even if the 2 of you combined, you wouldn't be able to beat me, so climbing that tower is just a pipe dream. But then, a loud voice echoes through the chaotic scene. It stops right there. Suddenly, Dean walks up in front of the guy, leaving him bewildered. Dean gently asks, Are you Heio Seojin? Seojin breaks out in a cold sweat, terrified, and hesitatingly asks, Could it be? You're the person from back then? Dean just looks at him and smiles lightly, greeting him. Nice to see you again. I'm Dean. This leaves Heio Seojin stunned, the leader of the starting village. I am Dean, the leader of the starting village. Seojin is anxious, sweat pouring down continuously. He thinks, damn it, I was already hanging by a thread and now there's another player? What is this situation? At a nearby infirmary, 2 nurses are taking care of Seojin. The young girl coaxes him, come on now, while the gentle old woman beside her doesn't stop showering him with compliments. As she brushes his hair back, he looks quite handsome. The children surrounding him keep calling him big brother, but that one kid says he looks like such a dork. The kids crowd around asking, Seojin, where are you from? The big brother of this kid who insulted him earlier keeps mocking his clothes, calling him a dork, which makes Seojin flare up and frown in annoyance. He yells, Hey, you little brat! Excalibur, enjoying himself on the bed next to him, suddenly speaks to him. Go eat something, Heio Seojin. The food here is pretty good. This startles him, and he turns over, shouting, Libero, have you been by my side this whole time? Seojin, panicked and confused, asks Libero, What the hell is going on? Where is this? The girl remains very relaxed, nonchalantly saying to him, You don't know either? I've got no idea. Seojin, furious, can't contain himself, and shouts, What are you talking about? Now isn't the time to sit around playing. We need to get out of here quickly before those monsters. Suddenly, a deep voice speaks up. By monsters, do you mean me? It turns out Jian was standing right behind him and heard everything. Seojin freezes in fear, unable to say another word. After that, Seojin follows Dean upstairs to someplace. While walking, Seojin is anxious, thinking, Just a moment ago he was beating us to a pulp, and now he won't even look at us. How much further do I have to go? He is angry at Libero, and with a grimace he curses internally. That dog Libero, she wouldn't come with me, just shot me a look and ignored me, saying, You two just go ahead. Without Libero, I'm just a useless, ordinary high school student. Then, Seojin's expression shifts into a mysterious smile. He thinks, he definitely wasn't lying when he claimed to be the leader of the village, because otherwise, John wouldn't have been so respectful to him. But then, he returns to a state of absolute fear and anxiety. If I give an evasive answer and he gets angry, I'm done for. Maybe the best choice now is to tell the truth, but will that be okay? When he says that this technique belongs to God, Athos brings him to Dean. Dean returns his red tie, leaving Seojin extremely surprised. He asks back, Huh? You're returning these things? Does that mean we're... Before he can finish, Dean confirms, That's right. You two have been proven innocent. Only then does Seojin feel relieved. Much relieved, the guy happily and gratefully says, Thank God. Dean recounts to him that the old driver, Tomokiko, found them and confirmed that the 2 of them were not members of the Red Hat gang. Hai is extremely surprised and asks, Really? Earlier he was the one accusing us. I couldn't help it either. He said you two saved him and his friends. He remembers the fight in that lot. He saw those people, so he didn't attack, losing the chance to win, so he exclaims, Oh! Dean smiles and continues, After telling the truth, he just vanished. Ha ha ha. Seo-jin just stands there blankly, not knowing what else to say. At this moment, Seo-jin starts laughing out loud. Ha ha ha! Dean, confused, turns back. Hmm? The guy bows his head slightly and says softly, so that's it. Those people. Inside, he thinks, my actions weren't meaningless at all. Suddenly, Seo-jin says, the highest rank. Dean's eyes widen, staring straight at Seo-jin. The guy stands seriously, his voice firm, saying, defeating Nazi, the person with the highest rank. Finally, I've answered him. Seo-jin loudly declares, his goal to Dean, his gaze completely unafraid. My goal is to defeat Nazi, the person holding the highest rank. Jian, outside the door, has heard their entire conversation. He doesn't seem to agree with the boy's resolve. At this point, inside the room, the two lock eyes. An unusually quiet atmosphere fills the air. Seo-jin nervously looks at Dean. Suddenly he turns his back and says, Seo-jin, my friend. Hearing that, Seo-jin is startled and replies, yes? Look out the window, Dean says, directing his gaze toward the window where the light shines in. Seo-jin also follows his gaze. Outside, several skyscrapers look so majestic. Behind the fence, it's so beautiful that it makes Seo-jin unconsciously exclaim, wow! At this point, Dean continues, do you see those high-rise buildings behind that fence? Most of them belong to the Avalon Guild, the guild that Nazi directly leads. Dean's face darkens a bit as he laments, it truly is a beautiful sight. Seo-jin, upon hearing that, can't help but be stunned. All that place? At that moment, I realized the true meaning of my declaration. A sudden fear washed over me. Seo-jin reflects on his own words, Hell Seo. Jin also looked outside. The skyscrapers looked so majestic. Behind the barrier, it was so beautiful that Seo-jin couldn't help but blurt out, wow! Then Jin continued, do you see those high-rises behind the fence? Most of them belong to the Avalon Guild, the one Nazi leads directly. Jin's face darkened as he sighed. It really is a beautiful sight, isn't it? Hearing that, Seo-jin was left stunned. All of that? At that moment, I finally realized the true meaning behind my declaration. A sudden sense of dread washed over him as Seo-jin pondered his own words. Nazi! When I said I wanted to beat her, I wasn't just talking about her. I'm talking about taking down everything beneath her, too. This is a declaration of war, Hellsoul. Jim swallowed hard. His resolve began to waver, and his hands tightened into fists. Deep down, he couldn't stop questioning himself. Can I really do this? Me? A guy who can't even fit in? I can't even handle a small community like a school. A person like me. As he thought this, he felt like he was suffocating, completely out of place in the middle of the classroom. Suddenly, a hand rested on Seo-jin's shoulder, pulling him out of his thoughts. It seems like you're in need of a confidence boost, huh? He jumped, stammering, oh! Dean happily grabbed his neck and said loudly, whatever, I've already decided, Hellsoul. Jin was flustered by the sudden change in his mood and called out, Mr. Dean? Hearing that, Dean replied with a confident smile, I'll help you. Conquer that tower, my friend, Seo-jin. Seo-jin couldn't believe his ears. He asked in shock, seriously, Mr. Dean? Hearing this, the man replied cheerfully, just call me Dean. Ha ha! Ha! Of course I like you! Dean's voice suddenly dropped, sounding mysterious. Besides, it seems like we're on the same page. So, where should we start? Dean squeezed his shoulder even tighter, making Seo-jin beside him groan in discomfort. It's too tight. I can't breathe. Sorry, but can you let me go first? As if remembering something, Dean turned to him and said, Oh, right, I forgot. Sorry, Seo-jin, my friend. Seo-jin looked at him, curious. Just then, Dean asked, have you signed up for the player auditions yet? After a brief exchange, the door to the room opened. Seo-jin trudged out of the room, exhausted. He kept grumbling, phew, finally out. I'm dead tired. He looked ahead and muttered to himself, but at least, I finally found a way to climb the tower. Suddenly, Jian's voice rang out. You really think that's possible? Without him knowing when, Jian had appeared behind him. Seo-jin looked back at him, filled with doubt. Jian had been standing outside the door the whole time. Jian continued, his tone intimidating. I already warned you. Seo-jin, you don't have the capability to climb that tower. But instead of listening to my warning, you're here spouting nonsense. Hyoseojin narrowed his eyes, feeling restless at the other man's intent. Jaeon raised his voice, the pressure from him threatening to crush him. Hyoseojin, do you really believe you can beat Nazi? Trash shouldn't get ahead of themselves. The more he spoke, the more his dissatisfaction showed. If you want it that badly, I can help you realize your true place right now. Instantly, John raised his hand, focusing his energy toward his palm, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, Excalibur came flying out of nowhere and kicked John in the face to the shock of Hyoseojin. Excalibur unfortunately missed the mark, sliding a long way straight onto the balcony. Dissatisfied, she muttered, "Tch, missed." Hyoseojin turned around, panicking. "Lieber!" She looked like she was going crazy, pointing at John and shouting, "You, John, or whatever your name is, you son of a... Who the hell do you think you are to order us around? You're going to regret that arrogant attitude of yours. We're going to become billions of times stronger than you." Jian just listened in silence, but then Hell Soljin's voice from behind made John stumble for a second. "Right." Hearing that, Jin felt a surge of strength and determinedly said, "We will get stronger, climb the tower, and we will definitely defeat Nazi." Hearing that, Jian's eyes couldn't hide his surprise. Hell Soljin remained steady, without a hint of hesitation after his shocking statement. Out of options, John turned and walked away, not forgetting to throw a few insults. "Seems like I'm talking to a brick wall. I can't understand why Mr. Dean likes these scumbags." I glared at them, his tone full of defiance. "Fine. I'll be watching to see how long you can keep that big mouth of yours open." They stood there without fear, eyes following Jian's footsteps until the atmosphere finally relaxed. Hyoseojin collapsed, his body completely drained of strength, exhaling in relief. Oh, they're finally gone. Excalibur, standing nearby, saw this and ordered, "Get up! Are you a spineless creature or what?" She was still seething from what happened, her whole body practically radiating heat. "Hyoseojin, get stronger, and after that, we'll go. Castrate that dog!" Hearing that, he quietly replied, "Okay." Looking at the door closing tightly in front of them, Hyoseojin said, "Oh, that's right, Liber. Dean told me to." Excalibur, beside him, asked curiously, "What?" While the weather was still clear, both of them moved to the location. Hyoseojin now stood among the beastmen, his eyes wide as he looked ahead. "This must be the right place, right?" Excalibur, beside him, replied calmly, "Obviously, you can tell just by looking." Hell Soljin narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "So this is the place Dean mentioned? The first gate. This place is packed with a huge number of beastmen and players. Standing in front of the gate, before their eyes was a large concrete platform with some brat on top. She spoke up, so it looks like everyone is here. In that case, the player selection process will now begin." Everyone around was energized, waiting for this moment. Back to the past, Hyoseojin and Excalibur were now in the city. He trudged along, complaining, "This is bad. I have no idea where the registration spot is." Excalibur, walking in front, turned around, annoyed. "You have a death wish? Because your idiot self doesn't know the address. I've had to run around in circles looking for it. My feet hurt." Hearing that, Hyoseojin retorted, "I thought we would see it right away." Suddenly remembering something, he added, "Oh, right. Dean said if you can't find the registration spot, just follow the others who are also taking the test." Excalibur asked, pressed, "Which people?" He stammered, clearly not sure himself. "He said, you'd just know when you saw them." After saying that, he turned away, patting his head and muttering to himself, "Thinking about it now, how am I supposed to know who to follow? Or is this part of the test?" Excalibur couldn't help but criticize, "You really are useless." A strange voice rang out, catching her attention. "Should I kill them, my master?" Excalibur turned around, confused, looking at him. This guy was completely covered in a hood, laughing and mumbling to himself, "Patience, Xandracon, it's not time yet. Heh." As soon as he finished, another voice replied, Hey, just give the signal, sir. You know I love the taste of blood." Excalibur muttered, "What is that crazy guy muttering about to himself?" Then, as if realizing something, she froze for a moment and hurriedly called out to Hyoseojin, "Hey, is it those people?" He heard her and turned his eyes toward where she was looking, jumping. At the scene in front of them, the people in the corner, a group of players gathered, excitedly examining their weapons. The blond guy pushed up his glasses and smugly asked, "Ha ha! Can you guys feel the sharpness of the blade I forged with my own 2 hands?" Hearing that, the other 2 guys replied excitedly, "Yeah, we can! That's some high-quality gear! Over here!" The other 2 guys shouted excitedly, "Oh yeah! That's the real deal right here!" The girl in the Lolita dress softly asked her teammate beside her, "Ready?" The big guy next to her immediately replied, "Obviously." The loner kid nearby let out a sinister KKK, then tried to calm the creature inside him. "Hey, Xandracon!" The 2 of them watched the weird group ahead, their jaws dropping in shock. "Ugh, Excalibur," she couldn't help but say in disappointment. "Follow them? I'd rather go home." Halcyogen tried to stay calm upon hearing that. "Calm down, Lieber." Suddenly, a strange hand landed on Halcyogen's shoulder. A beast man loomed up from behind with glowing red eyes and threatened, "Move out of the way, pig." Halcyogen stepped aside to clear the path, apologizing. Excalibur, not liking the guy's attitude, mimicked him and annoyed, asked, "Should I just kill them, master?" Halcyogen, hearing this, put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "Esidut, clone, calm down, Lieber." And just like that, we arrived at the registration site. To register to become a player, Excalibur found the spot, tearing up with joy. Thank God the registration desk looks normal. If everyone was like those guys earlier, I probably would have wiped them all out. Halcyogen, exhausted, agreed. He glanced at the buff, menacing people around them and thought to himself, "These guys are candidates just like me." Excalibur saw someone in the distance and said, "Oh, look, someone's getting on the platform." Halcyogen, curious, asked, "Maybe she's going to explain the exam rules?" This person was Momo, the supervisor for Area C. She observed for a moment before speaking. "It seems everyone is finally here. In that case, the Area C player selection will now begin." Remembering back to when, "I was in the room," Dean answered my question vaguely. "You wanted to ask about the criteria for selecting players? There aren't any." He pointed to the sky and simply said, "Just prove that you are special and that's it. That's all you need. Just show them a fraction of the move you used to punch a hole in my wall and you'll pass for sure." Dean's tone was light, as if it were nothing. Not only that, he smiled to reassure Halcyogen, "Nothing to worry about. Just relax, Halcyogen, my friend." Yet in reality, it was completely different. Momo hadn't even started, yet she was already failing candidates left and right. She walked down the line, looking at them one by one, saying, "Fail, fail, fail, fail. You fail too. Fail." The candidates who were cut asked in frustration, "What the heck?" Witnessing this, Halcyogen felt a bit uneasy. "It looks much harder than I thought." Excalibur stared at the scene in front of her, annoyed. "What the hell is this? She's just picking people randomly." But Halcyogen looked up, determined. "I need to figure out the rules of this game. But she is a player, just like Dean and Gian. There must be a criteria. I have to find that criteria before I get failed." Momo, at this moment, stood face to face with the big guy. She looked up, her tone accusing. "You. Do you intend to make a supervisor look up at a candidate? Lower that insolent gaze immediately!" The big guy was startled, stammering, I'm sorry." Seeing he couldn't even speak properly, Momo asked irritably, "Sorry? Do you think this is a daycare?" He looked even more confused, replying, "That's not what I meant, miss." She sighed mysteriously and said, "Fine. All right." Momo peeked behind her to check and announced, "Let's see. Everyone lined up behind this big fellow, pay attention. All of you fail." She said it without a shred of mercy. This was followed by their gasps of shock. "What?" A bearded man yelled furiously. "You make us stand here for 5 hours just to fail us like that? Are you serious?" The blond guy behind him didn't stop begging, "Please give me one more chance." Everyone was crying out, "That's right. At least state the evaluation criteria." Momo frowned. "Criteria?" She kicked her leg up high and shouted, "Of course there is." The kick unleashed a surge of peerless energy, creating a massive explosion that made Dean jump from afar. Seeing him suddenly collapse, John quickly came to check on him. "Are you all right, Lord Dean?" He was coughing violently, trying to answer. Yeah. Almost choked to death. An explosion in the exam area? He looked nervously toward the arena. From beneath the ground, a giant golem emerged, to the shock of all the candidates. Momo stood above, looking at them. It seems this time won't be easy either, she continued, in a threatening tone. Now I, the supervisor, will tell you the criteria for player selection. Momo, class, golem controller. Every word she uttered was unreasonable. The criteria to become a player is simply to be chosen by me. The people below were outraged, saying, so it really is just whether she likes you or not. If she doesn't like you, you fail? Seriously? Momo glared back defiantly. If you have an issue with this, come on. I'm happy to be your opponent. Once you understand that, those who failed can leave. The rest, get back in line as before. Momo's words made the atmosphere heavy. Everyone knew to keep quiet. Some people, just seeing the giant golem in front of them, were already trembling. Seeing no one else speak up, Momo sighed and sat down with a thud. If you were this obedient from the start, it would have been better. You only realize the difference in rank when you see it with your own eyes, don't you? Suddenly, Excalibur's voice rang out from afar. Don't mess with me! She pointed angrily at Momo and shouted, I was going to let it slide, but you keep showing off about being a player when you're not even that big of a deal. Halcyon, behind her, tried to stop her. Lieber, don't! She didn't stop, continuing to criticize. What kind of crazy criteria is that? What do you take us for? Trash? Even though Halcyon tried his best to persuade her to calm down, Excalibur yelled aggressively at him too. Wake up, Halcyon! If being a player means becoming someone like that, then I don't want it. This statement of hers attracted the curiosity of the other players. Everyone looked their way. Excalibur turned back and asked defiantly, How about you, Halcyon? Halcyon, hearing that, was stunned, unable to say a word for a moment. Momo's contemptuous voice rang out again. It seems this batch of candidates is a bit slow. After seeing the difference in rank with your own eyes, you still don't know your place? In no time, she walked over to Excalibur, challenging her. Do you need to get your eyes checked? If you're that confident, fight me. You only need to touch a single hair of mine and you'll pass. She stood face to face, with her eyes showing no respect. Excalibur, refusing to lose, replied, If you say so, you better keep your word. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Everyone was determined to take the other down. The fact that Lieber and Halcyon provoked the supervisor had a positive impact. A little devil sitting on another demon's shoulder enjoyed the spectacle. Oh, wow, how novel. Another guy saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Are they stupid? Negatively, on the other hand. Ha ha ha. Are these idiots serious? On the other hand, things are getting pretty twisted over here. The crow-masked people had been silently observing them, but whatever the case, it was enough to make the examinees, who were being suppressed by the proctor, turn their attention toward the pink-haired girl. Keeping her eyes fixed on the struggle, Momo, filled with fighting spirit, challenged them in a provocative tone. What are you waiting for? Isn't it time for you to make a move? The sun has already set a long time ago. Excalibur gripped his fists and replied with a sarcastic smirk. If you're so confident, then you make the first move. Sparks seemed to fly between them. Hearing this, Momo mocked him. Oh, please, can you even handle it? Excalibur retorted quickly. Oh, please, my ass. I'm going to kill you. Seeing the intense murderous intent between the two, Halcyon was stunned for a moment before he spoke up to mediate, trying to calm them down. Hey, you two don't need to fight. Just talk it out and reconcile. Little did he know, before he could finish. 3 sentences, something behind them suddenly exploded, making Halcyon jump and instinctively curse. Damn it, what the hell was that? In the ensuing chaos, a few examinees gripped their weapons, confused and asking, Oh, there's so much smoke, did something just explode? The rest scattered in panic, saying, That wasn't an explosion. An eliminated examinee kept muttering to himself, then suddenly slashed and killed a golem. On the ground, the golem's corpse was sliced in two. A red silhouette flickered there. His eyes were bloodshot as he kept muttering, I got eliminated? Don't mess with me. Is this supposed to be the proof of a player's status that you guys are so proud of? It was the same self-absorbed guy from earlier. He folded his arms and scoffed. Ah, so I guess I've reached that level. Your standards are truly disappointing. After a moment, he raised his head and arrogantly declared, Proctor, I will personally see to it that you are disqualified from the list of players. His evil spirits broke free from his body, excitedly obeying, Keiki, just give the order, master. Momo and Excalibur stopped fighting at the sight and said in unison, Is this lunatic trying to do something insane? The self-absorbed guy stood up, gripped his scythe, and commanded the evil spirits, Kill them, Xandracon! Just like that, his evil spirits lunged toward Jahul and Momo. Momo immediately took a defensive stance, secretly thinking, how childish, so bitter about being disqualified. She reached out a hand, looked at him with contempt, and said, I'll surpass you based on my own merits. You talk way too much, you weirdo. You and you're all the same. You only know how to make excuses for yourselves and don't care about anyone else. Just then, a shadow dashed past, surprising Momo. Heoseo Jin lunged forward, in the blink of an eye. In the astonishment of the others, he turned back, panicked, and said, Liba, help me. If this continues, everyone else will get dragged into this fight! Hearing this, Excalibur clicked his tongue in frustration, flipped off Momo, and shouted, Damn it! Fine! You're lucky this time, you bitch! Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. I'll lend a hand. A hooded figure slowly stepped forward, pushing Heoseo Jin's shoulder aside, and said, You guys have hogged all the attention. Now that there's a fun show, you've got to share. This made him lose his balance. Oh, and remember to cheer for me. Despite Heoseo Jin's attempts to stop him, Heoseo Jin had forgotten one thing. The evil spirit zoomed toward the hooded youth, fearsomely reaching out to grab him. Yet the youth wasn't afraid at all, nonchalantly eating a piece of candy. Seeing this, the self-absorbed guy smugly ordered, Keki, what an arrogant fool! Destroy him, Xandracon! His evil spirit replied sinisterly, reaching out, As you wish, master. The difference was that this time the people around didn't need him to protect them anymore. Somehow, the evil spirit was suddenly sliced into 100 pieces. The hooded guy turned back calmly, flashing a sign at Heoseo Jin. 1. He was Bastus Glass, a player candidate. Excalibur saw this and said bitterly, Tisk, I was just about to go all out. In contrast, Heoseo Jin beside him marveled, Amazing, what did he just do? Momo stood still, observing from afar. The self-absorbed guy, after seeing his evil spirit get wrecked, snapped his scythe in anger and yelled, Damn it, no way! My Xandracon can't be like this! That's enough of you making a scene, a strange voice suddenly sounded from behind. He turned back indignantly and asked, Who are you? The pink-haired girl then continued, Who else could it be? I'm just an examinee like you. She was Kina Lilith class, a player candidate. Seeing him not reply, Kina Lilith crossed her arms and commanded, Stop making a scene and get out of here. The guy yelled back angrily, Shut your mouth, don't order me around. Kina's expression didn't change. She reached out her hand and said firmly, I'm giving an order. This is a warning. Whether you listen or not is up to you, but you aren't planning on fighting when you don't even have a weapon anymore, are you? Other examinees who were injured were furious and started hurling insults. He dared to drag us into his mess. Get down here, you dog. The self-absorbed guy turned around in annoyance. Ugh! He yelled defiantly. Just you wait, you bastards! Before being dragged away by guards, he kept struggling, bitterly saying, I will definitely have my revenge. I will curse you all. I will become the Grim Reaper and torment your souls. Kina Lilith sighed, and Bastus beside her said with contempt, What is this guy rambling about? Excalibur watched him leave and said with boredom, Looks like he was just a loudmouth, Heoseo Jin added. But thanks to him, we aren't being targeted by the proctor anymore. Suddenly, someone raised their hand to speak. I have a question. Hearing this, Heoseo Jin immediately turned back. The crow-masked man spoke up. What happens to us now? Are we just going to have to line up again and wait to be failed by some arbitrary biased judgment? Ah! Seeing him suddenly appear, Heoseo Jin thought, He appeared right behind me again. I didn't even notice. The others agreed. The hooded swordsman pointed at himself dreamily and asked, That's right. Are we going to be evaluated like this again? The little devil muttered wearily, I don't want to wait in line anymore. The ancient girl on the other side started complaining, "Actually, this whole test is meaningless." Following that was the agreement of the girl beside her. "Yeah, what kind of twisted selection criteria is this?" Other rumors began to spread. "I heard a candidate in Area B passed just because they were rich." "What? What's going on? Surely they'd fail, right?" "What was that?" "Come to think of it, I heard someone passed because they were in the Avalon Guild." The reactions of other examinees followed. "I heard that too." "That's terrible, isn't it?" "Yeah, no way. It's over," Hyo-Seo-jin thought nervously. "The atmosphere is so bad. I wonder where the proctor went." Momo spoke up again. "It seems like everyone." Everyone complained about the test, catching the attention of them all. The golem began to reassemble into its original form, and Momo stood proudly atop it, looking down at Excalibur. Seeing this, he got fired up again, saying, "What the hell? Where's that bitch's brain?" Only Hyo-Seo-jin was surprised, saying the golem wasn't fully dead yet. The imp then resisted, pointing toward. She barked, "Of course we're going to complain. Do you plan on just doing whatever you want?" The others behind her added, "We won't just stand by and watch anymore." Witnessing this, she smirked and shouted to the crowd. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Realizing their attitude had shifted, Hyo-Seo-jin asked, confused, "Libby, these guys?" Hearing that, she raised her hand to shield him, saying, "Stay close to me, Hyo-Seo-jin." On the imp's side, everyone looked annoyed. Kina, Lilith, and Pastis watched quietly, while the guy in the crow mask stayed mysterious, waiting for the announcement. Then, Momo glanced over them, smiling mysteriously. After a moment, she spoke up to diffuse the situation. "No need to be so aggressive. Everyone here has already..." Through that statement, it left them shocked. Hyo-Seo-jin and Excalibur shouted, confused, "What?" Momo continued, "The criteria to pass is to resist, regardless of the situation, never. Allowing yourself to be controlled is a quality a player needs." The golem pointed to the sky, and she quickly added, "If you blindly follow the rules someone else set, then you aren't qualified to be a player." But that stunt from before was a bit much, so I decided that resisting is the criteria to pass this test. Do you guys have anything else to say? These words successfully calmed them down. The imp softened his voice, saying, "Put like that, it sounds reasonable." Pastis, standing nearby, indifferently said, "If I pass, whatever, I don't care." Only Kina and Lilith were confused, saying, "But still, it's a bit strange." Hearing that, Pastis turned back and asked, What do you mean?" She then said suspiciously, "It's nothing, but isn't the number of passing candidates too high?" Momo held up a finger, looking sly, and said, "Exactly." She spoke enigmatically, her tone a bit ambiguous. "The number of candidates who passed exceeds what I originally planned. The reason is simple. There was someone who set an example and led the others to resist." Hearing this, Hyo-Seo-jin jumped in surprise. Not finished, she announced, "So I'm going to add one more condition to pass. If I just let all of you pass like this, I'll have to write a report and get reprimanded." Momo suddenly stopped and asked loudly, "Where's the one who set the example? What's his name?" Hearing that, Hyo-Seo-jin tremblingly replied, "My name is Hyo-Seo-jin, ma'am." Contrary to the insolent response from Excalibur, Libe wanted to say something. "Bark, you!" He looked at Momo, anxiously listening to her continue. "All right, Hyo-Seo-jin and Libe, just one condition." She raised her index finger and slowly made the request. "Just show me a move that can surprise me. If you two exceed my expectations, I promise I'll let everyone here pass." As soon as she finished, all the candidates simultaneously turned their eyes toward them. Hyo-Seo-jin swallowed hard, feeling extremely anxious. Excalibur and Hyo-Seo-jin were looking off into the distance, then he turned to her and asked, "Ready, Libe?" She was extremely excited and determined as she answered, "Of course I am." Immediately, a lightning bolt appeared in front of everyone. Sumama stood there, panicked. "Why? Did lightning suddenly strike?" A young man standing nearby held his weapon in a very strange posture. "Does it look dangerous?" A guy with a black mask ducked down in fear. "Oh God, I almost pissed myself." Kina and Lilith stood there looking worried. "No way. Is that?" Driven by that overwhelming power, she said, "An ego weapon?" Meanwhile, Hyo-Seo-jin stood there blankly, holding the debris in his hand. "Oh, damn, that masked guy," was smiling sweetly, while she stared with wide eyes. A moment later, Momo looked down with a darkened face, reminding him, "I'll give you 5 seconds." The thing he held in his hand suddenly shouted, "What the hell is going on, Halcyone? Do it properly!" He didn't take it lying down and retorted, "My fault? It's your fault!" It continued, "Of course it is. You're the one who possesses the power of Lord Arthur." Suddenly, a brown demon appeared and lunged. It counted down. 5. He was startled and shivered. The dagger he held also said, "That bitch started the countdown. Hurry up." It appeared in front of him and urged him, "Do something, Halcyone. Don't you have any special talents?" He was suddenly panicked. "Huh? Wait, let me try to remember." Then he winced and turned red, trying to think. Deep down, "I have no talents. Everything is thanks to Liba. If I had any talent, I wouldn't have been so pathetic in reality." Suddenly, Halcyone's eyes widened and he said, "Wait!" The demon's countdown was still ringing. 4. The dagger continued to urge Halcyone, "If it goes on like this, I'll just have to charge in alone." The countdown continued. 3. He said slowly, "No." The countdown rang out again. 2. He hung his head and broke into a sweat, saying, "Let me handle it." The final number was issued. Excalibur turned, his head back, staring wide-eyed at Halcyone. He rushed forward, holding his weapon, thinking, "Because I was so panicked, I forgot the only thing I have from reality." Immediately, he held something out in front of them, trembling, thinking, "My special point." Momo showed no expression, looking down, wondering, "This is your special point?" The thing he held out was a smartphone, and he said clearly, "That's right." Everyone standing there was shocked. The monsters also jerked their heads to look. Excalibur's face was as crumpled as a monkey's ass. The weapon on Halcyone opened its mouth. "What the hell is that?" He just sighed and said, This is the one and only thing." Immediately it lunged, grabbing his throat and cursing him out. "Damn you! You said you'd leave it to me, now you're showing off with that piece of junk?" He hurriedly explained. "You're wrong. Let me explain first. It will definitely surprise her." She immediately replied, "I don't give a damn, save your explanations." He hurried to continue. "If I knew from the start, I would have punched that bitch." She kept shaking him until he was a mess. Who in the world passes a candidate just because they pulled out some unknown piece of crap? Momo smiled wickedly, looking down and saying, "Pass." This statement left the two who were arguing frozen, and Excalibur was full of question marks in his head. Halcyone stuttered, looking at the monster. "Does that mean the test is over?" It stared, wondering. "You have anything else to show me?" He was extremely embarrassed and quickly answered, "It's not like that, but I haven't explained yet, and you already passed me?" Momo looked down, blankly, and asked, "Explain what?" "And that," she continued, "is a smartphone, isn't it?" He was panicked when he heard her answer. "How did you know?" At this moment, she jumped down to the ground and continued, "How strange. Your names are Libe and Halcyone, right? I've only heard rumors. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes like this." She stood in front of them and spoke, "I will keep my promise." He was startled, saying, "Wait, how do you know this is a smartphone?" Immediately, she turned her head away, raising her hand to direct all attention. He exploded with emotion and shouted back, "Let's go!" Samama raised her weapon, sitting atop the demon, and spoke with the authority of a player. Momo, I hereby announce that all candidates present have passed, 2 or 3 of you." The crowd cheered, "Hoo-yah!" as they rushed toward Seojin. He reached out to her with tears in his eyes. "Wait, how do you know what a smartphone is? You did that on purpose, didn't you?" She calmly turned her head back and replied, "If you have questions, you have to find the answers yourself. You're a full-fledged player candidate now." Seojin shuddered, brow furrowing at her words. "See you at the finals, Seojin." At the player selection contest, Momo walked away. In a place filled with high-rise buildings, Dean appeared and glanced at her. "Smartphone, what is that?" Sitting at a desk, he looked at him and said, "I've been so focused on training and competing that I have no idea what the world is like nowadays." He smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Ah, right, I forgot." Seojin's eyes widened, looking worried. "What's wrong? Do you want me to look into that for you?" It's nothing. The door opened with a click. He stepped out, feeling sluggish, thinking to himself, asking him to look into this is a bit too much. Dean has already given me so much that I haven't been able to repay. He bowed his head in contemplation. If someone here knows about smartphones, it means there's someone else besides me. His hands clenched, trembling. Looking at his trembling, tightly clenched fists, he bit his lip. Pathetic. Whenever anything related to reality comes up, I start shaking with fear again. I already decided I had to change. Sitting alone with his inner thoughts, all alone. Stupid. A thief with his face covered, revealing only blue eyes, and matching hair, watched him walking by. He leaped out the window with a thud, landing gracefully. Dean was sitting on the windowsill looking down, smiling. Since when? And beside him was Ran. It seemed things had already begun. Then he ordered Ran to find out what a smartphone was. He bowed his head and replied, "Understood." Looking down at the alley where the thief had just jumped, he continued, "That's right. He's somewhere out there now." He pointed at something and said, "That bastard is being protected by Dean, which is why he's so hard to tail. Anyone not in my class who tries to tail him gets spotted immediately." A Karma, also covered in a cloak, and having a beak like a parrot, looked at him and said, "Very good." He looked up, clenching both fists, saying, "Does that mean?" The ghost answered, "Exactly. If you can steal that item, I'll give you half of its value." It said softly, "Promise." After that, he turned, waved goodbye to it, and, "Then I'll trust you and wait. I'm very good at keeping secrets, don't worry." Suddenly, something made him stare in terror. The hand of this ghost had pierced straight through his stomach, causing blood to splatter everywhere, accompanied by his scream, "Ah!" His vision blurred as his final words slipped out, "I knew it would be like this," and he collapsed to the ground. The ghost with the beak, feeling nothing, looked straight ahead and said, "The location of the smartphone has been confirmed. Let's rob it." It looked at its kindred standing around and ordered, "Anyone who gets in the way, remember, including Seojin, kill them all." Within the alleyway, the voice still echoed, "Just as I predicted." The parrot-beaked ghost appeared with a hunched back, saying, "I don't see any sign of Dean." It continued calculatingly, "The time has come." It raised its hand, sharp claws trembling. "Let's carry out the plan." A window, a breeze passing through, making the curtains flutter as sunlight streamed in. Dean was sitting in front of this window, and before him stood Seojin. He was standing there, holding a piece of paper, trembling, sweating. "Ah," looking at the paper with the number 6 million, he asked, puzzled, "What is this?" Dean cheerfully gave a thumbs up and said, "What do you think? The amount you need to pay, of course." Seojin's mouth sputtered. Pay?" His words continued, shocking him further. "Medical bills for the gate guards you injured. Repair costs for the prison walls. That's not even counting the living expenses. Consider it my treat." Sweat poured down Seojin's face as he held the paper. "Then what about our treasure?" He leaned in close, whispering, "That was returned to its rightful owners. Since the Red Hat gang stole it, it's only right that it be returned." He raised his hand to his chin, glancing away. "Let's see. If you work hard non-stop for 2 or 3 months, you should be able to pay off your debt." Hearing that, he was even more shocked, shouting at him, "3 months?" Seojin bowed his head in trembling cold sweat, thinking, it already took time just to meet Nazi, and now I'm being tied down for 3 months, and I still have to look into this smartphone business. Then Dean, with a twinkle in his eye, offered an idea. "There is another way," he said, "for you to pay off your debt in 1 week." His eyes seemed to light up. He shouted, "Really?" Out on the street, where children were playing soccer, Ran and Seojin walked with bored, long-suffering expressions, and Excalibur, arms crossed, glanced at him as he strolled down the street. Suddenly, he glanced over, thinking, I didn't expect him to tell us to follow him. Ran felt awkward, thinking that Excalibur chided him, "How much longer do we have to follow this guy?" He couldn't take it either and replied, "I don't know." Then she shouted loudly at him right in the middle of the street, "What? You didn't ask before agreeing?" He wasn't any less sharp, arguing back, "It was so sudden, how was I supposed to ask anything?" His explanation continued, "Besides, most of the debt is medical bills for the guards you beat up, so be patient." She could only grit her teeth, feeling wronged. Their back-and-forth conversation continued. "I already apologized for that." "Well, yeah, that's true, but—" Ran, walking ahead, couldn't take it anymore, turned her face, scowling at them. "I said to follow quietly." Immediately, he reached out to cover his mouth. He and she answered, "Yes, ma'am." But Excalibur's mouth kept running. "What the hell is this?" Seojin reminded her immediately. "Stop talking!" Ran was also annoyed, thinking, "Lord Dean. Oh, what is he planning?" He recalled the conversation with Dean. "Lord Dean, what do you mean by telling them to follow me on my patrol around the village?" Dean, like a chess master, sat before the window, replying calmly, "There's a justified reason." Then Dean continued looking at him. "I would love to follow them personally, but I have to leave the village for a while." Rand's face showed shock. Before he could finish his sentence, he replied, "Exactly." Dean bared his left arm, showing off an armor piece that was glowing. "My left arm is ready." Finally, he gave Rand careful instructions. "While I'm away getting the left arm from the 15th floor, watch over them for me. I'll return after I've retrieved it." He could only sadly bow his head, thinking, "Lord Dean, no matter how much I rack my brains, I can't understand." Back in this present, he was still very frustrated with the two of them, thinking, "Why do you care? About these idiots?" Behind him, Ran was getting annoyed as she turned around because she said, "Give me a bite." He snapped, shouting, "You have your own!" But suddenly something made Ran stop in surprise. It turned out to be, the child had just taken a painful fall right in front of him. The boy looked ahead, tears beginning to well up, saying, "My sausage!" Only now did the boy look up, startled, because he had splattered sauce all over the guy standing there looking menacingly in front of him. Hyo Seojin, standing behind, was startled and terrified, thinking, "Oh no, sauce on his clothes!" The girl behind him just frowned and said, "Hey, kid." "He's done for," the guy behind thought, also terrified, thinking of the terrifying look on Ran's face ahead. Oh crap, no. There's no way Ran would just let this slide. But unexpectedly, he didn't say a word and just walked past the boy, making the kid look up at him. He was startled and didn't understand while the girl glanced away. "Phew! He just walked away? Seriously?" The boy's friends suddenly ran up, calling his name. Teru and the guy behind also hurried over to ask, "Are you okay, kid?" Excalibur was there too, standing in the back, calm as ever. Of course he's fine. Falling like that, how could he die? The guy immediately scolded her. "Libe, how can you be so cruel?" A little girl with red hair, the boy's friend, came over and scolded the boy. "You dare to block Sir Rand's path?" The boy accompanying her also chimed in. The guy's second shock happened as the red-haired girl frowned and snapped at the boy. "If you had paid attention to where you were walking, you wouldn't have bumped into Sir Rand." The guy behind scratched his head, feeling helpless. "Hey, you should have asked if your friend was okay first." That girl immediately turned around and snapped at him too. "What's it to you? He fell like that, how could he die?" The boy standing next to her remained silent. The guy broke into a cold sweat. Well, I guess so." After that, Hyo Seojin grew weary and turned to face the wall while the girl stepped up to the little girl. "I didn't expect you brats to care about that jerk so much. Surprising." The little girl was still feisty. "What? Who's a brat? Do you want to die?" The girl leaned her face right up to hers and said loudly, "Dare to call Sir Rand a jerk? Take that back." The girl also got right in the kid's face, frowning. "Ran this? Ran that? You like that guy so much?" The kid didn't hesitate. "Of course! Sir Rand always protects us." The two people standing there could only stand dumbfounded, saying nothing else. They kept walking, and the girl said something that made Rand look back. "Seems like you're pretty popular with the kids. Isn't that right?" He looked at her and replied immediately, "What's that supposed to mean? Are you mocking me?" He shyly scratched his head. "No, I didn't mean it like that." The girl added something that made him stare, saying, "As for popularity, you're not doing too badly yourself." Suddenly, a bunch of beautiful white creatures swarmed to his feet, startling him. He tried to pull his leg away, shouting, "What is this? When did they swarm me?" Then the girl turned to look at Ran, laughing uncontrollably, pointing at him and saying, "Ha ha, hilarious." Meanwhile, he was being carried away by them, shouting, "Stop laughing and help me!" The girl standing there was speechless. After that, she finally spoke up, making him turn to look. "You should feel proud to be loved by them." Ran squatted down to look at the creatures. They were adorable. He said, "Mokono are the mascots of the Heavenly Terrarium Tower. Don't mention them, they chose to approach me." Ran gently stroked their bodies, but immediately dodged them. Touching them is hard enough, let alone touching them deep down. As soon as he touched it, it curled right up. Suddenly he pulled his hand back, eyes wide. Ran frowned and said, "Just as I thought." Seojin picked one up, surprised by his words. "It seems it's not a coincidence that the Mokono protect you from me." After that he bowed. "Can I ask you one thing?" He glanced down, listening to Seojin's question. "Are you becoming a player to protect the village?" Ran looked down, his face somber. He touched a golden string-like hair, which was glowing with a worried expression. "Without this power, I am just an ordinary person. I can't do anything at all. I am only doing what those who cherish me want." He thought of the children playing earlier and said, "That's right. I do it because of them." Ran clenched his fist, lowered his head, and said with determination, "I became a player to punish evil on behalf of the weak." The golden string wrapped around his body, and he looked at him in return. "Is that so?" His expression was also worried as he looked at him. "Just as I thought, I can't understand you." Seojin looked away, frowning and looking down. He continued walking forward, saying, "I don't need you to understand." Excalibur looked up at his expression and said, "So intense. You don't usually go around judging other people's motives like that." "Not at all." His eyes glanced down, filled with deep thoughts. "On behalf of the weak, no, that's not it." His hand clenched tight, thinking, "That's still not what the weak truly want." Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted right on top of the building behind them, making them all startle and look back. Seojin looked up, panicked, and shouted, "What is that? Is it a fire?" The girl was also filled with fear, looking toward the market they had just passed. On the other side, Ran's face was wrinkled, looking terrifying. It turned out that the parrot-beaked ghost had appeared with his accomplices. Standing there, it stepped forward and looked at them, saying, "Ready for action. Give me that guy, Seojin." All the residents ran in panic from the shocking explosion. Seojin, accompanied by Excalibur, hurriedly asked the people, who were running, "Excuse me, what's going on?" The man hurriedly looked at him and replied, "I don't know. Some madmen just started setting fires." His face was filled with worry and deep thoughts. "Someone is intentionally setting fire to the village. The Ghost Gladiator, rank 2, guard it." Then he looked back at Ran, who was standing there watching the fire. "Sir Ran, where is Dean?" He replied, "Dean is not here right now." Seojin grabbed the girl standing next to him, panicked, asking, "Why did this happen right when Dean is away?" He stood there, bowing his head helplessly, replying, "It's precisely because he's away that they are attacking the village." After that Ran continued, "Seojin, this is your first mission. Go call the guards." I immediately shouted in fear, "What are you going to do?" At this moment, Ran was like a burning flame, still bowing his head, saying clearly, "Just asking." Immediately, Ran dashed into the high sky, leaving him in panic. Seojin immediately screamed in frustration, "Wait!" No matter the situation, going alone is still too much. Excalibur, standing by with arms crossed, glanced over. "Want to follow him?" Seojin could only stand there, dazed, accepting it in the dark. The conversation between the two of them went on one by one. "Hurry up and call the guards. I know a shortcut." How annoying. Ran over there was still dashing into the sky with his strength. His face wasn't feeling very pleasant either. "What were you thinking? Playing around and neglecting your duty?" Remembering the moment he saw the thief, he blamed himself. Even though he knew trouble was coming, his face was very frustrated, thinking, "You still couldn't handle it." Suddenly, as Ran was flying up to a spot, another explosion occurred. It wasn't light at all. A footstep stepped forward, speaking up. "Your name is Ran, right? Village Guardian?" An intimidating demon girl with wide, staring eyes and long white hair stepped forward, saying, "Too late." She went along with her flock of demons. "Found you!" Immediately, they lunged towards him with weapons. A swish sound and a voice rang out, confirming Rand's sword strikes were not gentle at all, slicing them down. Seeing this situation, she also lunged down, charging into the battle. Each wave of weaponry brought intense energy. She had a lot of power. Sparks flew suddenly as her eyes widened. She unleashed her superpowers, though burning that thing looked like it was going to be a tough job. Her gaze shifted. Noticing those powers, she saw two guys already knocked out on the ground. She spoke up. Took them both out in one hit. Zan stood somewhere behind the waves of energy. "Intense, and they're elites too," she remarked, observing the scene. "Guess that's what you'd expect from a guard." Suddenly, a faint, glowing trail of energy flared up, slowly forming a swirling vortex that pulled everything into its circular path. Zan reached out, his hand gripping his power, shouting with determination, "I'm going to take you down right now." He charged toward her, cloaked in his golden energy. She didn't. Just stand there. She held a massive charge of power in her hand, ready to unleash it. Then, their two terrifying forces collided, and finally both of them landed on the ground. Facing off, Zan's spirit remained incredibly determined. He stared at her, then lunged, kicking straight at her before launching himself forward with super divine speed. From the opposite direction, she also charged in, looking terrifying. From high above, they fought all the way down to the ground with their super-level powers, never letting up. The forces remained intense, spitting out flames. She looked ahead as smoke and dust filled the air. Right after that, Zan burst out from the dust, ramming straight into her. He punched her, sending her crashing into a distant wall before coming to a stop. Looking from afar, wielding powerful golden weapons, Zan remained in his defensive stance. Then he rushed in again at breakneck speed. "It's over!" As the powers struck her, she suddenly wore a terrifying grin. The remaining demons lurked behind, pouncing and grabbing Zan. "Gotcha!" Bits of torn, tattered fabric flew through the air as they overpowered him. His shirt was ripped away, revealing his ripped, muscular physique. She looked on with indifference, wearing a smirk as Zan was chained to the wall by their gear. "Surprising, really," he said, standing before her. Hearing her words, he realized, "So you can control more than just that golden fragment?" Then he scowled, questioning, "What is your goal? Not answering means death." Her face dipped, shadowed as she wore a chilling smile. "Like you'd let me live if I answered," she mocked. Still sitting there, she spoke. "Guard Zan, you've lost." Over there, Hyoseojin and Excalibur were being blocked by a massive demon. "We've achieved our goal. You're Hyoseojin, right? Nice to meet you again." Standing there, looking up anxiously, the one from the test, Excalibur, hid behind him and whispered, "Hyoseojin, I have a bad feeling about this." Behind them, flames had crept in. "We're surrounded by fire!" His eyes widened. With a grim look on his face, he stared at the demon. "Sorry, but we're in a hurry right now. We have a mission to call for reinforcements." The parrot-beaked demon looked at him and replied, "I don't know what you need to talk about, but save it for later." "No way!" His eyes went wide with panic at the response. "Because you're the reason for this fire!" He looked up and shouted, "Why would you do that?" It only calmly replied, "I don't want anyone interfering in our conversation, Hyoseojin." It kept its gaze fixed on him, saying, "No one is getting in. Here, not even Zan or Dean." Hyoseojin's face showed growing fear as he looked up and asked, "What do you want from me?" Amidst the raging flames, its words only made the fire burn hotter. "You're sharp, Hyoseojin, I like that." Then this demon held out its hand toward him. "Hand over your smartphone. Do that, and I'll let you live." Heartbeats thundered through the dark, gloomy forest at the tower of Terrarium, level 15. Thick smoke billowed from the top, proof that someone was working inside. Someone's voice echoed outside. "Okay, connection's smooth now. Mary Rose Glass." The mechanic, rank 758, stepped out slowly with a glass of water in her hand and asked, "How's it going? Not as uncomfortable as you thought, right?" Sweat poured like a river as Dean gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. "It's not." He bowed his head, tensing his muscles to endure the stinging pain in his right shoulder. Can you just do it faster? Mary, indifferent, sat typing on her keyboard, then turned to complain. I'm working as fast as I can. No clue what's going on with the immigration village anyway. Dean, surprised, asked back, What? You're not the type to care about the outside world. Mary looked at the tangled mess of wires and replied pityingly, Honestly, I'm not interested at all, but I'm afraid you'll faint again, so I'm just making small talk. He spit out a dry remark. Thanks for the concern. Dean looked down at the ground, trying to choose his words. By the way, I have something I want to ask you. He paused for a second and then continued. Have you ever heard of something called a smartphone? Mary's mask didn't show any expression, but her voice clearly betrayed surprise. What? A smartphone? She stood before him with her hands on her hips, exclaiming, That sounds pretty hot. Even a tech-illiterate like you knows about it? Dean felt intrigued, lifting his eyes to look straight at her and pressing, You know something about it? Mary didn't hesitate to share what she knew. I've only heard rumors. It seems like it has the ability to awaken a special power inside the user. More importantly, a dark space with a monster with blood-red eyes appeared in her mind. She warned in a low voice, It's best not to get involved with that thing. The image became clearer. Two people were standing face to face with Mego in a cold, dark alley. Hyoseojin looked at the group, loitering at the mouth of the alley, quickly calculating in his head, Those guys are intentionally showing themselves to intimidate me. Don't even think about running. Mego spread his sharp claws in front of him and commanded, Hand over the smartphone. Do that, and I'll let you live. Hyoseojin was so angry, he gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. They say it so convincingly, like a guy who set fire to the whole district just for a smartphone is actually going to let me live? They'll kill me the second they get the phone. He reached into his pocket, pretending to rummage through it to stall for time, but he still couldn't think of any other way. For now, he had to play along. He looked up, straight at the monster, and stammered, Wait a second. I think I kept it in my pocket. The moment he finished, its bird-like claws made intimate contact with his face. It was a brutal blow, the force so strong that Hyoseojin was lifted off his feet and sent flying into a distant corner. Mego coldly warned, Don't try any funny business, kid. It didn't hesitate to unleash a heavy threat. Do it again and I'll kill you. While he was still coughing, trying to get back up, Kali shouted worriedly, Hyoseojin, and ran over. Veins bulged on her face as she gritted her teeth and cursed, You bastard! Seeing the burning rage, Hyoseojin tried to stop her. Don't, Kaylee. He forced himself to get up and advised, I'm okay. Just do what he says. Kaylee's eyes went wide as she turned to challenge him. But you? Hyoseojin balled his fists on the ground, his face expressionless, repeating, I said it's okay. Kali, trust me. Kaylee frowned, asserting, Just believe me. Kaylee heard this and was so furious she couldn't say a word. If looks could kill, Hyoseojin would have likely been dead 1,000 times over. In the end, she could only helplessly go along with it. Fine, get up quickly. He murmured a word of gratitude, Thanks. Inside, Hyoseojin kept calculating the costs and benefits. If they fought, this guy was an opponent he'd have to risk his life for. He had to avoid a fight at all costs, at least until someone came to rescue them. Finally, he calmed himself down. For the last time, she could only helplessly give in. Got it, now get up, he muttered, though in his mind he was thanking him. Meanwhile, CEO Jin was constantly weighing the risks. If they actually fought, this guy is a threat. I'd have to risk my life to take him on. I need to avoid this fight at all costs, at least until someone comes to help. He finally managed to steady himself, not wanting to drive him completely insane, and deciding to trade material for safety, he held out the smartphone. Suddenly, a curious voice cut through the tense atmosphere, startling everyone. What are you doing here, Red? A kid-looking character stepped up beside Miko, tilting their head in confusion. Hey, don't you see the fire? This isn't the time to be chatting, is it? Hyoseojin was completely stunned. His eyes went wide. You're the little girl from earlier? Miko shared the same confusion, wondering who the kid was and how they even got inside. The red-haired kid didn't flinch, snapping back, What do you mean, who? I just walked in, you idiot. Ah! Miko let out a huff, raising his voice to curse. You idiots can't even guard a single street properly. Meanwhile, Hyoseojin scrambled forward, trying to salvage the situation. Don't. But the red-haired kid didn't know the meaning of fear, continuing to pick a fight. You're the one who asked first, so why are you the one complaining now? It was like she came from the planet of a million questions, bombarding Miko with constant questions and insults. Besides, don't you feel hot? That mask looks suffocating. Finally, just as Miko's claws were about to strike, the red-haired kid was still asking, or are you just cosplaying? Hyoseojin unleashed every ounce of his remaining strength, lunging to grab this reckless kid and pulling her away from those deadly claws. Miko, by this point, had completely lost his patience. Enough stalling! Hyoseojin, I'll just tear it from your corpse! Hyoseojin, still holding the red-haired kid, shouted, Kali, run! He threw the smartphone over Miko's head. Go! Catch it! Kaylee understood the plan instantly, shouting, got it, and darting away. Miko felt his authority being insulted. You cocky brat! Ignoring the murderous aura radiating behind her, Kaylee quickly snatched the smartphone. Gotcha. She grinned, shaking the device in her hand and turning back to taunt him. Hey, you mangy dog! You want this? Too bad, I'm way faster than you. But then, a cold chill hit the air, making Kali's smile freeze. Monsters surged from nowhere, grabbing her tight. The red-haired kid shrieked in terror. Big sister! Miko sneered. Break her wrist. If she manages to use the smartphone, that'll be annoying. The monsters obeyed, stomping down hard on Kaylee's hand. The sound of cracking bone made her grit her teeth. In agony, her pupils shrinking. Miko looked toward Hyoseojin, judging him. Pathetic. You were going to ditch the kid and run away alone? Is that your plan? Hyoseojin wiped his mouth, expressionless, not denying it. Yeah. Just as he spoke, Kaylee's body burst into searing flames, shocking Miko and his minions. Jian, standing on a nearby rooftop and staring at the alley that had erupted in blinding light, frowned and whispered, That power. It belongs to Hyoseojin. Miko seemed to share the same thought. This must be the rumored power of the smartphone. But he looked at the smartphone lying untouched on the ground and immediately dismissed his own theory. No, that thing hasn't changed at all. Then why is this brat... Hyoseojin looked at the stunned Miko in front of him and praised, Good distraction, Kali. Now Miko likely realized, the aura of the Chosen One. A surge of overwhelming power appeared beside the red-haired kid, accompanied by Hyoseojin's calm voice, With this, He stood in a defensive stance, sword in hand, ready to turn the tables. One blow is enough to blow you away. The red-haired kid, still curious, asked, Whoa, mister, are you a player like Lord Jian too? Hyoseojin didn't answer her, only warning, It's dangerous, get back. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. I'll handle this quickly. Miko, now completely consumed by rage, roared back. Hyoseojin, where did you get that power? Kaylee smirked, spitting out the words. That's... Hyoseojin finished her sentence. You don't need to know. Finally, his blade tore through the air, aimed straight at Miko. A thunderous collision of lightning and power rang out continuously. Kina Lilith, after witnessing everything from start to finish, finally returned to her original form. Her eyes went wide as she exclaimed, Found you! The sound of the clash and the crackling electricity echoed non-stop. Witnessing the explosion, Kina Lilith silently marveled, Hyoseojin, and this attack of his... She stared off into the distance. Continuing his train of thought, the scene shifted toward Jian, who was approaching the scout team, an event that would later greatly influence the entry village. Jian stood there, gritting his teeth, forced to listen to the Guardian's indictment. Jian, we are here to announce that the Rank 1 Guild Avalon... The three scouts stood before him, stating bluntly, From now on, the Avalon Guild will take control and handle all situations in this area. John couldn't hold back anymore, frustrated and questioning. Take over? What the hell? Are you talking about? When the chaos broke out, you did nothing. Now by what right are you giving orders? The Avalon Guild member retorted, Did nothing? How ridiculous. He continued calmly, What we did was to trust in your ability and entrust everything to you. John, furious, ground his teeth and spat out 2 words, Nonsense. Absin finally spoke up, explaining slowly, Currently, the power of the fire has spread to the area outside the walls. You know what this means, don't you? It's no longer just a problem for the entry village. That is why our scout team was sent here, Kalia added coldly. At this moment, the one being stubborn here is you, Guardian Jian, the Avalon Guild member, stepped forward, emphasizing, I will say this one last time. From now on, the Avalon Guild will take over handling the chaos. He spoke each word heavily like a crushing weight. This is not a choice. It is an order. Returning to the alley where Heoseojin was standing, dust and debris swirled high into the air. The surrounding buildings had been sliced in half. Heoseojin looked at the distorted space and Miko kneeling before him, still gripping his sword. Miko's entire body was battered and torn, his fur around his neck still smoldering. Heoseojin was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, silently asking himself, is he down yet? Since arriving in this world, this was the first time everything had gone according to his plan. He braced himself on his knees, trying to keep his composure, but it was still too early to let his guard down. He looked at the sword and asked, Kali, are you okay? Heoseojin shook the sword in his hand, but there was no response. He leaned down and called out again, Kali? Kina Lilith managed to open her innocent eyes and asked, are you okay, Heoseojin? Heoseojin only then remembered someone was beside him, replying vaguely, don't worry about me. Remembering the sight of Kali being crushed under the monster's foot just moments ago, Heoseojin screamed crazily in his heart. Why is she so quiet? My own body is reaching its limit. Could it be because of the wounds she took earlier? He raised his sword, staring at it. Come to think of it, I've always had to rely on her after using my skills. But this time, it's my turn to protect her. Heoseojin grabbed Kina Lilith. First, we need to get out of here fast. She followed him, confused. But... Suddenly, a murderous aura radiating from Miko behind him made the hair on Heoseojin's neck stand up. Thanks to his sharp sixth sense, he nimbly dodged a lethal blow. But Miko didn't seem to know the meaning of fatigue, attacking repeatedly, forcing Heoseojin to struggle to hold up his sword to block. Miko's battered face roared in anger. You insolent brat! How dare you do this to me? Heoseojin thought back to a moment ago, still shaken. Thank God I reacted in time. How the hell is he still alive? Given the situation, he had no choice but to hold on as long as possible. Miko hungrily reached out his claws, greedily eyeing the blade. That sword! I want it! He finished his sentence and lunged frantically. Every single strike he threw was a lethal blow. Kina Lilith watched the fight, terrified and frozen in place. Damn it! I want that to drop too! He lunged forward in a frenzy, every single strike aimed for a fatal blow. Kina and Lilith watched the fight, paralyzed with fear. With her eyes squeezed shut and tears still pooling at the corners, Kina Lilith turned and fled the alley, leaving the two combatants to their clash. Miko's grotesque face twisted as he brandished his claws in warning, glaring at his prey and thinking, You think you can just run away? Without a second thought for the warning, Seojin roared, Don't you dare! He turned his gaze, putting every ounce of his strength into a single desperate slash. Landing the strike on Miko, Seojin felt a surge of secret joy. This is it, my chance! He pressed his advantage, unleashing another skill that set Miko's entire body ablaze. After the second attack, Seojin gasped for air, clutching his stomach. While his mind reeled from exhaustion, a trembling voice emerged. It was Miko. Staggering out of the smoke, Miko desperately tried to reshape his distorted face with his claws, muttering, Give it to me. I have to have it. I still haven't repaid his grace. Seojin stood there, panting heavily, and cursed, That bastard! He's still standing? Is he a zombie or something? No sooner had he spoken than he took a hit that left his face twisted in pain. Seojin's vision blurred until Miko was nothing but a smear of motion. He felt as though he had been struck by a truck, and he collapsed headlong into a deep crater, his body giving way. Even as he knelt in the hole, his hand remained deathly tight around his flaming sword. His whole body creaked and trembled as he blamed himself. It ended like this again, even after I tried so hard. He gripped Kaylee's hand. She manifested before him, and he whispered, I'm sorry. I couldn't do it this time. I can't even move a finger anymore. Seojin remembered Kina Lilith's retreating back. But I'm glad she got away. I hope she makes it out of here. His vision faded as a sickening feeling took hold. His mind drifted to the past. He wanted to protect Kali just as she had protected him back then. Suddenly, a fluffy white object appeared before his eyes, and he shook his head, confused, staring at this white thing. It was moving, and he wondered, a fluff ball? Seojin rubbed his eyes. Why was this happening? Was his vision really that blurred? Kina Lilith? She teased him, smiling even in such a situation. She manifested before him and questioned, have you really given up, Seojin? Seojin's eyes widened, and he stammered, You're... Kina Lilith turned back with the fluff ball in hand as he blurted out, the person from the recruitment test! Miko, ignored until now, threatened. If you don't want to die, get out of the way, Kina Lilith retorted. You? Kill me? She pointed a finger at him, provoking, why don't you start by stopping your blathering? I've seen through all your skills. Looking at Miko's shattered, ugly face, she delivered the final blow. You look like a total mess. Kina Lilith stared him down, advising, isn't it time for you to stop stealing? Miko roared in fury. Shut up, she continued, her voice skeptical. Or is it burning anger? Flames erupted around Kina Lilith, and she enunciated every word. You want to try stealing my skill? Miko's face contorted, unable to refute a single word. He growled, then suddenly turned and fled. Kina Lilith watched in shock as he plunged into the ground, causing the space around them to warp and tremble. She muttered, not begrudging, the compliment, preparing an escape route underground. That's actually pretty smart. She turned to tease Seojin. Learn a thing or two, Seojin. He looked at the wreckage, lying on the ground. Kina Lilith looked surprised. He's gone? Meanwhile, Miko was hurtling through the underground like he was being chased by a ghost, finally collapsing into a pool of emerald green water. He looked up at the sky, screaming madly. Remember this, Seojin! My name is Miko! His scream echoed, making Seojin weakly lift his eyelids. One day, I will kill you and take that power for myself. After venting, Miko turned and headed deeper into the sewer. Gilda Avalon stood with arms crossed, having heard everything, and bowed, his head in silence. He looked up, rubbed his arm, and sighed. Then, Gilda Avalon let his arm drop, the smartphone falling from his grip as he lamented, how boring. He squeezed the strange object in his hand so hard it looked like he might crush it. The story flashed back to Miko's turbulent childhood. From the beginning, I had nothing, not even... He sat curled in a corner, watching a happy mother and child on their way home, enjoying things that a normal person is born with. The mother looked at her child with deep affection. The goldfish in the boy's hand seemed to be mocking Miko. His pitch-black eyes stared emotionlessly. And so, in the end, the innocent mother and child lay in a pool of blood, while Miko stood there, holding a brick, staring coldly at them. I have to steal it from others. He held up his hands, stained, with blood, shaking as he denied it. No, this isn't what I wanted to do. He looked down at this goldfish wriggling on the ground. I just wanted to see it closer, that's all. The boy wailed, hugging his mother. Mom, open your eyes, please! His sobbing faded as the goldfish stopped struggling. Mom! In the depths of Miko's black eyes, a tear lingered, but perhaps it was for the fish. And that was when his own miserable fate began. I started stealing. Staring at the pile of corpses, Miko frantically promised, This will be the last time, I swear, just to survive in this world. However, no matter how much time passes, I still can't forget those eyes, what was reflected in them. Miko hunched over, clutching his head, whispering, I didn't intend to do that, really. It's as if I've been cursed by a deathly spell. The feeling was like a stranger approaching to give him an answer. You've been abandoned by the gods, haven't you? How pitiful. He kept manipulating Miko, who sat slumped on the ground. But there's no need to cry. I'm no different from you. If you want, I can provide you with manpower and power. Miko raised his distorted face, crying and laughing at once, listening to every word. In return, all you have to do is bring me that thing. In the sewer, with its rippling green water, Miko gripped the smartphone tightly. I did it. I really did it. His distorted mouth twisted into a smile, his black eyes staring at the item in his hand. With this, I can finally repay his grace. Not far away, A dark shadow sat silent, surrounded by flames of deep red. He said nothing, but unleashed a fireball at Miko. The flames roared, burning him, and he screamed in pain. Miko struggled, but the fireball stayed, clinging to his shoulder. He snatched the smartphone, mocking, "So this sewer is where you used to escape?" Gilda Avalon waved his hand, his face expressionless. "Finished with your insincere praise? Fits you like a sewer rat." Suddenly, a movement ahead caught his eye. Mako was like a cat with 9 lives. He just wouldn't die. He scrambled up, wild and desperate to keep moving forward. "My client, that item doesn't belong to you. I have to protect it." Gilda Avalon's eyes widened in surprise. To take that much damage and still be standing? He was no pushover. Hardly. He spat out his biting sarcasm. "If that's the case, calling you a sewer rat is too generous. Maybe a snake fits you better, Miko? If insults could kill, you'd be dead 100 times over." He glared straight at Gilda. "Avalon, stop him!" "Those eyes! Don't look at me like that!" Miko screamed, lunging forward. "Stop looking at me with those damn eyes!" Gilda Avalon unleashed another fireball. "Let's see how long you can hold out." This flame burned even hotter than the last. Until he was dead, when the smoke cleared, Miko was nothing but a charred, smoldering husk. Avalon stared intently in one direction, wondering. This thing? It was a smartphone in Miko's hand, still intact despite being scorched. A real, genuine phone. Gilda Avalon flashed a sinister grin. "Dangerous. This is turning out to be less boring than I thought." Over by the distorted alleyway, Kalua stood opposite Kina Lilith, full of arrogance. Kina Lilith, rank S mage. Kano Anon. After the full profile displayed, she blinked her innocent eyes, hesitating to confirm. "Gilda Avalon?" She sensed they were here with ill intent. "I remember I already turned down your invitation to join you people," Kalua replied, launching an attack while spitting out insults. "You arrogant bitch!" From the flames surrounding Kina Lilith, a warning echoed, "Careful! There! That girl isn't even hiding her killing intent. They're definitely up to something." Gilda Avalon gathered with Zan. Kalua held up a hand, grimacing. "Stay back." Kina Lilith, always playing the saint, explained patiently. "Please don't misunderstand. Our attack isn't aimed at you." He kept introducing them. "Right now, we have taken over the security of the immigration village." Behind them, Zan was fuming, cursing under his breath. "Those Avalon bastards, this is definitely just an excuse. They were using it as leverage, if not for the existing covenant." Kina Lilith calmly exposed their multi-level marketing tone. "You call it security, but what you're actually doing is attacking me and the dying people behind me. There's a limit to the nonsense you can spew, Avalon." Absent changed his tone, turning more oppressive. "It's the truth. The people you're protecting are the very reason the immigration village is drowning in a sea of flames." Kina Lilith, suspicious, turned to look deep at Hellsoljan, who lay motionless. Kalua raised a fist, warning them again. "If you want to keep yourselves innocent, back off." Kina Lilith and Zan darkened, deep in their own calculations. Avalon. Those bastards. What are they plotting by attacking Hellsoljan? Could it be they know he's the one Lord Dean values? He furrowed his brows, straining for control. Even seeing them try to attack him right in front of his eyes, with Lord Dean absent, he could only turn a blind eye. Right now, his actions represented the entire immigration village. The face of Nazi appeared in Zan's mind. If I accidentally break the rules both sides agreed upon, they'll surely use it as an excuse to break down the walls and invade us. There was no choice now but to rely on the kid down there. Kina Lilith didn't buy the script. "You guys are playing this charade a bit too hard, aren't you? What are you holding that bow for?" Kalua, furious, twisted her face and kept spewing vile words. "You dead whore!" She swung her arm, and a flaming arrow shot out. "Stop!" a loud voice boomed from somewhere. Zan jerked his head around to look. It was that red-haired kid. I had been fleeing, but now he turned back. "That kid is—" Kalua gritted her teeth, questioning. "Who is that brat?" Absent kept trying to get her to stop. Kalua whispered, a warning in her voice, glancing around. "Look around. A whole crowd of strangers has gathered. When did they get here? We're surrounded." Absent asked politely and elegantly, "Who are you? Which guild are you from?" An arrogant voice rang out from nearby. "We don't have anything like that. Bastis smirked, full of himself. We are current player candidates, and also friends of Hell Soljan. Player candidate Kusei pointed at Hell Soljan. The thing is, all of us received help from the guy lying flat on the ground over there. So you get it now, right? Bastis grew even more animated. We can't just ignore this situation. The whole space was blanketed in a deathly silence. Kina Lilith looked left and right, calculating endlessly. It seems that Kid has managed to gather most of the candidates from Sector C. To do that in the middle of such chaos. That's impressive. Suddenly, the fire echoed a warning. Careful, something's coming! She widened her eyes, focusing in one direction. A pillar of blazing fire erupted from deep underground. 2 pillars of fire twisted together and shot high into the air. Bastis's jaw dropped, screaming, "What the hell is that? Something just jumped out of the hole! Are they planning to go all out?" He watched the 2 pillars of fire descend in front of the Avalon group. He started to warn them, "You guys, get ready." But to everyone's surprise, the 2 flames were actually 2 scrolls in the hands of Kahlua and Absin. Bastis opened his raccoon-like eyes wide in shock. "Just a letter? Sending a letter? And you have to look so cool doing it?" Kahlua's face darkened as she read the paper in her hand. "This is an order from Commander Absin." He read it out loud, word for word. "Postpone current plans indefinitely. Do not touch the person who previously claimed ownership of the mobile phone." Zan, eavesdropping nearby, was startled. Absin crushed the letter in his hand and said to his crew, "We are pulling out." Kahlua jumped up in protest. "But—" Absin stared at her, not giving her a chance to say no. "That's an order from our commander." Kahlua hung her head, furious. "Understood." The group from the sector jeered, flipping their thumbs in provocation. "Just leaving like that? Or are you scared? Look at them run!" Absin turned his head back, threatening, "Don't act so recklessly. We'll be seeing each other again soon enough." "Don't be so reckless. We'll see each other again soon enough." He stared intently at the group, then added, "See you at the evaluation zone," while the candidate from District C kept his head bowed, lost in thought. He clenched his fist so hard it cracked. Smoke billowed high from the alleyway for a long time, and just like that, a week had passed, and he had finally returned. He stared at the ruins before him, so furious he started laughing. "What the hell is this? Who the hell did this?" His newly repaired robotic arm clenched so tight it sparked, signaling he was about to snap. It had been a week since that day. Everyone started rebuilding as if this place hadn't just been attacked by an unknown organization. The immigration village was stabilizing rapidly. Chelsea Jean, his head wrapped in bandages, sat on the hospital bed looking out at the clear blue sky, his condition looking much better, Callie. "And I'm recovering quickly, too." Heoseo Jin, a wreck just a week ago, clenched his fists. "I can't believe recovering this fast after just 1 week? I actually thought I was done for." "You must have influenced me, didn't you, Callie?" She lay on the bed opposite him, arm in a cast, and retorted flatly, "Yeah, probably." Seeing her attitude, he gave a strained laugh, though Heoseo Jin couldn't shake the feeling that Callie wasn't happy about him suddenly blacking out a week ago. I can understand why. If that were still the Callie who was with Arthur, things like this wouldn't have happened. Without looking at him, Callie coldly warned, "Cut the storytelling." "You're too loud!" Heoseo Jin jumped in alarm, only to take a punch to the face. "What was that for?" "You could hear that?" That punch came from none other than Callie. "Who wouldn't be able to hear you mumbling so loudly?" At that same moment, the hospital room door was opened by a guy wearing a fur hat, who announced loudly, "I've come to visit as a representative for everyone." Callie sat up straight immediately. Munching on the fruit the guy brought, she asked, "Bastis, that's your name, right? I heard you led a group to help us, right?" But Bastis ignored her, sitting next to Heoseo Jin's bed and giving a thumbs up. "It was nothing. You helped everyone pass the player candidate exam after all." Heoseo Jin scratched his head, confused. "You really think so?" Bastis added, "By the way," Heoseo Jin thought to himself, "I remember him. His name is Meko. He's also a candidate. He almost killed me." Bastis looked at him. "I wonder who attacked the village." Heoseo Jin replied, "I've been thinking about that too. One thing I can say for sure is that there are more than a few suspicious factors in this situation. But more importantly, after the incident, the criminals who were caught all just disappeared, as if they evaporated and left their clothes behind. Furthermore, unlike other organizations, We couldn't see the faces of any of the others. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, when a hand reached toward him, a voice echoing from above. "Anyway, most importantly," Bastus said, putting his arms around both of them, "make sure you both stay healthy. And get well soon." Callie frowned and retorted, "I bet you two crazy bastards are the only ones who put your lives on the line and fought like maniacs outside the tower. Get off me! Who gave you the right to act like we're so close? Get out of here!" Hearing her say that, Bastus yelled, "What? That's harsh after you gobbled up all the tangerines I bought for you two?" Callie didn't miss a beat, biting back, "Calm down, what are you bragging about? Want me to throw it all back up for you?" Meanwhile, the two of them were distracted, but Seojin was lost in thought about the tower, recalling that towering structure. The home of the top-ranked boss, Nazi. And now that he thought about it, he knew nothing about that tower. He asked him, "Bastus, do battles often happen inside the tower?" Bastus stopped arguing and looked at him, not noticing Callie behind him looking like she wanted to spit out the fruit she had just eaten. "And meant," Seojin said, "listening to you talk about putting your lives on the line in battle." Bastus became vigilant, looking a bit afraid of Seojin. He truly looked like he didn't know anything about the tower. Seojin scratched his head in confusion, hesitating as if trying to excuse himself. "I guess," he had an idea. "How about this? I was wondering if you could tell me more about the tower." Bastus refused point blank. "I don't want to." Seojin shouted, "Why? You said we were friends." Bastus looked at him coldly. "Did you forget, Seojin? We are both candidates." He stood there, looming tall, looking massive in front of the two kids. "Anything related to players being mentioned means we are considered enemies." Then Bastus pushed the door open to leave, saying awkwardly, "So, I can't give you any more information about the tower. Don't be too disappointed now, because that's just how life is." No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden force smashed through the door, punching Bastus right in the face. It was one of the 4 contestants who noisily announced, "We're here to visit the patient. Since you're all recovered now, let me give you a few punches as a discharge gift." "Hey, Seojin, Kali!" Their faces went pale. "Wait, it's really cramped in here, one by one, take turns." Covered in footprints, Bastus collapsed face down on the floor and groaned, "Hey, Seojin, get this whole mob out of here right now. I'm a patient too, you know." He glanced up at a pair of shoes hovering over his head, calling out, "Seojin, you've got another visitor," as the ward turned into a chaotic, noisy mess. "What? Another one? Are you people just going to keep flooding in here? Get your butts off me, we haven't even gotten our discharge papers yet. So please, just get out of here, you bunch of crazy freaks." Jian stood stunned, watching the chaotic scene unfold. The whole group stopped what they were doing to stare at the orange-haired man, while Seojin broke into a cold sweat. "Jian, why are you here, sir?" he screamed internally. "Oh, I'm done for!" 3 hours earlier, outside the walls of the immigrant village, a pillar of black smoke erupted in the middle of the dense forest, the shockwave sending birds and beasts scattering from their nests. The moment they flew off, a blast of power tore through the trees, leaving them in tatters. John stood there, his body covered in countless cuts, drenched in sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Jian adjusted his breathing, looked in a certain direction, then tightened the 2 yellow scarves around him, returning to his usual polite demeanor as he stood in front. Seojin. Smoke and flames engulfed that man's body. Jian frowned, trying to hold back the tears, but he couldn't. The tears just kept streaming down. Jian went back to training like a madman against the puppets, haunted by the fact that in the most critical moments, he couldn't do a thing. He whipped out the yellow cloth, unleashing ever more powerful techniques, shredding the puppets to pieces in an instant. Even after he'd confidently declared he had enough power, he looked like he wanted to vent his rage. He gritted his teeth, bitter and pathetic, and once he was done venting, he just stood there in silence. Tower of Paradise, terrarium, player, I hate those words. Like moths drawn to a flame, those nauseatingly sweet words lure so many people in, and those people come to the tower chasing their dreams. He recalled how the players acted, no better than trash, still stealing things from others. We hate people like them. Yeah, He looked at the colorful mess of people crowded on the hospital bed, finally saved by the very people he despised. Seojin asked tentatively, "Forgive me, Mr. Jian. What are you doing?" I was startled to see John bowing at a 90-degree angle to them. John kept his head low and spoke, "If it weren't for all of you, the village would have been reduced to ashes." "I know how ridiculous I look." The group stood there blankly as he continued. "But please allow me to express my gratitude as both a guardian and a player." Suddenly, Keena Lilith walked in from outside. "Sorry, I'm late. I couldn't find a flower shop anywhere nearby," she said, looking bewildered as she saw the group huddled together. "What's going on? Why is the atmosphere so gloomy?" Time passed, and Jian had already left. He wondered, "Why, Heoseo-jin, you said you couldn't understand me." "I feel the same. I can't understand you either." His eyes were burning with determination in a situation like this. "I'll try to accept them. That's the best way I can pay off the debt I owe you." Jin bowed apologetically. "I apologize for my delay, sir. Lun." The mechanical parts on his arm glowed red. "It's fine, I was going to check my arm, but an entire forest had been leveled," he said coldly. "Sorry about that, I finished it all by myself." Over at Heoseo-jin's, he held the black phone in his hand. "This is my phone. I thought it had been stolen." He asked Keena Lilith, "What happened?" Lilith crossed her arms and looked at it, explaining, "It was found in a sewer. We couldn't find any evidence of who did it, though." Keena Lilith turned around and waved her hand. "Anyway, with this, I've paid my debt to you from the exam site. I'll be going now." Heoseo-jin was slightly startled to see her leave, but he managed to say, "Of course. Thank you so much, and let's meet again soon." Kaylee leaned in close, annoyed and unable to believe it. What the hell? After everyone was fighting over this thing, how did it end up being found out there in the sewer? Heoseo-jin didn't know the reason why either. "I'm not sure. Maybe the phone everyone talks about is something else?" He frowned, speculating, "If so, like I thought in this world. Aside from me, there are others from the real world?" Heoseo-jin felt a chill run down his spine. "What the hell are you babbling about? That's impossible." Callie noticed his strange reaction. "What's wrong, Heoseo-jin?" On his phone screen, an incoming call appeared, labeled restricted. This means the caller is hiding their number so the recipient can't see who it is. Heoseo-jin gripped his phone tightly. I was sweating bullets from pure terror. He pressed answer and asked, voice trembling, "Hello?" From the other end came a voice, "Thank God. It seems the phone was delivered successfully, huh? You shouldn't go wandering around and drop such an important item, right?" Callie heard it too and whispered, "That voice. Who is that, Heoseo-jin?" She noticed he was completely speechless and terrified. "Heoseo-jin, are you okay?" He stammered into the phone. Who are you? You at the other end?" The other side wasn't affected by his agitation. "So, did you think you were the only special one here?" It was Kim Tae-won, Avalon Guild rank, unknown. He held the phone and chuckled with a twisted smile. "That was just in the past. I should have visited you sooner, shouldn't I, Heoseo-jin?" Heoseo-jin had once thought this smartphone was the only item connecting him to his world. Through that item, he had a fleeting hope that it might connect him to someone else, someone from his world. However, he could never have guessed. That person would be him. Kim Tae-won, answer me!" It was night in the city. The streetlights were still on. They were meeting at the bridge. Kim Tae-won spoke first. "I wasn't expecting you to come alone." Heoseo-jin trembled in fear. "Tae-won, how did you get here?" He grinned like a clown and retorted, "How, you ask? Do you think you're the only one who met God?" Hearing those words, Heoseo-jin was absolutely terrified. Kim Tae-won gave him a gentle smile, then sighed helplessly and stepped toward him. "More importantly, I believe we have a more urgent matter, don't we?" Kim Tae-won's hand touched his shoulder as he leaned in close. "I heard you've been going around acting just like me with your phone, haven't you?" "Just like back then." Heoseo-jin jolted. He rushed to explain, "That's just a misunderstanding." Kim Tae-won smirked, but his voice was ice cold. "Heoseo-jin, do I need to clean up the mess you've made in this world?" Terrified, Heoseo-jin looked down, avoiding his gaze, managing only to utter, "I'm sorry." Kim Tae-won's eyes remained sharp and stern, staring right at him. "Seems like you're still the same as always." He walked past Heoseo-jin, mocking, "Pathetic." With their backs to each other, Kim Tae-won's voice echoed, "Fine, even if you try to imitate me or impersonate me. I'll let it slide. It's not the first time you've tried something like that, at least." He glanced back at Heoseo-jin and said something that made his heart skip a beat. "In exchange, don't participate in the player exam." Heoseo-jin refused. "I can't do that." Hearing that, Kim Tae-won turned around, eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. "What? Even though he was scared, Hyo met his gaze directly and reaffirmed, "I am going to climb that tower." His hand tightened around the phone, his eyes filled with determination. Thud! The phone fell into the river and sank instantly. Hyo had thrown it away. "I never tried to impersonate you." Kim Tae-won looked at him with contempt. "Wake up, Hyo. Who do you think you are? You don't think you're the main character of this story, do you? Right?" Hyo voice became sharp. "That's not the problem for me. I'm climbing the tower. I've already decided." Kim Tae-won went silent. Suddenly, he covered his face with his hand. A fierce, reddish-orange light erupted from his phone, creating an intense, suffocating atmosphere. "You've changed." Kim Tae-won gripped the glowing phone tightly. He moved toward Hyo, coldly saying, "In a situation like this, I'll just make sure you can't climb the tower anymore." Hyo gasped. Red light? Did Tae-won also receive power from God? Suddenly, yellow ribbons flew out of nowhere, locking down the hand-holding Kim Tae-won's phone. "So it was you, John. Seems I arrived just in time." He shouted a warning, "Return to the main building!" "Your acquaintance is very worried about you, Hyo. Hyo thought, the acquaintance he mentioned, is it Callie? Kim Tae-won offered a half-smile, dripping with sarcasm, his expression arrogant and defiant. "John, you used to be a character I really liked." Jian tightened his yellow ribbons. "Using your skills against civilians is against the rules. I will be enforcing the regulations now." Avalon Kim Tae-won, with the power of the phone, easily tore the fabric as if it were paper. "Sorry, but you can't beat me. It would be better for you to just follow the rules. Call for whoever's ranked higher than second place to get down here." Jin was visibly shaken, terrified by his movements. "He just shredded the cloth I use for executions with his own skill?" Jin struck first. "End this meaningless little game of yours." Kim Tae-gun tilted his body to the right, dodging it effortlessly. Jin couldn't hide his shock. He dodged my attack that easily? "Tell me, what are you trying to pull here, Avalon?" Kim Tae-gun's eyes glowed with a faint red light. "I told you can't touch me. It's too early for you to be surprised." Jian crossed his arms, controlling the golden threads. "Don't get distracted." He sent the cloth flying at Kim Tae-gun, but he dodged left and right without a single hair out of place. "I already know all your tricks. The way you manipulate the cloth, seeing it up close is actually pretty fascinating." Yet, before he knew it, Kim Tae-gun was right beside him. It's a useless skill once the opponent closes the distance. Jian, furious, twisted the cloth. It formed a sharp, spear-like tip. Gritting his teeth, he yelled, "Don't you dare call it useless!" He thrusted it toward Kim Tae-gun, but to his surprise, he blocked it with ease. "You're gripping the threads to increase the speed, huh? Not a bad decision." He still had that same arrogant look on his face. Still, an attack of that level wasn't enough. Jian was now right behind Kim Tae-gun, unleashing a flurry of punches into his gut, a brutal uppercut to his chin. His jaw looked almost shattered. Then, Jian channeled all his strength into his shoulder, slamming into Kim Tae-gun with a massive shockwave. Dust clouds filled the dark bridge, obscuring everything. Hyo finally spoke up, worried. "Mr. Jian, how did you know he was there?" Jian held up a hand to stop him, gesturing to wait. He caught a glimpse of a dark silhouette in the dust. "It's not over yet." Kim Tae-gun calmly wiped the corner of his mouth. "Using a simple skill to manipulate fabric to this degree, I'm impressed. Is this the difference in real battlefield experience?" He gripped his glowing phone tightly. "Watch this." From nowhere, Kim Tae-gun pulled out a red cloth identical to Jian's. "Is this how you did it?" The two of them were stunned. Their jaws dropped in shock. Hyo couldn't believe his eyes. "That's Mr. Jian's!" Now it was Kim Tae-gun's turn to counterattack. His hand crackled with red electricity, reaching out like a demon's claw. His voice was cold as a blade. "All right. How do you want to be beaten?" Suddenly, a sound pierced through the tense, heated atmosphere. Out of nowhere, a drone appeared, hovering beside Kim Tae-gun. "So you're the newbie in all those rumors?" Kim Tae-gun narrowed his eyes. "Rank 2, Dean. You look exactly like the descriptions in the Webtoon," Dean smirked at him. "Am I right? The way you blatantly ignore my questions, you're definitely that guy." Suddenly, 4 red strips of fabric attacked in unison. The red strips twisted together, detonating with a force like a small bomb. Kim Tae-gun had to cover his face, shielding his eyes from the blinding light. He looked a bit ragged now. His hood was torn to shreds. He was right in front of me, but I didn't sense his presence. How long has he been sitting there? Dean's class is a mech swordsman. I need to be careful of his mechanical arm and keep my distance. Peekaboo, too slow. Not only was Dean uninjured, he was right behind Kim Tae-gun. Since when? He quickly put distance between them, controlling the red ribbons to wrap tightly around Dean's arm. He stared at his mechanical arm being bound in red. This skill. Did you get Jian's permission to use that? Kim Tae-gun looked weak. It seemed he was getting tired. Is it a big deal if I use it for a while? It doesn't look like it's going to weaken the skill if I use it. He secretly felt relieved. That was a close call, but he still reacted to my attack. I can still do this. Dean's eyes widened, a half-smile curling on his lips. You really are badly behaved. Kim Tae-gun fell into a state of extreme alert against Dean's overwhelming pressure. Dean, the second ranker, and the one closest to her existence. If I could just beat him. But in an instant, a hand appeared right on his forehead, accompanied by a cold voice. That's not going to help. Dean was standing right in front of him. The red ribbons were slowly dissolving. Dean's thumb and middle finger pinched together like he was about to snap. Let's start by fixing your attitude, starting with this miserable failure. A powerful snap rang out, sending Kim Tae-gun flying several meters back. Dean looked at him coldly and ordered, "Stand up straight. This is only the beginning." Kim Tae-gun's whole body was a mess, losing that arrogant look he had when facing Heo Seo-jin. You don't have to tell me, I'm already standing ready to go, Jian. Standing far away, he shouted, Mr. Dean, please don't take it too far. I gave a dismissive nod like, yeah, whatever. Then, his gaze shifted. All right. Now he stepped toward Kim Tae-hoon, ready to pick up right where they left off. The railing that had taken the brunt of Kim Tae-hoon's finger flick attack was now twisted and shattered. He spoke up. Looks like you weren't joking about continuing, huh? But are you even okay to keep going like this? At this rate, the whole village might get wiped out. Kim Tae-won's eyes burned with determination, as if he'd just made a major decision. Fine. I wasn't planning on stopping the fight anyway, and I'm certainly not losing sight of you now. Kim Tae-won's eyes widened. He was transforming. His entire body began to emit a scorching red glow as his power surged violently. He looked at Kim Tae-hoon like he was nothing more than an ant. You really are insane. You dare bring up the village in front of me? Kim Tae-hoon froze, paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. Just as the guy prepared to strike, two figures in white appeared around him. Jang was quick, too. He appeared right behind them, unfurling his golden ribbons for defense. Dean spoke coldly. I'll let you know soon enough. But right now I'm in a foul mood. Don't think I'll play along with that promotional stunt of yours the way I usually might. Avalon's absence spoke up to mediate. Our captain has offended the representative of the arrival village. Lord Dean, please allow us to leave in peace. Kim Tae-hoon, stubborn as ever, blustered, Don't you dare try to scare me. I have no intention of leaving, Absent said coldly. This is an order from the vice captain. Kim Tae-hoon went stiff, shocked. Absent addressed Dean. As you can see, our captain is still not familiar with the non-aggression pact, the regulations between Avalon and the arrival village. Jang frowned, annoyed. You aren't suggesting we should just turn a blind eye to all this, are you? Are you? Avalon's guy replied calmly. Of course not. Dean's face was ice cold as he listened. According to the rules, we will pay or do whatever else the vice captain has clearly specified. His eyes narrowed like a predator locking onto prey. The prey, of course, was Kim Tae-hoon, who was still battered on the other side. Then, Dean glanced to his right and saw Heo Seo-jin standing there. He let out a sigh, turned around, and began to walk away, as if agreeing to the settlement. Get lost, all of you. Just consider it a favor to Heo Seo-jin for having some annoying friends. A voice suddenly rang out behind him. The way you choose your people. It's pathetic. It was Kim Tae-won's voice. He continued, You'll regret your decision. The decision that led you to choose a fool like him. Dean didn't answer and just kept walking with Jang. They walked near Heo Seo-jin and then past him. Jang had also walked past, but he glanced back at him. Seo-jin was trembling, his hands clenched so tight his veins were popping out. A crescent moon hung in the night sky, illuminating the darkness. Moonlight shone into the room as a figure sat up. Kaylee was awake but didn't move. She just lay silently on Jang's bed. He was fixing his yellow ribbons when a noise outside made him stop. Jang went out to open the door and was surprised to see Hel Seojin there. Outside the red building, Jang, now changed, was with Hel Seojin in the yard. He frowned, displeased. Hel Seojin, you're already strong enough. Acting recklessly won't do anything. Hel Seojin cut him off. The only strong one is Kali, not me. Until I can land at least one hit on you, please don't help me. Jang didn't say anything, just watched Seojin. He got up from the ground. Knowing the kid was in a bad headspace, he went along with it. Fine, come at me. Hel Seojin lunged at Jang, but he tilted to the right and dodged. Then, Jang struck Seojin across the midsection. Seojin's face twisted in pain. He screamed, eyes wide, but then bit his lip hard to stifle the cry. Hel Seojin punched the ground frantically, then prepared to attack Jang again. Time passed. No one noticed the moonlight giving way to the morning sun. The training ground was scarred with slash marks. Hel Seojin lay sprawled on the ground. The cuts were from Jang's golden ribbons. Looking down from above, he reminded him sternly, "The sun is up. This should be enough. Hel Seojin, I understand why you're angry, and that's why I agreed to your request. However, destroying your own body, without any kind of plan, won't change a thing in this situation." Hel Seojin's hands clawed at the dirt. He let himself go. Just as I thought. I'm too weak. I'm absolutely nothing without Kali. His hands clenched in frustration. Should I just quit being a player, or give up on everything? Should I? Lord Jang. Jang's gaze was cold as he looked at him. Hel Seojin, did you come to me just to whine? Tears streamed down Hel Seojin's face. I want to become stronger. Suddenly, a voice cut him off, making him stop crying. Stop with those nonsense thoughts already. You dirty loser. Kaylee had appeared. Hel Seojin saw her and scrambled to his feet, wiping the tears from his face. Wait, how did you know I was here? It's still dark out. His eyes widened as he looked at her. Kaylee, are you crying? Kaylee's whole body was trembling, her face flushed red as she held back the tears welling in her eyes. But she couldn't hold it in. She broke down sobbing. She wiped her eyes. The real loser isn't you, it's me. Hel Seojin was confused. What? Kaylee, what are you talking about? Kaylee yelled, I said I'm right. If it wasn't my problem, then why would you leave me and go fight all by yourself? Hel Seojin stared blankly as she scolded him. Is it because I'm weak and useless, right? If I hadn't broken my arm and looked like a fool, you wouldn't be rushing to comfort me like this. It's because I don't want you getting dragged into anything, Kaylee replied, still unhappy. You said we'd climb the tower together. You lied to me. Jang stood to the side, watching the two children bicker. No, that's not what I was trying to do, Kali. I don't think you're useless or weak, so stop crying, okay? I'm not crying, damn it. His face looked like he'd just eaten a fly when he heard their childish bickering about her not crying. With that expression, he snapped, Shut your mouth right now! He saw Kaylee land a knee into Hel Seojin's stomach. Jiang laughed helplessly. He couldn't believe these two. Their childish fight stopped when they heard Jang say, I will help you. He spoke up. To help you both become stronger, I will help you. The tear-streaked faces of the two kids instantly lit up upon hearing that. They shouted in unison as the sun began to rise, illuminating the village. Thank you so much, sir! Inside the eatery, people started buzzing. Hey, did you hear the news? Someone immediately chimed in. What is it? At the dining table, Bastis eavesdropped. From what I know, it's about that phone. The rumors are pretty vague, but it seems like a very high-end item. And the person using it is a member of Avalon, an elf. Before he could even eat, he asked in shock, What? Isn't the one using the phone Hel Seojin? So, could it be that he's pretending to be a member of Avalon? Sonan immediately proposed a theory. That's why Avalon met Hel Seojin and asked him, Why are you going around using our name? In other words, that bastard wants to provoke Avalon's anger. But Sonan just kept rambling. Well, anyway, that's just my theory, but nobody seems to care. Hey, give that to me. Bastis immediately replied. Which one? This one, huh? Suddenly, Kina Lilat rolled her eyes. Sonan was having wild delusions again. I can't believe it. We just made eye contact. I think she's interested in me now. Sonan suddenly changed his posture, trying to look cool as he rambled. At this rate, isn't it hilarious? After he relied on those items and acted all confident, it turns out it was all a scam. In reality, he's nothing but a weak, helpless loser. Bastis also chimed in. He probably won't even show up to the test site, right? If I were him, I'd be so embarrassed. Suddenly, Kina Lilith stood up to leave. I'm heading out. Her words made the whole table stare. Hold it. I don't have time to sit here listening to mindless chatter. Bye. At this point, Sonen looked so disappointed he practically turned to stone. Hey. Lilith left, and then the rest of the table stood up to leave as well. Hey, we're taking off too. Thanks for the meal. Sonen. Outside the pub, Bastis walked with Lilith. Then he spoke up, making Lilith pause. Do you like Halseong-jin? Lilith didn't say anything but grabbed Bastis by the collar, making him panic and explain, I'm just joking. After being released, Bastis looked sadly at his shirt, which had been stretched out 8 inches, and felt heartbroken. I only have this one, you know. At this moment, Lilith sighed and explained, I hate listening to crowds gossip and talk trash about others when they don't even know what's going on in that situation. That's all. As Lilith spoke, and we don't really have time to sit around gossiping either. Bastis also became serious. To the place where the trial is about to happen. All right, fine. Jing stood watching the notice. Only 10 days left before the player's trial begins. Having said that, he glanced at the 2 behind him and declared, All right, I'll take it that you're being tough with your resolve. He said to Seon-jin and Kali, We will start special training once we get closer to the tower. The white-haired girl was stunned. It's that high? Seon-jin also stared in awe, thinking, Now that I remember, this is the first time we've seen the tower this close. Jiang admitted, Probably. Among all the positions in the arrival village, this is the place where you can see the tower at the closest range. Seon-jin scratched his head, asking curiously, Then why did you choose this place to train? Jiang held out his hand, and energy appeared. He explained, You will learn faster if you experience it in reality. With that, a beam of light appeared, cutting across the ground beneath the 2, startling them. After that, Jiang asked them to try stepping over that line. Kali became excited, asking back, So all we have to do is step over it, right? Then Seon-jin hurriedly stopped her. Wait, Kali, if you're going to step, let's do it together. After that, Kaylee didn't hesitate to step onto the white beam. A source of blinding light poured directly into her body. Just like that, Kali couldn't take it anymore, and collapsed. Seon-jin called out worriedly, Ka! Before Seon-jin could even recover, Gyeong spoke up, demanding, All right, next is you, Halseong-jin, step across. Seon-jin's face grew anxious. He closed his eyes tight and gritted his teeth. He gathered all his courage and dashed forward. Ah, damn it! Seon-jin's face began to distort from that energy. His mind went blank because of the stimulation. This sensation. After that, Seon-jin, like Kali, fell down unconsciously. Seon-jin felt like he was falling into a deep ocean, just like that time. When he suddenly woke up, he was panting incessantly. Huff, huff, huff. Seon-jin slowly sat up and asked, Sir Jiang, perhaps this place is... Before he could finish, Jiang replied, That's right. Jiang explained, A region, similar to that place, the place you went to after crossing the boundary. It is a very rare area in the outside world. Jiang's face remained stern as he declared, This is the territory of the Paradise Tower, Terrarium. The image of the towering skyscraper shrouded in powerful light appeared. This area is affected by the tower. Even though it's not inside, players call this area the periphery. Upon hearing the explanation, Seon-jin seemed to realize the reason. Jiang brought us into the tower's periphery because, not only to help them get used to the pressure in the tower's range in case they pass the trial, but then Jiang continued, the real reason is a crucial characteristic of the Paradise Tower, Terrarium. The concept of death is not real when inside the tower. That sentence made Seon-jin fall into deep thought. Jiang continued to explain, In exchange, if your body reaches its limit, you will have to pay a price. Seon-jin wondered, A price? Jiang rested his chin in his hand, considering, and finally answered, That's right. Although that's not all there is to it, you will lose some of your memories. Seon-jin and Kali stood frozen in silence. Kali asked indifferently, Is that it? Seon-jin couldn't believe it, saying, That sounds a lot less serious than I thought at first. John, used to this reaction, just turned away and warned them. Everyone hears about the consequences and reacts the same way. They think that compared to death, losing a few memories is a small price to pay, but Jian decided not to explain further and instead let them experience it. All right, in this situation, you'll understand faster if you experience it directly. Seongjin looked down, a bit uneasy. Sorry, what else is down there? As he could see more clearly, he reacted to the sight of the pitch-black pit filled with countless flickering spots like eyes. What the hell is that? Jian calmly explained, The forest of the defeated, a place for those who ignored the gravity of the consequences. Both of them turned back with shocked expressions. Furthermore, as Jian channeled his power, he said, They are also your opponents in this training course. In the darkness, Jian reminded them, Good luck surviving. With that, he shoved them both off the edge, accompanied by their cries of shock. Wait, what? Only then did Jian explain, In the forest, I've marked the area with my fabric. The condition to pass is to find and collect all the pieces as fast as possible. Seongjin was still falling aimlessly into the pit. Then, a heavy thud echoed loudly. Jian stood above, observing, frowning as he made a resolution. Seongjin Kali, as long as I'm training you, I'll make sure you improve in just 10 days. If you can't even get past this level, then you'd both be better off giving up. Because below, in the pit, countless aggressive figures were closing in on Seongjin and Kali. They are all the forgotten ones. Those who failed to become players. The growls of the failures echoed. Grr! Roar! Seongjin panicked and shook Kali. Hey, wake up! Don't you see they're about to tear us to pieces? After the fall, Kali said wearily. Wait a second, I don't feel so good after that drop. In the urgent situation, Seongjin made a request. Hurry, Kali! If you transform into Excalibur, I'll take care of these guys. Kali tried to respond, okay. Seongjin, full of fighting spirit, declared, Let's end this with one strike. Come on, Kali, we don't have time to deal with them. Even the failures were intimidated by the light Seongjin emitted. We have to find the fabric Jian hid as fast as possible if we want to pass this training. Watching Seongjin trembling while holding a broken sword, Jian said in disappointment, They failed. I guess that's fine. I even gave them a bunch of hints right from the start. Seongjin was being chased by countless people under Jian's gaze. If they had just played well with that little bit of luck, they could have won. But in the Forest of Judgment, it's different. If they don't see their own potential, there's no chance for them. Down in the pit, Seongjin ran while cursing, Damn it! Why does everything feel like a road to hell? Kali still hadn't woken up. Kali frowned, then snapped awake and suddenly remembered, Oh, damn it, I dozed off for a second. When she woke up, all she heard was a scream, Sorry, just get those monsters away from here. The peaceful scene before her eyes left Kali dazed for a moment. Then she widened her eyes and asked herself, What did I just do? At that moment, Kali remembered her identity. I am Excalibur. I am the ego sword of God. Kali sat, resting her chin in her hand, thinking, My role is... Yet Kali chose to sit still. Just sitting here. Kali squeezed her eyes shut and sighed. Who knew I'd be muttering to myself like this? At least Arthur isn't here. But then the silence returned. Kali spoke up. God, when will you finally listen to me? I miss you. Kali's emotions spiraled out of control as she trembled and asked herself, Have you forgotten me? Kali collapsed on a pile of rubble. After a moment of silence, she slapped her cheeks to comfort herself. No, I can't let myself go. Then she stood up, full of resolve, and declared, That's right. When I meet God again, I will definitely claim that favor. Moving forward, Kali affirmed, God, I will always wait for you. Her gaze drifted into the distance, reassuring herself. It'll be okay if you're a little late. Kali's hair fluttered in the wind. I'm used to it by now. Instead, next time I will definitely ask you to give me a name. Kali's gaze dropped, brimming with tears. Not the name of a weapon like Excalibur, Kali whispered to herself. My own name. A name no one could ever forget. Seongjin's call jolted Kali from her dream. Kali sat up, rubbed her head, and looked around, asking, I fainted? Am I the only one here? Nearby, Seongjin was struggling and yelling, Kali, please, wake up! As if heaven was watching, Kali spoke up. Hey, Seongjin, I'm sorry. Seongjin replied, overjoyed to tears, Kali, you're awake? Then Seongjin suggested once more, Kali, I know it's hard, but can you transform into Excalibur again? I don't want to give up if it's not truly over, please. Seongjin's eyes became firm as he declared, We can do it. if we do it together. Kaylee seemed to understand. A light radiated from her, and then a powerful bolt of lightning descended onto the sword. Kali asked, "What are you thinking, Seongjin? Am I all you have, huh?" Seongjin was a bit confused, but still answered, "Huh? Yeah, that's right." He answered as if to soothe Kali's soul. She declared, "Then let's finish this." Following that, Seongjin used the sword to strike back at the others. All right, a powerful strike against those losers. It almost wiped everything out to the last speck of dust, leaving a thick cloud of smoke in the space as Kali spoke up, holding tight to Heo Seongjin. "We'll get out of here before they come back. I'll do my best," Seongjin said, sounding tired and complaining. "No matter how many times we do this, I'm still not used to using it. It's like sitting on a roller coaster for 3 hours. Suddenly, Seongjin said, "Huh? Kali, did your hair grow longer?" Kali replied in surprise, "Oh, yeah," as the two of them left the place. She explained, "The ego sword grows with its master. I guess that's why Dean was watching from above," he added with an intrigued, mocking smile. "This is quite interesting, isn't it, Jian?" Dean leaned in close and said, "Now I can ask you, can't I? Why did you send those two into the forest of the Forsaken? Why did you push them onto a path to their deaths?" The story follows Hel Seongjin and Kali as they enter the forest of the defeated. Kali and Seongjin were resting in a cave. 5 or 6 hours had passed. Seongjin skeptically touched his stomach. "One of the most interesting things I've learned is, you don't feel hungry here." Kaylee, meanwhile, had fallen into a deep sleep. It was much-needed sleep. After a certain amount of activity, you just drift into a deep slumber. But to some extent, it heals your wounds while you sleep. Seongjin looked outside into the dark, silent forest. This feature might be similar to the defeated ones. Ever since they started hiding at night, Seongjin suddenly had a thought. This is the best opportunity to find the fabric while the defeated are asleep. As he turned to look at Kali, he told himself, "But I don't want to wake her up. She looks so happy when she sleeps." Kali seemed to be having a happy dream. Yeah, or... Finally, Seongjin brushed the thought aside. "Forget it. I should probably get some more sleep." The fire flickered in the night as Kaylee's hair appeared in my dream that day. A rather strange one. The image of Kaylee, sitting alone in the rubble, as if waiting for something. Seongjin woke up, looking not so great. Kali supported him, asking, "Huh? Heo Seongjin, is something wrong? You look like you're about to die." Seongjin replied weakly, "Well, my dream yesterday, Seongjin covered his face, about to say it, but stopped. "I just saw, or maybe I didn't see anything." Kaylee looked confused. "What do you mean? Is that all you wanted to say? Are you crazy?" Looking at Kali's innocent face, Seongjin thought, "Phew, how could I tell her she climbed out of my dream? I mean, it's a bit embarrassing to say that to a girl." After some discussion, Kali and I finally decided what to do when the defeated appear. It happens when our goals don't align, and in the end, we mapped out a plan. So, we made an agreement. Attack and defend. Coward, I thought while using the sword to attack. Choosing only one target. That's the condition for using my ability. I'm starting to understand my power a little better now. By the river, Seongjin sat up, rubbed his back and groaned, "Ouch, my back!" Kaylee was playing with the water and asked, "Are you awake?" Then Kali said, "As expected, about 3 hours passed while you were unconscious." Seongjin stretched and replied, "3 hours? That's longer than I thought." But he didn't quite believe it and asked, "Are you sure? How can you keep track without a clock?" Kaylee recounted, "I have a gut feeling. When I was in the spirit world, I had nothing to do, so I tracked the time." Suddenly, Seongjin became thoughtful. Just as I thought. That dream. Was it her memory? Noticing Seongjin's strange attitude, Kali asked, "What is it?" But he denied it. "No, nothing. Let's keep going." On the way, Seongjin said, "Knowing the time limit for my ability is an advantage, right? It'll help us improve our future plans." Kaylee asked back, "Is that so?" Saying that, Seongjin pointed in a direction and replied, "I want to learn more about this ability if I can. Like, if I can adjust the energy output." Seongjin's gaze drifted into deep thought. "When I came to this forest, I realized that not only do I not know my abilities well, but..." Suddenly he called out, "Kali! Hey, Kali!" But she teased him. "LOL, you look so excited, huh, Hel Seongjin?" I immediately reacted, "What? Seriously?" Then Kaylee offered her opinion. "This is just my thought, but I think Jian brought us into this forest hoping you would become who you are now." After that, Kali, said a few comforting words. Anyway, let's do our best. Where are we going? Seongjin became more upbeat. Oh, right! I want to go check the middle of the forest. Seongjin climbed a tree and caught sight of a clearing nestled in the middle of the woods. That seems to be where Lord Jian hid the fabric. I climbed a tree and saw a large space over there. Kaylee responded with praise. Good job, that must be the place. It seems easier than I thought, doesn't it? Seongjin happily replied, I think so too. Just as Kali was celebrating, saying, we did it! Everything had gone exactly according to his plan, when suddenly a massive monster appeared behind them. As its hand reached out to grab Kaylee, Seongjin noticed a piece of cloth on its hand. Stunned, he realized, that's the fabric! He shouted a warning, Kali, watch out! But it seemed too late. Before his eyes, only a few fragments remained as the monster's hand slammed into the ground. Seongjin stood frozen, as if glued to the spot. The monster kept growling, its trembling hand gripping Gyan's collar. His eyes didn't even flinch as he called out, Kikaka! Seongjin's face was filled with pure rage. Gyan stood there calmly and asked, you lasted longer than I thought. So did you see it? Seongjin couldn't hold back anymore and yelled, so that was your idea all along? Seeing how angry he was, even Kali didn't dare to speak up. How could you tie it to a monster like that? Do you have any idea what just happened to Kaylee? John kept his same expression and asked Seongjin, so do you want to give up here? Still, Seongjin didn't calm down. He turned his back and said, let's go, Kali. Before he could take a few steps, he was suddenly pulled back. Seongjin reacted violently. Let go of me! Gyan tried to reassure him. Calm down, Seongjin. What are you going to do once you leave here? Are you planning to run away again? Because of that guy. The words seemed to make him realize something. Seongjin's attitude shifted. He asked softly, so, what should I do now? He thought back to the monster, noting, it was too fast and too strong, there's not much I can do. Gijan spoke up. You really think there's no way to stop it, Seongjin? Kaylee, unable to take it anymore, exploded, don't be ridiculous! We did everything we could to learn how to use our abilities properly. More importantly, Seongjin narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. Is that all you think we needed to know? Kali seemed suppressed by Gyan's intensity, but she didn't fully yield. What the hell are you talking about? Seongjin remained stunned and silent, finally choosing to walk away. Let's go, Kali. Kaylee immediately reacted, hey, wait a second, I'm not done talking yet. But Gyan still had no intention of giving up. He coolly provoked her. What are you going to do? Ridiculous. I'm just standing here. Kaylee was furious, but what could she do? Kali chose to run after Seongjin, shouting, wait! I'm coming with you, Seongjin! Seongjin's mind was in turmoil. He seemed to want to escape from everything. As he ran, he kept thinking about his own power. Was I too arrogant because my ability is different from everyone else? Even so, it would be strange if it worked. The faster he ran, the faster his thoughts raced. He told himself, is this even a good idea? No, I have to be confident. By now, Seongjin had thought it through. Gyan prepared this training session hoping we would become stronger. He reflected on the recent situation, considering, he couldn't have given us an impossible mission. Seongjin's instructor handed it to him, saying, here, take this. He was surprised. You're really going to give this to me? She replied, I'm just doing what I was told. If he talks to you, I want you to give him the cloth. That's what he said. Looking at the gold belt in his hand, he thought. So I passed Gyan's training then. Wait, was it really that easy? Suddenly, Kaylee came charging over, cursing as she walked. What the hell is this? You crazy bastard! Only then did he remember, I'm sorry. I left you behind without saying a word. In his head, he thought, honestly, it wasn't easy at all. I went through a lot of pain, but I should be happy with what I've achieved. His instructor stretched and said, all right then. Well, since the cloth was given to me, I should send it back to Gyan. It's time to end this. Suddenly, something happened that made Kali scream in panic. Seongjin! Mud splattered everywhere as her arm grew massive, full of muscle and veins. That hand was gripping his throat tight. Her eyes were bloodshot. My precious children. How many of them did you kill before you got here? They were all my precious children! At the same time, Jin was standing nearby. He looked into the distance. It has begun. Inside the forest, a voice echoed. Can you tell me why? Juin leaned in close and questioned, why did you throw them into that godforsaken forest? No. Why did you throw them to be bait for that monster? He answered emotionlessly. To train them, of course. He repeated, training. The two of them told me they wanted to become stronger, so I accepted their request. He raised his hand. If that's the case, you told them about that thing, right, Gyan? You should know that those things in the forest of the defeated, they used to be human too. And they all came to the forest for the same reason. Even though some still saw it as a sacred forest, in the end, it was just a place cursed by the tower. What if we fail? Suddenly, he spoke up. The concept of failure has never occurred to me. The boy glared. What was that? That, Jiang said firmly. I trust them. If they fail, I will die with them, Chu-In reported. It's been a long time since I argued with you, Jiang, or had a conversation like this. All right, I won't ask you anything else, he replied. Thank you. Suddenly, the boy stopped. One more thing, don't say things like we'll die together. You have no responsibility to carry that burden. But keep believing in them until the end. Yes. At this moment, Seo-Jin is still being choked. She interrogated him. Tell me, how many of them have you killed already? No, of course you don't know, because a murderer wouldn't count how many people they've killed, he shouted. They were the ones who attacked us first. I didn't want to kill them at all. She brought her terrifying face closer. You were the one who attacked them first. Kaylee spoke up. You are making a mistake. But she shouted, Stay back! If you move, this guy dies. You're trying to climb the tower, right? Obviously. I've seen people like you here many times. In the end, they all became part of the forest. Give up. I've got you now. I won't let you climb the tower anymore. Seo-Jin tried to speak. Kali, this monster is the target. Just as he finished speaking, she sliced off his finger. Seo-Jin screamed in agony. I told you not to move! Next was his forearm. He thought desperately. It hurts so much that my mind has gone blank. Damn it, this was a trap from the very beginning. She had intended to kill me from the start, so I can't feel the pain, and I won't be afraid to come back and look for her. Damn it, she caught me. I have to escape as soon as possible. She said, Isn't it wonderful? You don't bleed because of that so-called tower. Even if you don't bleed, you definitely still feel the pain. You're scared, right? Because you think you're going to die. Because you think you'll lose your memories. Because you think you'll end up like them. Just give up. She turned back and said to Jiang, You're giving up, and you don't want to climb the tower anymore. Seo-Jin tremblingly said, I don't want to. I won't give up, even if I die here. Suddenly, a blue light appeared. It flared up like a bright, blinding fire. Kaylee was astonished. What is that? I am at the Avalon Guild, top floor spectator room. I am Apshin of the Avalon Guild, sending my humble greetings to the vice captain. The person sitting in the main chair was Van Zik Moon, rank number 8. He spoke. Apshin, you are the person I saw when I went down the tower earlier. You were in charge of the newcomers, right? You've worked hard. Apshin replied respectfully. It is an honor that you still remember this humble servant. We will do everything we can to ensure your presence at the entrance, he said. Please keep an eye on the player exam taking place in the next few days. So that's what you were talking about? He replied. That's right. We restored the system, but according to the investigation, it doesn't hold power inside. Suddenly, someone else walked in. It's just a phone. It's useless if I'm not the one using it. Curious, isn't it? That's my ability. That person was Kim Tae-won. He turned his head. Hey, team leader Tae-won. You cannot enter at will without permission. The boy ignored his words and continued. My ability is copying, literally. Copying someone else's ability. The condition to use it is, let's keep it a mystery. Just then, he interrupted. Back off. Even if you are a team leader, I won't tolerate such disrespect again. The boy glared. Suddenly, Van Zik Moon spoke. Interesting. Your name is Kim Tae-won, right? I'm looking forward to your performance in the future. The boy smiled and replied, Whatever you like. He thought, I can't see his face clearly even though I'm standing so close. Maybe it's some kind of skill that prevents me from recognizing him. You're more cautious than I thought, Vice Captain Rick Muno. All right, fine. I'm not someone who is in a hurry to find out either. Instead, what I care about more is finding where Dean is. I will definitely make you pay for daring to humiliate me. First, I will prove that your choice was wrong. In 5 days during the player exam, I will crush Seo-Jin like an insect. Who cares what kind of power he got from God? Back to Seo-Jin, the blue light still hadn't vanished. Kaylee gasped in amazement. What is that? The teacher bared her sharp teeth. Why on earth are you still resisting? I told you to give up. he replied. I've heard that word countless times because everyone hates me. She was stunned. What? Then she increased the pressure of her arm, squeezing tighter. You loser, you pathetic, useless piece of trash. Seojin was not affected by these insults. He calmly asked, Tell me, what else? She shouted, Let me go, she said, then shoved his arm away. However, his two hands lunged forward and grabbed her tightly. Do you think I'll give up? Even if I'm dirty, I'll show you that even someone like me can do it. She was surprised. Super recovery? Too dangerous. Kaylee wondered, what is that? Is that monster staying away from Hell Seojin? That's great, but something's wrong with him. I've never seen anything like this. It's impossible. Don't tell me. You've unlocked your own power? Suddenly, Hell Seojin shouted, Liver, let's go! And he reached his hand out toward her. Liver looked surprised, then smiled in response. Just then, his teacher flew into a rage, gritting her teeth. Quite a decent attack you've got there. Well, I'm not just going to sit here and do nothing, he called out to Liver, and she replied, Got it. The main target is those monsters. With that, she lunged at her children. Seeing this, the woman instantly shifted back from her human form into the terrifying body of a monster. The two forces collided, creating an explosion that shook the entire forest. Dust and smoke filled the air, and slowly, Hell Seojin's figure emerged. He was exhausted. He had to use his sword to prop himself up to keep his balance. Kaylee shouted, Are you okay? Are you okay, Hell Seojin? Now let go of me. I'll return to my original form to support you, Hell Seojin insisted. No, not yet. It's not over yet. Damn it. Even with all this determination, I'm still not strong enough to settle this. I can't take them down. I thought their lives were no different from mine. I can't do it. Then, trembling, he said, Liver, I'm sorry. Immediately after, she pinned him to the ground. In his head, he felt desperate. I lost. I've been defeated. A failure. Just when I thought it was all over, something touched my cheek. With my last bit of strength, I looked up, but in the end, I still couldn't see what it was. I once had a monster who wanted to kill me. These monsters. Her face. Why does she look so sad? Since when? Since when was this forest entrusted to me? Watching the moonlight became the only joy in my life. And since when did I start realizing my own loneliness? She asked, Who are you? And meanwhile, at the bottom of a deep pit, a voice echoed, I'm telling the truth. A purple-haired girl asked, Are you sure she's here? The person you mentioned? The brown-haired boy replied, Who would live in the middle of the woods? Plus, you said she isn't an ordinary person? Another blonde boy spoke up. Of course it's true. I even met her yesterday. Quiet and just follow me. You're being too much. All right, let's head home. Okay. The blonde boy crawled out of the bushes. Ugh, what a mess. I can't even remember the path. What about the others? She's right here, teacher. She scolded. Kid, don't call me that. The blonde boy excitedly ran over. Teacher, I brought some friends. Teacher? The brown-haired boy was surprised. Hey, is this for real? The story about having a teacher in the forest? The purple-haired girl replied, I guess so. Suddenly he called out, Hey, you guys, come and say hi. You want to become players, right? They were a bit skeptical. Seriously? But they still ran over to greet her. She laughed it off, thinking to herself, I never intended to teach them. Besides, I have no interest or talent for teaching. Because my power is innate. I've had it since birth. That's fine, too. I've missed out on human interaction. Those moments there. The sounds of their happy chatter echoed throughout the forest. I felt so happy. They sincerely said, Thank you so much for everything, teacher. She asked, Are you all really going? We have to go and get ready for the player exam tomorrow. We'll definitely pass. Thank you for teaching us, teacher. Time truly flies when people are having fun. The brown-haired boy was full of excitement. Right, teacher. You could come with us to the tower. I'm sure you'd easily be in the top 0.0%. She hesitated. I want to, but I can't leave this forest. Hey! The purple-haired girl tapped his shoulder angrily. Hey! You're ruining the mood! You know how much teacher hates leaving the forest. The brown-haired boy was flustered. I don't want to be away from teacher. Suddenly, the blonde boy spoke up. We'll be just fine. He ran and hugged her tightly. Even if we climb the tower, we'll still come back safely. So wait for us, teacher. She hugged her students back, her eyes welling up. Oh my, why are you all so cute? My precious children, take good care of yourselves and come back safe, okay? As the sun set, it was time for them to part ways. Once again, I would be alone in this place. So I began to wait for their return. I wonder how far they've gone by now. I hope the kids don't go somewhere dangerous. But why do they want to climb the tower? You should just stay with me. Even if you don't become players, as long as you're here. You'll always be my precious children. It's okay if you decide to give up, but I still hope you all come back safe. Suddenly, there was a strange noise. She startled and turned her head. It was the scouting party. They were holding a black-haired boy and shoving him toward the cliff. She stood watching from a corner. It's those idiots from Avalon. They keep dumping more and more of these failures into this forest, treating the forest like their own personal trash heap. I just want them to be safe. It's okay if they can't make their dreams come true, and it's fine even if they become players, as long as they come back safe. The students had returned, but they weren't the normal kids they used to be. She ran over, grabbed the blonde-haired one, and sobbed uncontrollably. Why did this have to happen? If only I had stopped them back then. If only I had told them to give up. That's what I hoped you would do. But why didn't you listen to me and come back to reality? Seojin reached out and touched her cheek. I'm sorry for calling them monsters. I'm truly sorry. So please stop crying. Just then, Kaylee launched a fire attack and screamed, Get away from Seojin right now! After pulling the two of them apart, she hung her head low, momentarily stunned. Kaylee asked, Why did John send you here? And she replied, It is all the same. You'll just die and come back as a walking corpse. You'd be better off just giving up, Kaylee shouted. What makes you so sure? At least we're better than you, someone who hasn't even tried to do anything. What makes you so paranoid? If you're worried enough to cry for us, why don't you help us instead? That would help us become as strong as you. She snapped. Shut up! Stop it! Shut up! Shut up! Just shut up! She seemed to have lost her mind, screaming incessantly as her body started to mutate. Stop it! Shut up! Stay away from me! I don't want to have to hope ever again. Just as her claws were about to pierce Callie, they suddenly stopped. Why are you doing this? How come you both want to stop me? Do you really want me to believe in them? And even after everything you've been through, you both still want to give me hope? What are your names? Kali, Liver and Seojin. Seojin and Liver, no matter how long it takes. Do you promise to come back safely after you've achieved your dreams? Just like that, my new waiting game had begun. 3 days had passed since that day. While Seojin and Kali were still dazed, right after I woke up, the teacher began our training. The lesson was incredibly simple. He happily raised his hands, looked at us, and announced, Let's play a game of tag for 3 days. If you get caught, you die. Hearing that, they were terrified. Their hair stood on end, their faces showed pure dread, and they had to say, those 3 days were the days they spent running from the monster's attacks to save their own lives, all while enduring the monster tossing them into the air, making him admit, the most grueling moments of our lives. After surviving those 3 days of torture, the teacher's eyes widened with excitement, and he praised them both. Incredible. You two are the first students I've ever taught who haven't been caught in 3 days. Out of all the children I've ever taught, you are the best at running away. As the teacher kept rambling on, That's all I can teach you both. Well done. He couldn't even stand up anymore and had to lean on his staff for support. She stood beside me, looking just like a corpse after hearing the teacher. Kaylee, completely battered, looked at him as if checking to see if she had misheard. Seojin, also torn to shreds, turned to look at her. Once they realized it was all real, the two of them high-fived each other hard. He was so hyped he didn't even need his staff and let it drop. The two hugged each other joyfully, sobbing, We did it! Liver, we're still alive. You did great, Seojin. Now we can go to bed. While the two were overjoyed, thinking they had passed. I'm very proud of you, young man. I even remember that damn Jion's name, too. Uraka, you bastard! How dare you talk behind his back? You've passed. Seeing him standing there with a dark expression, he chimed in, At least listen to what I have to say first. The teacher continued to explain. This lesson was about how to survive when you encounter an opponent stronger than you. This is the best lesson I can teach you right now. Both of them immediately froze. The joy from a moment ago vanished, and their eyes turned hollow. However, the teacher didn't see these expressions and continued emotionally. A vital wisdom needed in a tower full of such powerful people. Because becoming a player isn't just about winning, it's about survival. To do that, you need to use your abilities well, don't you? Hearing the question, both of them trembled in disbelief. She was terrified and muttered, "I have a terrible sense of déjà vu," while he pointed at him and asked to be sure. "Teacher, you're not going to make us do this again, are you?" Then, he pulled out a piece of paper, laughed heartily, and replied, "Oh, you'll have to ask him that yourself." The next moment, the teacher crushed the paper and commanded, "Come on out, baby!" At that moment, while both of them couldn't believe their ears, they heard a loud roar. Suddenly, a streak of light crashed right where the teacher was standing, forcing him to quickly jump away. Seojin and Kali panicked and shouted in unison, "What is that?" Then, a figure slowly stepped out of the thick smoke and asked, "Liver and Heo Seojin, I heard you two were talking about me. What were you all saying? Something cute and interesting about hell, was it?" He stared at both of them, his soul practically leaving his body the moment he heard that. Cold sweat poured down his face, his eyes widened, and he muttered, "So, from now on, that guy is completely insane?" He frowned deeply. A look of uncontrollable contempt crossed his face. "I'll show you all what hell is really like." There were only 4 days left. On the bulletin board, the announcement for the Player D-Day test was posted. Thinking about it, today was that day. Dean was leaning against a wall, resting in a secluded corner of the hallway while watching the tower across the way. He stared at it, his expression turning cold and irritable. He muttered to himself, "Come to think of it, today was the day of the player test, the day the Player D-Day test took place." All the players gathered in front of the massive tower doors, and Sonen shouted to everyone, full of excitement, "All right, has everyone eaten and rested enough? We're about to start. Don't worry too much because I'm here. Just do what you've always done and you'll pass." Sumama heard him and, looking confused, turned to ask Pastis, "What is that guy doing?" Meanwhile, Kina Lilat glanced around, uninterested, and said, "Just let him be. Liveling up the atmosphere a bit isn't a bad thing." She looked at everyone around her. Everyone was eager, confident, laughing, and chatting happily. And she sighed, thinking to herself, "Most of them are no different than they were during the first test. He's even being stupidly enthusiastic about it. I've seen this happen before, and it's always going to be the same." Suddenly, Pastis leaned in close and asked curiously, "Why are you staring so intently? Are you looking for someone?" I didn't even fear for his life, adding loudly, "Definitely, right?" She had said she wasn't interested in him, but in truth, she liked him quite a bit. Infuriated, she didn't hesitate to deliver a powerful punch right to his face, transforming into a literal queen of fire. Watching him clutch his bleeding, mangled face on the ground, she glared and repeated, "I told you!" I don't like that kind of joke. Only then did he realize his mistake, stammering an apology. I'm sorry, your reaction was just funny." Just then, 3 guards appeared in front of the door, and the one in the middle held a list and made an announcement. "We will begin the final player test shortly. Candidates, prepare to enter." At this moment, Bastis wiped his bloody nose and asked her, "Even so, I don't see Hell Seojin anywhere. What should we do?" She cut him off firmly. "Stop making noise. They'll be here." Then, Kina Lilat waved goodbye and slowly walked forward, saying, "All right, I'm going in first." Bastis saw this and called out, "Hey, wait for me!" However, he suddenly saw something that terrified him. Staring wide-eyed and frozen in place, he looked at the massive, blood-drenched Mary standing guard in front of the door and asked, "What the hell is that?" Kina Lilat bravely lifted her head and asked, "Excuse me, could you step aside?" She continued without fear, "You heard them, you're ready, right? Unless you're deaf." But the guy didn't care, responding with disdain, "There's no room for women here, get lost." Hearing that, she stopped being gentle and coldly declared, "I'll give you 5 seconds to get out of the way." Hearing that, he chuckled, then couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. "Kua, kua, kua, how funny! Even though the truth is you're only here by pure luck. You're quite proud of yourself, aren't you, you trash?" This comment made Sumama and Pastis furious. "Is she all right? I think we should help her. That'll only give me a headache." Both of them silently evaluated the blood-drenched Mary. A man with long black hair. "I've heard of him. He's from Group B and is the only successful candidate." They remembered the guy's power and acknowledged him. The only survivor, blood-drenched Mary. Pastis worriedly warned everyone, "Stay right where you are. There are no supervisors watching now. We don't know what Avon will do." He looked at Mary, who was growling and preparing to attack, and reasoned, I mean, if we go in now and cause a scene, that might be exactly what he wants. At this moment, Mary was attacking Kina Lillette, secretly sneering. She didn't move an inch, not easily provoked, huh? I guess the kids from Group C didn't say anything. Even so, he started to make his move, thinking to himself, I need to reduce the number of people even further. You're bringing this on yourself. Then, using all his strength, he threw a punch and shouted, I'll fix your behavior, you Group C trash! Suddenly, a flash of light streaked by. Sonin unexpectedly lunged and swung a baton at the guy's face, surprising even her. She quickly shouted a warning. Don't, Sonin! If you attack first! However, that strike of his didn't do a thing to the guy. Instead, the guy laughed and asked, Who's the real trash here? Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger and ordered, Take that back right now, or I'll make you... At that moment, Kina Lillette, who was watching from below, cursed. So stupid falling for such an obvious provocation. She looked at the guy's blissful, smiling face and shouted, Now he won't be blamed for this fight anymore. The guy immediately grabbed Sonin's leg. His face lit up with a deadly expression as he said, Since you attacked me first. He laughed in pure delight, saying, All I'm doing now is self-defense. And then, the guy didn't show any mercy, ruthlessly slamming him into the ground. Just a single hit made the guy scream in pain while his teeth started flying out. Seeing he couldn't fight back, Mary turned and asked, Kina Lillette, there are only 5 minutes left to make it through. Yow, bitch, what are you going to do now? She watched everything calmly and muttered, Looks like I can't avoid it anymore. Then, she unleashed her power, declaring, I'll play your game, you oversized mosquito. Seeing her like that, the guy laughed with amusement. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I was hoping for. I then quickly drew his weapon, Suma, and Pastis witnessed the guy unleashing his power and gritted his teeth, finally understanding. So that's why he was so arrogant. Too much pressure. I'd guess that monster is at least a C-rank player. They all screamed while watching the two fight. Everyone get ready for battle. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked right over Mary's blood-soaked head. It was so sudden that the guy didn't even understand what was happening before the powerful lightning bolt struck him dead on. Everyone around started buzzing with commotion. What is happening? Suddenly there's lightning from the sky? Pastis quickly verified. No, that's not lightning. He squinted, trying to see who had taken down the monster in a single hit. That's when he saw someone standing in front of Mary. Kina Lillette's eyes widened in surprise as she whispered, No way. She stared at his face in disbelief and called out, Heo Seo-jin? His shirt fluttered in the air as Heo Seo-jin looked surprised, finding himself draped in a black cloak. Master, what is this? Master Jiang spread his arms and gave 2 thumbs up, praising, It's your graduation gift. You did a great job, Seo-jin. And she added happily, You'll see its effects once you use it. I've been holding on to that fabric for quite a while now. The material matches this one overall. But Heo Seo-jin misunderstood. Does this mean I'll be protected while wearing it? Kaylee, standing to the side, puffed out her cheeks and poked him. Isn't that obvious, dummy? Heo Seo-jin had received all the gifts. Seeing her like that, he quickly spoke up. Libert, do you want to try it on? Master Jiang hurriedly pulled Kaylee into her arms and squeezed her tight. Oh, my sweetie, I'm sorry I couldn't bring a gift for you. Are you angry? You should know that it's easy for you to get other gifts. Kali was squashed in her arms, her face all distorted. The excessive cuddling made her shy, her face blushing slightly as she replied, I know. Master Jiang's red eyes looked down at the ground. That's truly wonderful. In the past few days, he has become so strong. I have nothing left to teach him, to the point where I can feel it when I get close to him. She released Kaylee and declared, Now I think it's time for him to go. Master Jiang asked, Seo-jin, come here. I want to give you one more gift. He was surprised. Oh, really? Inwardly curious. A gift? What could it be? Suddenly, Master Jiang cupped Heo Seo-jin's cheeks, pulled him close, and planted a light kiss on his forehead. His face went bright red instantly. Kaylee, standing nearby, felt embarrassed for him. Her fur stood on end as she barked, What the hell was that? What are you doing? Master Jiang was in a great mood for having pulled that off, grinning as she bared her teeth. Now that we've said our goodbyes, this is the final gift. As she finished speaking, she grabbed Heo Seo-jin by the collar, while he still hadn't recovered from the shock of that kiss. This is a gift too? Master Jiang immediately launched him into the sky. Seojin was still clueless. What the? Master Jiang smiled and shouted, I'm throwing you to the exam site! Get there and bring Libert back with you! Seojin had flown far away. Master Jiang waved goodbye amidst his screaming, Stay safe while you're there. See you later. Help me! A light trail with 4 sharp corners appeared like a star. A girl saw the light, which lit up the whole area, landing in the empty spot nearby. Supervisor Momo gazed out and said mysteriously, It's just a spar. Practice before the exam starts, but this year's candidates are quite energetic. Was what you said aimed at the 2 people behind you, ma'am? Judges, that light is Seojin, who was thrown here by his master. He landed very stably. I was thrown quite far, but I didn't feel any impact at all. Is it because of this cloak? That was when he looked at his surroundings, but the floor here felt a bit strange. It was Seojin, panicked and soul-leaving body, when he saw his foot was crushing the back of someone. In red, down on the ground. What? What the? Oh God, that's a person! Seojin hurriedly tried to explain. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Are you okay? Hello? Can you hear me? Seojin rambled on when the other person didn't respond. He's not answering. Oh no, is he dead? Did I kill him? Suddenly, there was the voice calling his name from behind. Seojin turned his head to look. Look, who is that? Whose voice is that? Kina Lilat was panting as she ran toward him. Seojin, it's dangerous. That monster is still alive. Just as she finished speaking, the monster stood up and raised its axe, aiming to strike Seojin. He spun around instantly. The monster had slammed its axe down, creating a massive explosion on the ground and leaving cracks everywhere. Kina Lilat was stunned in disbelief. That's just the pressure from the shockwave of that attack. He's too strong. To think he could pull off an attack like that. I couldn't even dodge it! Her eyes widened, staring intently, because the thing she was looking at was Seojin catching the blade with one hand, looking completely effortless. The monster couldn't believe it. What the hell? Why can't I move? Its voice trembled as it croaked. Who are you? It saw the deadpan expression on Seojin's face. He turned to look at his friends, seeing the whole group was there. Seeing someone exhausted being supported by Bastis. Seojin's voice turned cold as a blade as he pointed at the monster. You! His hand tightened with force. He crushed the reinforced axe as if it were flour. What do you think you're doing? The monster bit its lip until it bled, trembling with pure rage. It screamed, Attack that brat! Do you think you're so smart? I'll tear you to pieces! A spike on the monster's left hand lunged forward, trying to pierce Seojin. Just as the tip touched his forehead, he called out the name of his god, Liba. In that single moment, everything around him exploded. Kina Lilat stood frozen. A blue sword had carved dozens of wounds into the monster, like it was filleting a fish. He stepped on the monster and asked coldly, Why did you suddenly attack me? If I don't kill you, I won't be able to pass the player exam! Kina Lilat couldn't believe her eyes. What the? Is that really Seojin? She watched him pull out his sword. What on earth happened to him in the last 10 days? Seojin turned back with an expressionless face. As he stepped forward, he tripped over the hem of his black cloak, face planting into the dirt with his butt in the air, right in front of everyone watching. As they watched him get up, Seojin's face was bruised like a pig's head. He was so embarrassed he didn't know where to hide. Good grief, this cloak is a bit too long. Well, it doesn't hurt that much. That was a close one, though. Sumama whispered to Bastis, Did the monster explode while he was standing up, or was that him? Bastis was still in shock. That looked painful. While Seojin was still muttering, That made a pretty loud sound, didn't it? Kaylee smacked him on the head like she was hitting a bun. Okay, first of all, you're a human being, you idiot! The other exam participants stared at them, noisy and confused. What exactly are you doing? If you're going to act like that, at least don't collapse afterwards. Kali punched him until he had a huge lump on his head for calling out Lieb just now. You summoned me in the middle of a fight out of nowhere. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? Seojin replied awkwardly. I'm sorry, Liba. Kina Lilat watched the whole scene unfold. She let out a clear laugh. You haven't changed a bit. Bastis's jaw dropped when he saw her genuine smile. He whispered to Sumama, Hey, did you see that? Did you ever think she would actually smile? Sumama asked back. What are you talking about? Just then, Kina Lilat spoke up. I know you guys had some good conditions, but how long has it been since you became like this? Seojin helped Kali cool down. God, calm down, okay? Kina Lilat walked over to him. Do you know the exam is about to start? Seojin asked innocently. So what? Kina Lilat waved goodbye. I'm heading out. Only then did the group remember why they were there. Hey, wait for us! Hold on! The massive doors slowly creaked open. Light flooded in, and the kids huddled together, staring at the opening. Seo-jin was filled with determination. Finally, the player exam begins. Outside, in a peaceful-looking palace, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked down and struck the ground. Vanek Moon grew interested. What's this? Is it the system? But what is that light? It's not the ability of my disciples. It must be another rookie. The servant bowed and suggested, should we send an investigation team? He raised a hand to stop him. No need for that. Vanek Moon prepared to stand up. In any case, we shouldn't miss this spectacle. I will go there myself. It's been a while since I saw you at the number 2 spot. This was a direct jab at him. The tower's doors opened completely. The group of Seo-jin walked inside, which was already packed with people. Sumama looked around excitedly. Whoa, look at that! Bastis shared some info when he saw the gate opposite them. It's copper. That looks extremely sturdy. That must be the front gate. I've only heard rumors about it. Hell, Seo-jin's expression is terrible. He's all on his own. He can feel a dozen gazes locked on him. Everyone is staring. A guy in scout gear appears, and Hell Seo-jin recognizes his face. It's none other than Kim Tae-won. Momo, the proctor, appears on the level above. Looks like everyone is here. She shows up with 2 others. Now let's start by explaining the exam. Kim Tae-won, a rookie that the Avalon Guild is pouring all their resources into. It's the first time I've seen something like this. He's just a kid in Avalon's assault unit, but he wiped everyone out all by himself. Asin glances at him. My mission is to confirm if he is a suitable tool for Avalon. I'm not sure of anything yet except... He shifts his focus to Hell Seo-jin. One thing I can say for sure. He confirms Hell Seo-jin's strength. This guy is the only one who can influence him. The only one. Kim Tae-won stands with his arms crossed, playing the role of a scout perfectly. His eyes are cold as ice, like he's hunting someone. Asin warns him, Sir, excessive use of force is prohibited these days. Kim Tae-won walks in a certain direction, responding coldly, I know, I'm just going over to say a quick hello. He swaggeringly pushes people aside. Get out of the way! The examinees are annoyed. What the hell? What's wrong with this guy? But Kim Tae-won's face is terrifying. He looks like a murderer. The 2 players are scared off by his aura. Kim Tae-won walks past them coldly. He heads toward Hell Seo-jin. Kali, who dislikes him, leans toward Hell Seo-jin and asks, Is that him? He confirms, yeah, that's him. Hell Seo-jin's expression isn't great either. Sorry, Liba. I'm just gonna go over there and have a word with him. The 2 stand face to face. Kim Tae-won speaks first, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Seo-jin, you've changed a lot. Now you can actually look me in the eye. Hell Seo-jin's face is cold and emotionless. He retorts, You're still the same. How much longer are you going to act like a reckless brat? Kim Tae-won is provoked, his anger flaring up. What? Say that again! He lunges at Hell Seo-jin instantly. Hell Seo-jin stands calmly, a light glowing on his hand. A blue light. Before they can tear each other apart in a bloody fight, Bibi appears and blocks them. Stop it right there, Momo warns. Listen up. You can do whatever you want with your personal business. I don't care. But don't you dare pull any stupid stunts in the exam area under my supervision. I won't tolerate that nonsense around here. Any more issues? Hell Seo-jin and Kim Tae-won glare at each other, but both decide to stop. Kim Tae-won looks up at the man standing on the second-floor balcony. Van Zik Moon is there, witnessing everything. Kim Tae-won angrily pulls up his hood and leaves. Momo turns back around when she hears someone ask, Are you Hell Seo-jin? She sees Lulu intimately hugging Hell Seo-jin to get close to him. I saw everything, you know. You took down a contestant in just one move. It was a bit rough, but it was useful. Lulu touches Hell Seo-jin's lips, keeping their faces very close. You're cuter than I thought. It's a shame you're not my type, though. Lulu's hands knead his firm muscles. Probably on your biceps. Your body is even tougher than it looks. Lulu pinches her thumb and middle finger together, saying cryptically, This isn't enough for Group C to pass the exam, though. Momo loses patience and reminds her, That's enough, Lulu. I still have work to do. Lulu glances at her. Oh, I think that's all I wanted to say anyway. Bibi has a sturdy body. No one would think she's a weakling. Screening like this is unfair if the participants in the same exam can collaborate. Her brows furrow, and her eyes well up as if she's about to cry, her teeth gritted in anger. For example, even if he is special, it's still unfair in a competition. Momo looks at both of them. You two have grown up, huh? I know how to stand here with you two. Halcyone watches the three of them anxiously. What is this atmosphere? Don't tell me the proctors are going to fight each other? Momo is firm, but then she lowers her eyes. Fine. She yields to Lulu. I lose. Do it your way, Lulu. Lulu smiles very happily. That's what you should have done. Then, Lulu pats Halcyone on the shoulder and looks him up and down. Now let's see if I can cut half of this cape off. Lulu turns to the contestants. I'm sure you all heard what we said. Her voice rings out steadily like a formal dramatic announcement. From now on, under Lulu's guidance, Group B's exam will proceed as one-on-one matches. He stands on the railing, looking pensive, then speaks in a low voice. It's time to go. Suddenly, a raspy voice speaks up, catching his attention. Long time no see, Captain Zickmoon. It's Sirius from the Emerson Guild, the guild that manages order from levels 5 to 10. He laughs out loud. What a rarity. I can't believe the representative of the Avalon Guild was sent to this pathetic competition. Hearing that, he speaks slowly. Thank you for the high regard, but I am here as a representative for the Avalon Guild. Immediately after, he replies, Of course I should. I was quite surprised by the spectacular performance in the previous competition. He continued, especially when Naji shoved that hill right onto Sirius's hand, suddenly knocking away that arrogant guy with the cheap mechanical arm. Wanting to compare himself to her, cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he winced in pain from her heavy blow. Are you ignoring me? A figure was watching them from behind. I immediately noticed. Oh, another VIP guest is arriving. Let's see. Who is it? Oh, you finally made it. The person stepped forward, his face gradually coming into view. Sirius was shocked and terrified as he recognized who it was. How did you... You're not allowed to be here. As the man's face came into full view, he called out his name. Din's face darkened, and he questioned in a low voice, Oh, who's not allowed to be here? The guy charged forward aggressively, not forgetting to heap insults on him. You idiot! This place is only for the leaders of major guilds. Besides, this isn't a place for someone like you who doesn't even have a guild to back them up. Hearing Sirius's nonsensical words made him chuckle. If you're right, then I think I'm in the right place. Sirius gritted his teeth in anger, spitting out every word. What are you trying to say? You think you're in the right place? Din calmly replied, I already told you. I'm exactly where I need to be. Sirius was outraged, raising his voice. No way, you don't have a guild! The corners of his mouth curled up confidently as he introduced himself. I am Dien, Guildmaster of the Blood Rain Guild. I'm really looking forward to our collaboration. Sirius still couldn't believe he was standing right there in front of him. How? I don't believe your guild would be accepted, he said dismissively. How? I don't believe your guild would be accepted. A voice cut through their conversation. I permitted it. Hearing this, Sirius couldn't help but shout in anger. Ah, Captain of the Mud Guild! Din's lips curled up as he said slowly, Hard to believe you actually stepped out of the castle for once. Ha, I had a pretty rough time with that rookie. He reminded him, Stop talking about that. As an apology, I even agreed to let you start a guild. He smiled and continued, I didn't expect that you, who insisted on going solo, would actually form a guild. It's wise that you're trying again with reliable colleagues since you couldn't clear it alone, he said. I must really look forward to the day you challenge me again. Dien smiled mysteriously, revealing, I'm looking forward to it too. Images of everyone appeared as a curious voice asked, Who will be the next one to challenge me? I wonder who it will be, Lulu asked softly. So are you all ready? She confidently announced, From now on, under the supervision of Team B, Lulu. Everyone listened intently as she announced, We will begin the one-on-one tournament for player selection. Everyone was silent, seemingly with no objections. Lulu stood behind Momo with a gleeful look, revealing, Now let me explain the rules. The time limit is 24 hours. He listened intently as Lulu explained, You are allowed to use your maximum power. Then she concluded, The survivor is the winner. Lulu further revealed, However, if a winner has not been decided when the time is up, both will be eliminated. What do you think? Simple, right? Momo said with a disgusted look. Is that all you could think of, Lulu? Bibi quickly retorted, I think it's simple and fair. I like it. On the other hand, Sariam. She raised her hand and whispered, Hey, Jin, what are we going to do if it's one-on-one? Do we have to fight each other? Hearing her say that, he whispered back, Ha-oo, you have a point. Should I ask them? She spoke up. I think everyone understands the rules now. No sooner had she finished than Jin raised his hand. I have a question. Seeing this, she snapped. Are you serious? These are things even a monkey would understand. Seonji quickly covered his mouth. Momo shouted, Then the test begins. She gasped in shock. What? What's going on? Suddenly, everyone panicked and shouted, The floor! The ground beneath us is collapsing! He gritted his teeth, his expression showing clear confusion. A bright light was emitted. Jin painfully clutched his head. It happened so suddenly. It caught me off guard. If you're going to do something like that, you should at least give a warning. I took his hand down and stared ahead. What is that? That voice belonged to Liba. Jin looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Libi looked confused and asked, What is this place? We were supposed to be in the room just now. His eyes widened in surprise. Incredible! Is this a terrarium rift? Suddenly, a flying creature appeared before their eyes and announced in a gentle tone, I hope everyone teleported correctly and in one piece. Jin observed it and couldn't help but ask, What is that in the sky? He wondered, a talking mochi? With a pristine white appearance and shimmering eyes, it quickly identified itself as a construct modeled after Mokiko. In some corner, Momo's lips curled into a faint, mocking smirk. The Moki construct spoke up. Where you all have been sent, at Kina Lalit's location, you can also hear its voice. It is a virtual zone created based on the actual hierarchy of the terrarium, a gap in the terrarium. Pastis's location is the same. At Tegu's location, a voice also echoed, Adapt to the environment here and survive. Momo, controlling the cage, spoke up. That is why I want you all to use every ability you have. The guildmasters are very interested in this test. Mokiko continued. Becoming a member of a guild is essential for players to survive. The test is the best way for you to attract the attention of the guilds. Momo, with a thoughtful expression, whispered, Then good luck to you all. Seonjin and Liba kept their eyes fixed on Mokiko, and he quietly said, So you are my opponent. His face appeared on the system board, which was just a projection screen, yet Seonjin's confusion was clearly visible. Naji looked somewhat contemplative when she saw his image. She brought her hand to her chin, pondering, This person? Who is he? Back at that place, Seonjin stood on high ground, put his hand to his forehead, scanned his surroundings, and announced, I don't see anything unusual. I can't even see an end to this. Are you sure this place is even part of the terrarium? Then he turned to ask her, Liba, did you find anything? Seeing her silent, he urged, Libi, answer me. She snapped, Quiet for a second, I'm concentrating. He felt helpless at her reaction. We aren't eagles, and it's too high up to see from here anyway. Suddenly, she raised her voice. Hey, what is that over there? She gasped, looking around. What, Liba? Your eyes are amazing, aren't they? What is it? I don't see anything. Did you find something? Liba pointed toward the rock crevice and said, Look, right at the very end. She revealed, Only that spot has a different color. It's connected to somewhere else, isn't it? Hearing that, he squinted to see more clearly. Really? From this terrain? It looks like a desert. Don't you think all the test zones are connected to each other? Lib glanced at him and said, Oh, so there's another candidate out there. Are you saying there might be something there? Seonjin spoke. Let's head toward the desert as soon as we're done here. Maybe we'll have a chance to find something about Kim Taekwon's abilities. Tisuke, a voice rang out. What are you two doing? Why are the two of you together? Immediately they turned back, surprised by the voice. Fastra? Isn't this a one-on-one match? Seonjin let out a soft ah. He slowly guessed, Are you my opponent? Lib was slightly taken aback by Sonen. Is that guy really our opponent? Am I mistaken? Seonjin's expression suddenly changed, his voice deepening as he confirmed, Of course it's him. She asked quietly, Are you sure? Seonjin, what's wrong? Why? Jean, looking a bit tense, murmured, If my gut feeling is right, he is. He revealed, The kind of person I despise the most. Sonen smiled arrogantly toward him. He held out his hand and insulted him. Hey, Pig Seonjin, you piece of trash. Is this test just a joke to you? Other people are risking their lives to become players. Seonjin's face darkened with anger at his words. That phone scam thing, I know all about it. I wonder what dirty trick you're planning this time? Even Liba's eyes widened in shock at those words. And you're even with a girl in the test room? 2, he shouted. This test doesn't deserve a scumbag like you to participate. Sonan, without restraint, blurted out, You pathetic piece of trash. It seemed she couldn't take it anymore and immediately rushed forward, not forgetting to swear, You son of a... But he stood next to her, stopping her from charging in. Then Seongjin turned to her and said, It's fine, Liba. I don't care about what he says. He continued to provoke him. Oh, are you done yet? You know the girl named Kina Lilat, right? Stay away from her. She's mine. He whispered, Thank God. He was stunned, not believing what he just heard. What? Before he could react, he lunged forward and punched Sonan hard, causing him to collapse. His face was caved in. Seongjin slowly revealed, If my opponent is a scumbag like you, he confidently asserted, then I can kill him without any worries. A loud explosion immediately occurred. Lieb witnessed that sight and couldn't help but be amazed. Oh, that's a spirit? Seongjin's expression shifted. He turned to her and said softly, Let's go. Libe, to the desert. She looked up at him, smiled faintly, and then suddenly patted Seongjin's chest, adding a compliment. You've grown up a lot, haven't you? He jumped back, shouting, What are you talking about? A suggestive voice whispered, Hey, know something? About Group D, those people in the final test, the losers of that test. The other person replied humorously, saying the reason they were eliminated wasn't due to a lack of skill. He revealed they were cut for breaking the rules. One of them had actually assaulted the spectators just for being too noisy. Then, another guy killed the judges even though he passed the test. It was an insult to those troublemakers being judged. As the monitor for Group D, Jim Hyuk sat on the cliffside and bluntly revealed, And I'm one of those troublemakers in Group D. He mocked himself right in front of Bastis. So why don't you just give up? I can't even hit you properly like this. Look at you. How pathetic. A stone was thrown directly at his cheek, leaving him surprised and confused. He tossed the stone up and down, deep in thought. Hey, you rotten Group D, what should I do with you? Bastis gripped the stone in his hand and said sarcastically, You talk a lot of garbage. Jim Hyuk remained silent, but his face had already darkened. As a stone came flying toward his face, Jim Hyuk sighed, Oh, can't do that. I tried to be afraid of you because I thought it might work, but you're just wasting energy. It's useless. He crushed the stone and muttered, How annoying. Then he vanished like a gust of wind, brushing past him. Jim Hyuk landed elsewhere. Before he could even settle down, he was gone again. Turns out he had been knocked away. Bastis kept lunging, throwing consecutive attacks at him. His strike hit the right side of his face, but he didn't react at all. Then, Bastis quickly retreated to the other side. Jim Hyuk glanced at where he had just passed, thinking to himself, The desert formation is better than I imagined. Pretty cool. I didn't think much about the sand. A beam of light was rushing at him at blinding speed, but Jim Hyuk just reached out, and the attack stuck to his hand. It doesn't work like this, does it? Bastis wore a sinister smile. He murmured, asking him, Are you sure? The corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. It was working. Even though his hand had been gripped by his power, he just relaxed his fingers with an indifferent expression and said, This? Really? Jim Hyuk opened his water bottle and asked calmly, You're just going to keep throwing rocks at me? You're stingier than you look, aren't you? Bastis's face turned dark, thinking, If you don't fight properly, you'll lose. It's obvious from that attack. I was confident in his thought that he couldn't dodge his attack. Looking at his reaction to the stones, his reach was only about 1 meter. Bastis thought triumphantly, I don't think I'll lose if I keep my distance. The question now is, how do I win? He analyzed, It's just, I have no choice but to use my ability. I don't want to reveal it, though. There are too many eyes around here. Little did he know Mokiko was flying nearby. A giddy Mokiko thought, The fewer people who know, the better. At least there's nothing I can't do. Jim Hyuk asked, Oh, looking away? That's so easy. He appeared in front of him like a gust of wind, catching him off guard. You need to look at your opponent. He couldn't help but be shocked. In just a split second, he was already that close. Though a bit flustered, Bastis calmed himself down. It's okay, I'm still outside his range, and if he didn't receive a signal within range, he whispered. So what? Jim Hyuk punched him hard in the stomach, leaving him no time to react. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Then he let out a shrill scream as Jim Hyuk sent him flying. Bastis collapsed to the ground, coughing. Cough, cough. He stepped toward him slowly. What just happened? I didn't even have time to react. It was definitely much further than 1 meter. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Don't tell me you've been this slow the whole time? Regardless, if you get hit one more time, the game is over. Jim Hyuk's face turned terrifying as he softly asked, "Is that what you were thinking?" The fight between players. The most important factor in PvP is being able to identify your opponent's ability and understand what they can do with it. To decide who wins or loses, conditional abilities. Bastis gritted his teeth, his face showing clear anger. Fulfilling the conditions means your winning odds go up. Jim Hyuk calmly raised his bottle to drink. Jim Hyuk's S-rank ability. He couldn't take it anymore and immediately lunged at him, a golden power wrapping around his legs. Jim Hyuk grinned in satisfaction, activated when he drinks that booze, an ability that slows everything down around him. Bastis was dizzy, wondering, "My body, what is this?" The cliffside behind him suddenly exploded into pieces. Drunken fist. He covered his mouth with his hand, thinking, "Did I drink too much? If I drink more, I'll be in danger." The intensity of the slowdown and the range depended on his level of intoxication. Those were the pros and cons in some cases, and in this case, it made me misjudge the extent of his ability. The two faced each other. He stared coldly at him while he was still trying to figure out the range of his ability, the one bearing the brunt of the consequences of the first judgment. Jim Hyuk wondered, what is he trying to do? A proper understanding of an ability's level means understanding it in 3 dimensions. This is a natural combat tactic. No player would argue with that. The result of this concept is, with no hesitation, he charged toward his opponent, desperate to determine who would win and who would lose. But the system suddenly flashed. Invalid. Invalid. A giant, disembodied head appeared, pointing down at him. He stared, bewildered. What was that? Another ability? Jim Hyuk watched, his mind racing. What kind of power is that? Why is it triggering now? What do you mean, invalid? He glared at the giant head, dismissing his own doubts. The head just flashed an arrogant grin at him, then pointed. Jim Hyuk, no matter what your ability is, as long as you're within my range, my advantage is absolute. Seizing the chance, Bastis lunged at him instantly. But he dodged aside with ease, leaving Bastis unable to stop his momentum. He watched the guy closely, only for Bastis to flash a bizarre, twisted smile back at him. A loud sound echoed again. He was stunned by what he saw. All this time, Bastis had snatched his bottle of red wine. Before he could grab it back, he could only grit his teeth and snap, "That's my wine!" Jim Hyuk stared in shock as the man chugged his drink. Bastis gulped it down and boasted. "With this, the conditions are set," Bastis declared confidently. Jim Hyuk realized it, and his expression shifted immediately. You think drinking that is going to change anything? In truth, he had severely underestimated his opponent, assuming he was dealing with a low-tier candidate. He spat out, "You idiot! Wine isn't an ability, Jim." Hyuk stepped forward, snapping at him. "Do you really think you've stolen a piece of my power?" It was on him. Bastis had realized long ago that he knew very little about how his own powers worked. Bastis reached out, and the giant head in the air did the same. Jim Hyuk looked down at his hands in horror. He couldn't move them. Bastis wasn't doing much better. The giant head bared its teeth in a wicked grin, pointing forward as it emphasized, invalid. Bastis's power was conditional. It was just like a game of rock, paper, scissors. You were playing against your opponent, and it set the necessary conditions for the chosen outcome. Because Bastis wasn't the one deciding the outcome. That thing was the referee. So why was the previous result invalid? To make a conditional ability work, Bastis had to accept and fulfill the player's conditions. That was why Bastis completed the condition by drinking Jim Hyuk's wine. Immediately after, he threw scissors, while Jim Hyuk threw paper. He quickly grabbed Jim Hyuk's arm. Jim Hyuk trembled, suddenly becoming incredibly tense. Don't tell me he has the ability to... No, this isn't slowing me down. I can't move. The condition was met. His face darkened. He cracked his knuckles, his voice dropping into a menacing, eerie tone. Hey, you D-class trash, he asked. How long do you think it'll take for me to beat you to death? With Jim Hyuk pinned in place, Bastis put all his strength into a fatal blow. It wasn't just an ability. He started losing consciousness, slowly collapsing. To understand others' powers, that's what this fight is all about. He calmly continued, chugging the wine right in front of him. The deciding factor between victory and defeat, Jim Hyuk's whole body began to shatter into fragments. With eyes wide open, he exploded, much to the winner's satisfaction. Tournament, 1v1, winner, Pastis. The sky grew darker. Heavy snow began to fall, blanketing the forest pines and burying the path Kina Lilith was walking on. She walked alone through the thick snow, her footprints marking the path. Her face was flushed red from the cold, yet she kept pushing forward. Kina Lilith looked back, lost in thought. The moment the match started, the sun had already set. "This blizzard is because of the Terrario rift," she murmured, her expression sinking. She spoke to the spirits. "I should stop searching and find some shelter. The warmth Father gave me is limited, but..." Her earrings began to glow. She kept talking to the spirits. 24 hours isn't that long. We have to hurry, but rushing isn't the answer either. What should we do?" She stopped, blaming herself. "Let's just give up. You know we can't do this." But Kina Lilith still kept her gaze steady, determined not to stop. Simply put, "I don't want to stop." Suddenly, she spotted footprints on the ground. They led the way forward, appearing everywhere. Kina Lilith smiled and asked the spirits, "Father, what do you think?" The spirit of her father replied, "Are you really asking me that, daughter?" A flame flickered, and her father's spirit stammered, He. Her father's spirit laughed excitedly. "He's clumsy, but I think he's a good guy." Kina Lilith turned to look at her father's spirit, who encouraged her. "Seojin, he can be a bit annoying, but I don't think he's a bad person. He has quite a few good traits, kid. That boy is lucky, huh?" Kina Lilith blushed, sweating as her face darkened at her father's words.